brothers and sisters, let's get down to business. I'm called Doshanko, otherwise known as He the Beginning, and welcome to my temple. So today, before I start the video, I wanted to quickly just give a brief overview of what's to take place. For those who have seen my Call of Duty videos for Safeguard Infinite on Call of Duty Ghost, I have successfully made it to Wave 50 on all of the maps, solo, and I want to do what it is, a quick collection of clips, or I don't want to say a montage because it's very hard to create a montage of Safeguard clips, but what I can do is I could share some of my best moments from each map, as well as give the overall strategy on how I survived to Wave 50, and also show you guys the wave I died at. So I can kind of show the early strategies for the 20 or 30 or even 40 plus waves, and then give the best showing of my skills in said wave, and then also showing the wave I died. Some maps might be, they might not have those moments. I think some maps will kind of be cookie cutter in regards to how similar the early strategy and the final strategy is, like Prison Break. But there are other ones that show quite a bit of ingenuity and bravery. So I think you guys would enjoy some of that. It's about to be the New Year's, and make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, face the mountain. I know I'm going to say that again in the end of the video, but I always start off with that for some reason. Bite me. First up, we have Prison Break. Now, in the additional notes, I said Prison Break is one of the most easiest maps for the mode. And I'm not going to read the entire notes here. I'm just going to paraphrase. But I managed to achieve 54 waves, and this map is one of the easiest ones you'll ever try. And the reason why I died so early, well, not early for most players, but early by my own standards, is because I didn't call in a kill streak like the Vulture to assist me, or a sentry gun on my side to assist me. It was kind of arrogance where I thought I could complete the wave without one. But here, you start off, you get all your kill streaks and whatever, and I managed to get 4 here despite the kill streaks being pretty spread out. Was it 4? No, it was just 3. What the fuck am I saying? I was talking about a previous gameplay, damn. So I did a previous recording prior to this one that you saw, and that one I managed to get 4 kill streaks somehow, but that one, it's normal. And everybody knows what to do here. You go to this truck, and I'm not saying anything new. This is pretty much the universal strategy for most players on this map. I don't really have too much to say about it. There's not any special moments really when I played on this map, because it's so routine that all you can really notice a change in is the difficulty. So I decided to do that, and it should be noted that Safeguard maps are not listed with a difficulty like the Modern Warfare 3 Survival did. So I decided to rank them based on how the maps are structured and how their spawn patterns are, and also the strategy needed to accomplish the high waves. And this one was just one of the easiest. I couldn't say that enough. So I decided to start with the beginning wave, and then show the clips of the wave 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then showing the consecutive wave I died. And it should be said that I am not setting any world record on this map. There's no setting any world record on this map. Somebody's already done it. Mr. G Clips already managed to get to wave 100 solo on this map, and I'm pretty sure there's others who haven't even posted on YouTube and relating to getting to wave 100 on this map solo. I could have gone so much further. But for whatever reason, there's that in the tower, that balcony, they were bypassing my IEDs like it was nothing. It was weird, and you know, that pretty much the tower is the only thing that can take you out when you're in this spot. And they just, yeah, they were just doing the most there. So as you can see, wave 10, I got, you know, by then I have a MTS, which is a preferred shotgun of mine. Not because it's like it fires the stronger shots, because it certainly doesn't. The FP6 fires stronger shots and at a better range. But the reason why I chose the MTS is for high waves, dealing with dogs or enemies climbing up. You shoot much faster. This gun shoots so much faster than the FP6, and it's better to have speed, the ability to pull off another pellet shot. And you'll see for other gameplays of other maps where like firing off another shot is incredibly beneficial. Yep, just all a matter of practice, I guess. I had a little Vepr there to kind of hold me over, but you know, once I completed wave 10, a couple waves later, I did manage to get the M27 IAR, which I never use in multiplayer. But it is incredibly useful on a mode where you have to survive because you want all the ammo that you need. So, you know, using that for this spot with sleight of hand, it's decent. It'll get you a little bit of, you know, the wave team to go to. And I didn't expect this portion of the video to be long. I was trying to make these like around 5 minutes long. That way I can just, you know, progress to the next one. But I still wanted to show, you know, if I couldn't show any like special moments from the maps or anything like that, then I was going to show the progression of how hard it gets after each, you know, should I say, group of 10 waves. I'm trying to remember. I'm not going to say it's a decade of waves because that doesn't make sense. 10 years worth of waves, that doesn't make sense. I'm sure there is a word for a group of 10. I just have no idea what it is. Maybe it's I'm actually trying to figure it out. maybe I can look it up. I don't know if I can, you know, just look it up or not. But let me do that. Let me do that. A group of 10 is called. It is called a decade. What? It is called a decade. Wow. Yeah, I just felt dumb as fuck in that moment. I was right, and I still contradicted myself. That happens. Too much. But, yeah, every decade. It's so weird using that in this context. But, hey, if Google says I'm right. Oh, man. As you can see, wave 30, there's tons of dogs here. And I tend to use my vulture when taking them out. I think my vulture, I don't know if it got destroyed, or if I used it. I think I used it early on, did I? I don't know if I did. Some waves will have like 2, like dog waves. Normally there's only supposed to be 1. But I think, because my vulture is gone, I think I used a vulture a couple waves earlier when there was another dog wave. And then that's kind of the reason why I shifted to using the M27. Aside from that, I've been using the IEDs in the front to kind of cover my 6 there. And what other folks don't know about playing Safeguard is once you get 18 restock, not only does it restock your ammo and equipment, but it also completely regenerates your health. Like, it gives you full health. And it's crazy. I never would have noticed that had I not had a keen eye for the shit that the developers never told the players. So I just, you know, I sought to become a master of that shit. As hard as it is, pause. And as you can see, you know, readying up for wave 40 here. Not bad. It's like, I don't know. It seems pretty routine, you know. The moment I got on this map, I knew I was going to make it above wave 50 casually. So like this one, I always kind of put last. I started with Showtime first because I wanted to challenge myself. That map is incredibly claustrophobic. Not claustrophobic, claustrophobia inducing. Because it's so small. It's essentially a box with outer walls. You know? That's essentially what it is. And that type of structure, like, for facing hordes of enemies, if you don't have a like productive place to settle and like, you know, take them out from a stationary place, you're fucked. But it also depends on the perks and weapons you have too. If you don't have the perks and weapons that you have to run laps around the outer walls. But this is not about Showtime, this is about Prison Break. And, you know, casually just, you know, taking these guys to town here. I think I used my Vulture here even though there was no dogs, but I guess it helped. It would have helped more on the wave that I died, because the Vulture tends to, you know, spiral around and take out enemies that are, you know, in all types of directions. And the guys behind me, they could have been taken out by a Vulture. But, you know, again, I decided not to do that. You know, square one for military intelligence, I guess. And here I am checking to see if my IED is placed there. It still is, they didn't touch it. But on wave 50, they will be crazy about getting to that tower. It's like they evolved like a secondary brain or something. Or they'll instinctively just check that tower. So I, what was it? On the waves leading up to that, I think I laid an IED on both the stairs and on, like, you know, the same area where you saw prior. Here. Also, no, you can jump on the blue wall. In case you're, like, running behind and you don't want to run around the truck, you can just jump on that wall and you can just, you know, hover over and you'll land on top of the truck. But it's like a sprint jump. You have to look up and do it. It's weird. There we go. And I promise, not all the map segments will be as long as this one. The only reason it's as long as this one, or no, the only reason this one is so long is because there's nothing special that happened. But as you can see, I was starting to get taken out from the back there. I went prone, it kind of saved my skin. But you'll see, for folks that are in that tower, going prone is not going to save you. They will be able to just, you know, take you out. And, you know, I have a friend calling me, but I'm in the middle of recording a video. So I'm going to call him right after this is, like, you know, finished. And, you know, go up from there. But, yep, you see on wave, like 50 or whatnot, it's just like, I don't know. Well, this is wave 49. This is not even wave 50 yet. So it's still got a little ways to go. But, you know, it happens. It happens. Let me see here. Notification settings. I don't like the audio that comes with it sometimes. I know every time I try to do something, everybody's ready to just chime in and interrupt. But, you know, I just, I don't know. It happens. It happens, you know, and you got good folks that walk over you. Not walk over you, oh my goodness, no, good folks that, walk to you, I should say. God, Jesus, walk over you, damn. That makes it sound so bad. No, they, like, when people need support, they do reach out. And a lot of the times, people do reach out to me for emotional support. You know, I haven't been in the proper spirits to really do it as much as I used to. That kind of comes with a lot of different things. But I'm not going to go deep into that topic right here. I'm just going to continue to watch. And this was a little interesting type of pickle here. You see, a lot of the riot shoulders are in the way, and I was running low on ammo. And, you know, the team restock was out there. I was like, well, fuck, I can't get that, because I was just getting, you know, torn up by the swarm. So I kind of had to look for any enemies that were, you know, gunned or anything. That don't sound right. Any enemies that were, like, using guns and try to, like, pick off their heads from behind the shields. It was really weird. I had to wait for the shields to move just in the right spot for me to start taking them out. Not only that, bullets were raining from almost every direction, so you couldn't just stand up. So you had to really take your time here and just, you know, play the waiting game. Now, normally, if I did have an IED, I would use one to clear out that area right there. But I was terrified that it would drop a team restock in that location and I wouldn't be able to get to it. So, this was, I guess this was one interesting moment here where I had to kind of be patient and not be too hasty here. you can kind of shoot through that wheel to kind of get these some enemies in. Luckily for me, the riot killers were kind of turning backwards, so their back was exposed to me, and I managed to, you know, take them out like that. But under normal circumstances, they wouldn't do that. They would never turn their back to me like that. It just comes with times and times and times of facing them. So here, see, a lot of the enemies were trying to come up because I already thinned out a lot of their numbers, and some enemies just die on their own. You gotta remember that. On Safeguard, it's not like Showtime. It's not like survival mode where enemies are just left alive and you can pause or do whatever you need to do. Nothing like that. You can't do any spawn traps. You can't really prepare for waves like that. All you have is like maybe 30, not even 30 seconds. Is it? I don't know. Regardless, like, you don't have much time to prepare at all. And you kind of have to make the most of it. Not to mention you don't have a mini-map, so you're going to have to be in locations where enemies are not as prevalent to, you know, take you out from behind. And that goes with any map. And if not, see here? They were taking me out. I had the minigun and I was being tore up. And, you know, I wasn't going to lose trigger happy, so I called in my squad mate to revive me there. And, I was overwhelmed by the numbers. I still managed to get past wave 53, luckily, but, yeah, those guys tore me up the moment I got that explosive ammo. And, you know, ironically, it was the explosive ammo that saved my life in this wave. It didn't save me next wave because I didn't have it anymore. And already it started flashing, so I wanted to make sure I finished off the remaining numbers that way. Now, I was still shocked that my squad mate was alive, even with those, you know, things in mind. But yeah, I threw an IED here, and I threw one on the stairs, and it still wasn't enough. You'll see, it still was not enough to, you know, get me to survive the next round, which sucks, but I also gotta remember that I didn't call in a kill streak either, which would have helped me substantially. Well, I don't even know about substantially, because these guys, they have, like, freaking, like, imagine if bots had aimbot. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's what aimbot is called for. Your aim is pretty much like a bot. It just snaps on target somehow. But yeah, these guys were so very numerous, and I held myself. You know, held myself off. No, I held off the enemies for quite a bit here, even though I didn't have any kill streaks. My squad mate was like in a rush to die on his own accord. He saw the amount of enemies and he's like, you know what? No, I'm just gonna, you know, get munched on to death. And you know, I watched him just, you know, abandon his only squad mate in plain sight. But as you see, I, you know, was taking those dogs out with the MTS. I was getting shot up from the back. I went prone. It semi-saved my life. But yeah, I was like, I was so dodging, trying to like make sure those dogs did not come into me to pause. And you know, I got that. So like, it happens. And that dog's ass was literally not obstructing. I can't even say words, bro. It's early in the fucking morning, but that dog's ass was obstructing my vision. So like every time I shot into its like fucking butt until it disappeared. But yeah, here's the point where actually it was like being taken out from the top here. Maybe in a couple seconds. But yeah, I held my own for quite a while on this wave. I was very surprised at how I do. Yeah, there it is. He just... yeah. But, you know, 54 is my own personal record. I think I've achieved higher, but on to the next one. Alright. Now, with Octane... Excuse my cat clawing in the background. This map is interesting. I love this map, but for different reasons. Now, playing Safeguard on this map had really opened my, you know, eyes to the possibility of, you know, getting more waves. So here you see me start. And I'm brain dead for whatever reason. I just got finished watching a movie. I'm very tired, but I'm gonna try to go with this and kind of give commentary over this gameplay here. As you see the freaking loot wave. The kill streaks are scattered, everywhere. They're very spaced out. So trying to get as many as you can. Most likely, you're not gonna get the ones that you want all at once. You're gonna have to, tinker around and just pray that you're anywhere close to any of these kill streaks. So you see here, I make way towards this truck in the beginning. You don't have to do this. There's a whole lot of different strategies you can do on this map, and I probably should have put it on the graphic where it gives the good old additional notes or the strategy or something like that. But to be honest, you could approach this map from any type of strategy going into it. But the reason why I put stationary instead of concurrent guard is you can do any strategy you really want, and it might turn out just a-okay for you. But since there's nothing defined, and since it's my strategy for getting the 2 high waves is what's mainly going to be put on here. Now, for other maps that have different strategies that, they have to be in sequence, like, I'll give Tremor, for example. Tremor has concurrent guard and also lapse or stationary. All 3 of them are part of what you need to do to survive, as opposed to this one, you can be stationary and survive. Now, theoretically, you can't stay up top that truck and survive for those high waves. You're going to get shot from all directions. But I just use that as a starting place. And I showed that clip to kind of, explain that. Now, I'm going to show you what a lot of people love to do when they do play this map, which is the concurrent guard strategy. And what I mean by concurrent guard is you're using a kill streak to look over one direction which you are not physically present, and then you guard the other direction. But you kind of weave between the two because kill streaks are not infallible. They can miss some people. So it's best to weave back and forth. Always, be prepared for someone to be right behind you. I know playing Safeguard enough with no minimap. Safeguard just doesn't have minimaps in general. What am I saying? Playing Safeguard with no minimap. Of course it's going to have no minimap with Safeguard. But I always expect enemies to be behind me. And a lot of the times I turn my volume down because it gets me used to playing in settings where, I can't depend on footsteps or whatnot. I have to depend on instinct. And it helped me a lot. Of course, when you hear, a little metallic clank with a dog wave, you can, it's the dog, but aside from that, I do play a lot of the times with no sound on. You can hear it here, but it don't mean I can hear it as I'm playing. But, I'm getting off topic. What the fuck am I saying? So, I see with the squad mate here, right after wave 20, I decided to call on my first squad mate. I have my second squad mate as a reserve, and as you can see, I actually went right here, beneath the building that I just was on top of, and my squad mate's still alive. I chose to go here. Plan B, actually, did a refined Octane strategy, and this is where I got this strategy from. And I figured, since they're coming from one direction, if I got trigger happy, or at the very least had sleight of hand, I could put up a very good defense right here. And the enemies that come on either of those sides, they will not shoot at you, like, from either of those sides while you're, right here. They're only going to be able to get to you from the front. And sometimes these enemies might get crowded on the higher waves, so it might, you might let your guard down, thinking, oh, where they must not be in this building, so I'm going to stand up, but then they can be clustered up, on either of the sides, and they could just stop shooting. Yeah, they could just be clustered up on each side and not, shoot you while you're prone, but when you stand up, you're, in the hornet's nest. So, you gotta be really careful, and here you see me on wave 49. Again, it's just me. I make a point that I get to these waves by myself every single map. And, you know, it's really enriching. So here you see, I casually take out the riot shielders. I have 2 shotguns, just in case. And you're going to see basically me completing wave 49, and then getting to wave 50. And then after that, you'll see the wave I died on, which is the same as Prison Break. And I could have gotten more waves in had I not gone for a team restock here. But you'll see. You'll see exactly what happened. I kind of spoiled that, but fuck it. So, you know, these enemies were not really shooting at me as I thought they would. And I was telling you earlier that sometimes these enemies might cluster and not immediately fire at you. So sometimes what will happen is they will just, you know, stand still until you think, oh, guess they're not here. You stand up, you get shot from all sides. It's fucked. So I didn't fall for it here. I simply waited for enemies to step through that door area or, you know, from the other side. And if they didn't, I just played the waiting game. Enemies on Safeguard are bugged to die on their own. It's their programming. So I just played the waiting game until, you know, and some of them started to fire there, but played the waiting game until their numbers started to thin out. I could still look to the side when I'm prone, you know, to the left more so than the right, because the enemies that are, you know, the final enemies that are alive will have like an orange halo to them, like you see here. So once I saw that, I was like, okay, so that's where they are. So I threw an IED, and it cleared out their numbers right over there. Now, there was a team restock in that direction. I was unsure if that was the last guy left, and it wasn't. So you can never be too sure. And so you see some more of these enemies coming through after I cleared the whole blockage of, you know, enemies gathered at that ladder. And, you know, I actually wanted them to, you know, flow through like that. They actually came in a pretty sweet pattern. As you can see, I'm not using my MTS like you see me use on other maps. Because this spot gives you enough of a distance to take out your opposition. And you're, like, they come in at an orderly fashion. They don't just, like, freaking overwhelm you with sheer numbers alone. They don't do that. Now, here, I tried to, you know, penetrate and shoot this guy through whatever, you know, metallic things happened. And luckily there was just another guy on the other side. But typically, that's not the way it is. So here, just wait for wave 50 to start. Cat's over here laying on my bed. She's a tired girl. I know I lost all the bass in my voice in one, you know, it's easy for me to lose the bass in my voice. The more I speak, or the more I breathe, the less bass I have in my voice. I just want to say that. So I might sound like I have the deepest voice in the beginning, but, you know, by the end I'll be like sounding like a freaking prepubescent out this bitch. Hopefully I don't actually sound like that, but I'm always prepared. And, you know, the waves are still relatively easy. And that's what I'm saying. You can literally go to this spot from start to finish, and you'd be okay. Hell, you might even do more than I was able to do. Considering the advice and the strategy at hand. You know, if you got the perks you need, cool, you're good. I do prefer trigger happy, but it's not a must if you are to get to wave like 40 plus or 50. I might have said trigger happy is a must, but it truly isn't. Again, I've been on maps where I thought I needed trigger happy, like Showtime. I thought I needed trigger happy, but I didn't. So that's just all a matter of adaptability. But you know, it's still decent. Now, the reason why I didn't really have kill streaks sent in this spot is because one, sentry guns are not going to be too useful with these, you know, enemies crowded in. For placements of sentry guns that cover a building where it has a very narrow range and the enemies are just, you know, everywhere or whatever the fuck, it doesn't help. And like having a vulture for the dogs, it can help, it can, but you really don't need it for the dogs either. All you really need is to have your 2 shotguns. I tend to use the MTS strictly for the dog waves, believe it or not, on this map. The MTS fires, it doesn't fire stronger shots than the FP6, but it still fires, in consistent basis. You can pop off another shot if it doesn't finish the job. But here you see team restock is what fucked me over. I tried to inch closer to it. I had enough ammo. That was the problem. I had enough ammo to get me through, but I chose to get through it because I was arrogant. But you'll see this little freaking bombardier guy. I never get killed by bombardier guys, but this guy managed to sneak up and knife me through the riot shielder, and I died on wave 54. Take 2. Me freaking, going on Tremor, because I thought I was recording the whole time, and believe it or not, I only managed to record 7 minutes of the initial clip that I did, so shame on me. As you can see from the little additional notes, it tells you what you need to know. If you wanted to pause the video when you see that type of shit, go right ahead. I made those additional notes for that purpose. Some of them are harder to see than others, though. Yeah. So here, you see me just start the wave, and man, I'm bummed that I have to redo the fucking audio recording, but you gotta do what you gotta do out in here. So I managed to get, 2 sentry guns here, and then I managed to get the IMS just barely upon the little, that building right there in the middle. This is going to be a bitch to record, I tell you. My voice is going to be so shot by the end of this. It's going to be crazy. But as you can see, once you actually go to this ladder right here, as long as you're crouched or prone, it discourages your enemies from climbing up the ladder, and it gives your enemies only that door or the right as a means to take you out. It's crazy, and no one really knew about that except me. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out, what's a way I can actually group them into like an area where I don't have to worry about them coming at me from behind, because there's a lot of areas on this map where they'll come at you from behind, where you have to either do concurrent guard or have a whole bunch of IEDs set up. But right here, it fits the bill. It works for high waves. I wouldn't recommend staying here all the time though, because without the proper weapons to kind of hold this spot down, you are more likely going to be overwhelmed. And this map's strategy involves both stationary, concurrent guard, and occasional laps if needed. But again, I don't like going here to this spot because it took the enemies 3 minutes. I repeat, the first wave with enemies took 3 minutes to complete because they were so afraid of trying to get to me while I was in this spot. So, I mean, in the higher waves, they're more numerous, and enemies closer will definitely make their way towards you a lot faster. But as a habit, don't camp there all the time. Don't camp there all the time. Just, if you want to start out the first couple of waves in this spot, you're most welcome to do that. I'm not going to stop you. But again, if you want to be more, time efficient with the wave completion, then I suggest starting out in the next location I'm going to show here after I complete this big wave. It's fucking ridiculous. I was just sitting there for a moment. I was like, bro, where are these fuckers? But you'll see. At the end of every wave, there's always going to be somebody camping down there, or just unable to get in for whatever reason at that very entrance. But as you can see, I'm right here with a shotgun. I have an MTS here, and I have my Goldrush, kind of patrolling the area, which it's doing most of the work here. I mainly go here if there's like a ton of dogs, but if there isn't like a lot of dogs here, this spot is kind of, I'm not going to say worthless, but it's not really your cup of tea. You don't want to be shot at from all sides by the, enemies who are using the LMGs, because You know, once you get to a high enough wave, the enemies will start using chainsaws. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. But yeah, you just want to be incredibly cautious. This is a more time-effective way to take out your enemies for sure. And I can't really, you know, disagree with that here. Still, it does take quite a bit of time. It takes at least a minute or so for them to kind of weed out. But as you can see, I have a minigun here. I skipped all the way to wave 29. Because I wanted to show you guys what not to do. So if you have a minigun, don't do what I just did. Seriously. Like, I kind of like the feeling of moving around and being daring. But the casual player wants to camp. Or they might do the complete opposite. They might travel all around the map. With the minigun to try to take out your opposition. I'd rather you try to move around. Actually, no. I do not rather you try to move around. What the fuck am I saying? I'd rather you stay in one place and take out your opposition so that way you don't get flanked, because it's very easy to get flanked on this map. Now, granted, if you're a skilled enough player, I mean, by all means, do what you want, but I'm just saying heed, because I completed this map and I did higher on this map than I did on Prison Break and Octane. But it came with a lot of practice here. So like Prison Break, you know, I completed over wave 50 on my first try, right? Octane completed over wave 50 on my second try. This map, it took me 24 or 5 attempts to get not only to wave 50, but past wave 50. And I managed to accomplish both in this gameplay. So it just goes to show how hard this map is to actually find a strategy where you can get to or surpass wave 50. And it's not all linear. It's like, imagine seeing a graph, right? You see a, I'll compare some maps here. Prison Break is like a straight line, but, you know, the difficulty starts to accelerate, right? So the slope is linear, right? And then you have Octane, where, you know, slope is still linear. But then you get this map where this actually looks more like, I'm trying to remember, not seismographs, really. When you're, for all you smart mathematicians out there, the graphs when you have amplitude or something like that. I'm trying to remember what the fuck it's actually called, but you know what I mean. Like the graphs that look almost like waves, like ripples. Okay, graphs that look like ripples. Those are the types of, compared to the other maps, like the strategies on this map are so diverse. And like it doesn't have a straight line. You don't follow just one strategy to survive. You have to follow a whole multitude of different strategies, or just adapting to what this map is, because it's not designed for the casual player to get high waves. It's just not. It's like the structure is so bad, it'll make you paranoid from each corner, and you don't know where your enemies are going to come from. Again, you don't have a mini-map for this. And this map, I've never seen a single player get to wave 40 on this map, let alone wave 50 or past it. So I had to really, really study here and find out what works. Now you see me doing the concurrent guard strategy. I do have Trigger Happy, I do have the MTS, and I do have the Wild Widow. What my sentry gun is doing is it's covering my right flank, which means, you know, that side where you see all that wreckage, you see the car, and then, like, you know, the other entrance of that building that's on top, like through the stairs, you know, that typical area, while I cover this side, you know, physically. Now, my sentry gun still helps out in regards to shooting targets over here, because I placed it in a way where it sways back and forth between the two sides. Never place your sentry gun straight. I repeat, never place your sentry gun straight. Never face your sentry gun straight in the direction in which you're guarding. Always face it at a diagonal, because it sways back and forth naturally. And if you want it to cover more of a, you know, more of a radius, then doing it diagonal allows it to have a wider range where it doesn't get stuck looking at a wall, or if there's an enemy that's typically, you know, not in on the single side where it's able to reach, you know, you don't have to worry about that with a sentry gun placed as it is right now on both sides. Now 50 is about to approach, and I do have my minigun here. I couldn't put that sentry gun away because it was already summoned, but I wanted to make sure that I got the, you know, at least use the minigun to the point where their ammo restock had dropped. And it was a dog wave. I wanted to make sure that I used as much ammo as possible before I, you know, stock back up, because there's no reason if you're already, you know, close to full on that ammo. There's no reason to get a team restock. You want to wear a lot of your ammo out as possible, and then you want to get the team restock. This makes more sense, common sense. So as you can see here, guarded most of the way. Dogs were very numerous, and I trimmed down the deficit where there's just this one guy failing miserably to get into that fucking entrance. And look at that, I had sleight of hand there. So from there, you know, there was the loot wave, and what I'm actually doing here is I'm showing you what I did for the remaining waves. You know what I mean? This is essentially what I did for the remaining waves. I wanted to show you guys because the strategy will differ here. You know, I had the sentry gun, but I didn't think it was going to be enough. And you know, the sentry gun at most can help you with 2 waves if you know how to, you know, keep it active for as long as you can. It's only active for a minute and 30 seconds, I believe. So you have to use that window, take out as many folks as possible. And you know, I had a melee challenge, so I was not, I was not in position. And as you can see, I got overran there because my sentry gun died, and you know, I wasn't gonna lose trigger happy. So like I could lose sleight of hand, that's perfectly fine. But I was not gonna lose trigger happy. I just went, you know, full on blaze here. I had no idea where I was gonna go, but I actually went here, and then, you know, kind of settled down, and you reverted back to what I did for my first wave. But watch that left door with the Wild Widow, because enemies they won't just come in, they will actually sit outside and try to gun you down, like from an angle with those LMGs, and it's the most annoying thing. And you can't afford to spend, you know, a lot of bullets taking them out. They're not gonna let you have sustained fire. They are too accurate, and they cause too much damage too fast. So what you need to do is essentially, you know, use the Wild Widow as a one-hit kill weapon, and that's what's needed to complete the wave. Now, as you can see here, I'm doing some laps. Now, the reason why I'm doing, you know, quite a bit of laps here is because the melee challenge. I desperately needed it. I was not going to be able to survive without it. And I kind of had to kill, like every couple enemies I killed, I had to use, you know, I had to space it out. So, you know, that guy I managed to take out. Now here, I think I did use my sentry gun here, if I remember correctly. I think I did use my sentry gun. Yep, I did. So, from here, use the concurrent guard. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't too big a deal. And the enemies just came right up, and I took them out. It's always interesting to see. But yep. Now, me playing this, like, the dialogue in my head, I, like, thought I would never get past it. Like, I would never get to wave 50, let alone surpass it. But, you know, I was wrong, and I was glad I was wrong. I underestimated myself, and I faced that mountain, and I exceeded my expectations substantially. Now, you can shoot through that little gate right there. There's nothing preventing you from shooting through that gate. It's just like, I don't know, something you gotta do. Aim for their feet, as always. Be on the lookout if your sentry gun is being overwhelmed. Take out the last couple of enemies with a melee strike, and call it a day. And that's honestly what I needed. Now, I was very low on ammo at this point, and normally I'd wait until the support drop meter was up a little bit more to try to get one of those drops, because ammo is essential here, and sometimes the team restocks are out of range. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Now, I used everything in my arsenal there. I wasted no time using the remaining kill streaks that I had, because I knew if I didn't go all out here, I was going to be a goner. And as you can see, I was getting very overwhelmed. But I switched over to this spot, used my Wild Widow, and, you know, gave me a form of an advantage here. The dogs were very numerous, and, you know, I managed to do just fine. Now granted, I was still getting shot up to a tremendous degree, like from the guys outside, but still I made do with what I had, and, you know, reverted back to what I knew. I can't really explain it any further than that. I was just very fortunate to have this in my reserve of, you know, my bag of tricks. And when my pistol started missing, I switched over to my shotgun, of course. And, you know, I was just so ecstatic at this point. Like, I couldn't believe that I made it this far on a map where, you know, nobody has achieved, like, you know, past wave 40 on their own. And then just to do this, it was just absolutely mind-boggling to me. But I was running out of ammo so bad. And look at the support drop. Like, if I used the ammo that was at the very top there, I would be like, that's it. Like, I would have to make do with what I had. So right here, I still had shotgun ammo, of course, but the Wild Widow ammo is kind of what saved me in these, like, in the last couple of waves. But yeah, I had to use a lot of things in my arsenal. There was still there was a decent bit of melee kills that I needed to get that I ended up not getting. Which I probably should have gotten more melee kills on that wave where I was doing more running. But because I didn't do that, it kind of fucked me over. So that's kind of my fault. But I can't complain, because look at how I did. I shattered the world record, you know, by a solo player on this map. And I'm showing you guys how I did it. Absolutely, just like, just an amazing run. Now, I think my sentry gun, I don't know if it got destroyed or not. But yeah, at this point, I knew I was done. Yeah. But, alright. Now, on to Freight. Freight is it's a relatively easier map. That much I can say. Because the characteristics, and there's a lot of, like, different spots where you can go and your enemies will be gathered to one location. It's honestly one of the best maps in the game to play Safeguard for a casual player. In fact, I think it's one of the most popular maps to play Safeguard if you're a casual player. Now, I didn't get the world record here. That wasn't my intention. I think there was somebody who got to wave 78. You know, I think it was Mr. Self-Destruct. Shout out to you. But yeah, a lot of folks, like, they play this map, and you know, you can tell that they're going to get really high waves. So what I did on this one was, since everybody likes to camp the very top or in that tunnel that's in the bottom, I decided to do a different strategy starting out, and then, you know, extending that to the later waves. What I did was I closed that door, and then I guarded that area right here. Since enemies can't close the door, figured it's a space where they have only one place of entry, and it turned out to be a really decent guarding spot. It did, you know, last me a while, even for the later waves. I still did alternate between both the highest spot on the map, and then also those tunnels. But, you know, this spot is where I spent the most time, and it really goes to show how, you know, this map just is very adaptable. And as you can see, I skipped over to wave 30 because there's not much that really changes up to that point. I did call in a squad mate, but this squad mate which is actually by my side since Wave 19, managed to survive up until this point, and it was really interesting to see that, because it tends not to happen. But I guarded my squad mate really well, and I still have a reserve squad mate. But I don't have Trigger Happy yet. I do have Sleight of Hand, so I managed to, I managed to do pretty decent starting out here. Now those guys were, I don't know how my squad mate did survive there, but my kill streaks did save the day a little bit. Ride shoulders are going to be your bane, so you don't let them get too close. The reason why I'm up close like here is because you want to give them as much distance as possible. What I mean by that is you have a shotgun. You can either take them out while they're close, or if you're firing and they're still charging on and you're not able to get a shot onto them, you have that extra distance to run and kind of gather your bearings for a split second before you're ready to take them out again. And I guess that's what flashbangs and IEDs are for, but in the heat of the moment, sometimes you forget to use them.
Vulture expired.
So here, I'm not quite sure why I ran this part in there as well, but if you want to use a sentry gun, have it face this way. It's still not a concurrent guard strategy because the sentry gun is looking in the exact same direction that I am. It's just like to reduce the amount of enemies coming in at once, and it's not necessary. But it can be ideal if you have a squad mate to protect. Like right here, you see that, with the strategy I have, the squad mate can take some cover while the sentry gun does do its part. And that's what made it last so long, you know what I mean? It's still alive by that point. Now, on wave 40, I think a couple of waves prior to that, that's when my squad mate actually went down. But on wave 40, I kind of switched it up. I actually went here and had my sentry gun placed. Did me some good. And when the enemies came through this little entrance, I just shot at their feet. It can be effective, but it's not the most effective strategy out there. But it did save me at some points, so I can't discredit it. I just don't use it that often. And I have to be very, very careful of when I use that spot. For dog waves, I can understand. I don't know why that guy was just facing that way and not really concerned with me, but hey, I can't knock him. So here, I'm on wave 49. I actually decided to come back here, which goes to show the ingenuity of this. And, by that point, I did go down and had to call my second squad mate to revive me. But, I'm in the back room here. Well, I'm in the back and the bathroom, God Jesus. But, yeah, I managed to find myself in that little spot near the freaking urinals or the toilets or whatever the hell. Have my sentry gun take out the enemies from the back. And this is kind of like concurrent guard right here. It's still in the same direction in which I'm, looking. But, it's, I don't know. It's slowing them down again. It's slowing them down. It's not exactly looking at a complete opposite direction. It's just a different view on the same direction in which the enemies were traveling to. But they were getting close, and again, I do not camp in one space for too long. I like to switch it up and be a little bit different. I don't like groupthink mentality. I think it could be very harmful, and if I had groupthink mentality, I probably would have, died a lot earlier on the other maps. But, it just goes to show the ingenuity of it. And by that point, when I did manage to make it to wave 50, I actually went up top the highest point of the map. Because I felt like I had no other choice.
Large hostile force approaching.
And I don't like this. I don't like the high up spot, because there's enemies that are especially dogs. If dogs hop on that, they can just immediately just jump right through you and attack you for whatever reason. That seems to be the reality of it. But, you know, as shown, it is very possible to get high waves in spite of that. You just gotta pick your spots. Now, the team restocks were the biggest problem with that spot, because literally, you could toss a whole bunch of IEDs down, and, you know, enemies will be shooting at you left and right, and that will be a major, major problem. You do not want that at all. And right here, I nearly died. I don't know how I survived that. Just a stray hip-fire shot managed to save the day. I don't know how I survived that. I was like, there is no way people, like casuals, can casually get past wave like 50 or whatnot, and I would die on wave 50. Are you kidding me? No. I wasn't going to let that happen. So, you see on wave 55, I kind of reverted back to the original spot that I started off on the first wave, because it's still very useful even after, you know, so many waves have passed by. The enemies just herded all to one location, and if I found myself getting shot at too much, I just, you know, backed up where I had more cover behind that wall. Yeah, it was very, very useful to do that. Stalker made me, you know, a bit more agile when I was moving. And then I have my sentry gun as a backup, just in case they got too close, as well as a bolter as a vanguard. And look at the amount of points I'm just getting from this. It's like, it's almost like having two people by your side. But it's not. And from this point on, you'll actually see the remainder of the game. I didn't want to cut to anything special because, again, I wanted to show players that all this is me, just me, playing here. I don't have a squad mate to, you know, link up with and do these different strategies. I mean, some have, you know, some of them played with me for the first time on Safeguard, and they like the game mode, but it's not a regular thing. So I like playing by myself. I usually have my status offline because folks will spam me invites from all different types of games saying, hey, you do the cross maps, right? Or you do whatever, fuck, right? Yeah, it could be anything. I just get spammed invites and I'm just like, nah. I just rather have my status off. And as you can see on the dog waves, I use the MTS. That's another thing. I did not use an LMG. I simply used two shotguns. And it benefited me. Now, could I have gotten farther if I did use an LMG? That's, I don't know. That's not up to me to tell. But using two shotguns didn't hurt me. In fact, they helped me quite a bit. You can see I only had a couple of melee kills left, so I tried to use some of the straggler enemies to get that. I was running a little low on ammo. Not really, but like, I don't know. There was something about the situation I was in at that point at the time, and I didn't want any part of it. I was like, I want to get some ammo. And I did. I managed to go up top again, and again, every time I go up top here, I always have a bad taste in my mouth. Because I'm just ready for an enemy to glitch right through that entrance and find some, like, you know, lucky shit to take me out. Luckily this wave it didn't happen, but you'll see in the next couple of waves, you'll see. So here, the enemies took their sweet ass time to get up there, but I know that there's a lot of targets down there. And I knew that if I killed them when they were clustered, then a team restock would spawn, and I would be unable to get it. So I just focused on the enemies that are climbing up here. And look at that. And luckily, the team restock was right next to me. I didn't even have to worry about getting a team restock. It just was right there. But under normal circumstances, it is not like that. That dude who was glitching through all my shots, it worked to my advantage. But yep, you'll see here, those rips snorting good time. absurd picking these guys off very easily. Yeah, I'm not telling like people that stuff they don't already know about this map. This map has tons of different strategies in which you can survive wave 40 plus on. And you see, these guys were glitching through my shots, but luckily I managed to, yeet that guy right there. It almost looked like I just punched him and he died instead of just, oh, let me slash this knife across. Like, it didn't look like that happened. But, hey. So tired, but I wanted to finish this, and I know it's going to be a long project. So here, I managed to, quickly deal with the targets. It was very fun while it lasted, and I was just looking at this little entryway for a little bit, but it was just clusters and clusters of enemies together. I was waiting for one of them to hop up on there and try to take me out, but you gotta wait for them to kind of bug out and die on their own. That way you're able to, do more. Right now my cat is kind of like being a crack addict. Whenever she sees my shoes, she instinctively wants to go near them because it has my scent and she loves me. She doesn't like anyone else really, except a very few amount of my friends, but that's only when I'm around, of course. She's a daddy's girl, this cat right here. Anyways, that IED didn't help me secure that team restock. I think what actually killed me in the end was the lack of ammo. I think that's what actually did it. I could be very wrong about that, but I think that's what actually killed me. Yeah, because I chose not to knife the other two guys. I chose to actually take them out by gun. Yeah, that wasn't my smartest decision, but I casually made it past wave 50 here, and that was kind of the goal. I didn't want to, I try to achieve a world record on this map. This map is actually one of the maps that is easy for Safeguard, but I just hate it. I hate it because on multiplayer, when I try to play Search and Destroy, everybody camps, like, right near the bombs. And because the bombs are so close to each other, they could just go back and forth between the two. And I'll be trying to go for my cross maps, and then, right after I finish planning, like, someone will just immediately fucking kill me. I've hit cross maps on this map multiple times. That doesn't, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but this map is just, it's designed in a way to fuck me over for what I try to do in Search and Destroy. I was like, nah. But as you can see, I ran completely out of ammo, and there was no point in me trying to, secure anything further. I was just using up what I had. And I think I tried to get that team restock, and it just did not work. I think they bypassed through the, oh, no.
Team restock.
I actually did manage to get it. I don't know how I managed to get it. Oh, that's why I switched. I switched my weapon, and that's why I died. Oh, that was amazing. But, I mean, casually wave 60. For the casual player, you could probably do better if you're not stupid like I was. So, that said, on to the next map. Alright, so next up is the map Whiteout. Now, Whiteout is a decent map, I'd say. A lot of players like this map as well for playing Safeguard, a lot of casuals, but they like to do this with teammates. The reason why, the reason why they love to do it with teammates is because they didn't think to try it themselves. A lot of them are too afraid to try it themselves. But as you see, when I start out here, I wanted to do something different. Like a lot of my playthroughs, I like going to different types of locations, seeing how I fare. And in the beginning, I managed to find a wave that really helped me. I should not say a wave. I'm so tired, I can't even register the words. I've been at this all night, and I know that this is going to be a very long project. But actually, what I did was I hung out by this boat, and I stayed right where you see me standing. If I were to be any closer to the edge of the boat, they would try to flank me instantaneously. But doing this allows them to hop up on the front of, the little dock area. And, they'll come from three places, but it'll all be in an area where I can cover, with my weapons. Now, I will say, this is one of the largest maps in the game, and it will take your enemies quite a bit of time to reach you. So, this spot, while it is very, very useful, I wouldn't recommend it for, all the larger, more difficult waves where the enemies get more numerous. Sometimes they are very glitchy, and will actually try to flank around the corner. But it's a rare occurrence. So you see right here, I went on the other side. And again, don't do what I just did. The only reason I did that is because I'm still in the beginning waves and I wanted to see what would happen. But don't do what I just did. You're gonna get like blindsided eventually. And essentially what I did is I did a progression of waves, kind of like what I did with Prison Break, where I showed, me getting to, what was it, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then, the wave I've died. So, I looked for a while to find that last guy, and it's funny, the strategy on Freight, when I started not the Freight, the strategy on Tremor actually took me longer to complete the first wave, or in this case, chronologically the second, then, it's crazy. But as you can see, I kind of skipped to wave 20 here. I didn't even do wave 10. What am I saying, man? That's how you know I'm so tired, but I don't give a fuck. Using the MTS, I called in my squad mate right before wave 20 ended. That way another squad mate can spawn in. Again, only after wave 20 can another squad mate spawn in. So from here, just gathered all the kill streaks I could and made my way towards the back of the map, to the very, very back. This was a long gameplay, I'll tell you that. But again, the way I'm editing this is the highlights. And because I didn't do any commentary on some of these maps, that's why I'm kind of giving commentary over it right now. So I'm kind of watching the gameplay as I'm commentating, and it's interesting. But there are quite a few gameplays that have me, giving live commentary. And for those bits, I'll inform the viewers that right before the gameplay footage starts that there's already audio associated with the clips. But you see sentry gun placed back here, foolproof plan. It can get you pretty far, to be honest with you, but the only problem with this is the rack, my goodness, the lack of ranged weapons. Like, I'm using 2 shotguns, and the sentry gun and the squad mate might help with range for now, but if they're taken out, there's no answer to that. So eventually your strategy will have to change, or your weapons would have to change, and I was not getting ready to get rid of either of my shotguns at that point. Still, I wanted to make sure that I did my part. So I went to the good old-fashioned building that everybody loves to camp on this map, and you see as I'm guarding this doorway, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't already know. For those who actually love Ghost to death and played Safeguard on this map, you guys will do this with a teammate or a couple, or just fucking 4, I don't know. You guys will do this countless times. So there's really nothing new about this strategy. I was just showing you that one on the boat because in the beginning, because it did help me a lot. But going in the back of the map, if you have a ranged weapon, can work to a degree. I think maybe the late 30s at most. But then when you get to wave 40, it gets really crazy. So you have to kind of go in here. And you also got to be wary of the windows. So a lot of enemies can take you out from different areas, and you see my IED destroy my vulture. That was what I was afraid of. I hate when the IEDs destroy the vultures. And by this point, I don't have trigger happy yet, so I switch my weapons so that I'm able to constantly pull off shots. Now the FP6 does reload quicker than the MTS, or I should say, does the singular reload. The MTS doesn't do a singular reload; it only unlocks the whole chamber, while as the FP6 has that reload after each pellet is fired. Very, very helpful. Now, you know, we're getting to wave 40 here. Wave 40 strategy hasn't really changed. I'm still kind of, you know, in this little area, watching that little entryway that's covered with snow. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But yeah, I mean, this is an easy map. I thought it was decent. I do love this map for, you know, search and destroy bomb defense, even though I've never hit one on this map in particular. And the reason for that is because the enemies have an answer to everything I try to do. When I'm even out of range, when I'm nowhere near the bomb, they just find a way to find me. So it just goes to show this map is not too good for bomb defense unless you are not near the bomb at all. And even then, that's a bit risky. But hey, it's not like I have teammates planning where I want them to plant. So, but I'm just not even finishing the end of my sentences. What the hell's wrong with me? You see, these guys are kind of getting closer here, and I still have yet to get trigger happy. But I'm still making do with what I got. And I have to be careful not to complete the headshot challenge because I wanted to make that last as long as possible.
Get ready for the next wave.
When you have field orders that are like that can be completed on your own time, like melee challenges or, you know, headshot challenges, it gives you a feeling of control and it increases your competency and confidence to complete a wave without the need of, you know, extra help or something like that. Now, you still have to strategize, and what I did here on wave 50, I had a mini, or not wave 50, wave 49, I had a minigun, and I just was standing in the middle of that door, but I had to be really careful, and still had yet to get trigger happy yet. So, it was just a field of coincidence that I was able to get that far without trigger happy. But to the ideal casual player, you probably do need it, because the average player is not going to have the reflexes that I do, or the, you know, the tendencies that I do, because I played this mode so much by myself to always look over my shoulder. I never really like expect the wave to be done, even though it seems like it's about to be done. And this comes from countless practicing. And as you can see, the enemies don't come to you that quick. They still have a great bit of numbers, but these enemies are just so fast that when they eventually do arrive, they can fuck you up. Now, it was a dog wave this time around, but the machine gun already took care of most of them. Now, I was not going to get obliterated by dogs. I wanted to make sure that I had at least one of my shotguns fully reloaded. I took off my FP6, and luckily it was the end of the wave there. Now, when we're getting into wave 50, I actually depended more on my kill streaks. So, the dog wave already happened. And I'm trying to think what else I had. I had something else.
Large hostile force approaching.
Yeah, that's right. I had a vulture and I had a sentry gun. Now, without trigger happy, I knew I was going to need to depend on both of those. There was just no way I was going to pass this wave without, you know, using either or both. So I waylaid my options and, you know, I did what I needed to do there. So as you can see, the sentry gun is placed in a location where enemies are not going to be as concerned with taking it down. Their objective focus is me. So they try to walk around and then try to bypass it, not even really trying to take out the sentry gun. But when I'm in this area, you know, they can shoot them from the back in case their numbers are, you know, too much. And when that happens, it gives me ample opportunity to take them out at the legs. So, very effective strategy. Does it always work? I won't say always, but it's very, very useful. And I had to overcompensate with that because I didn't have trigger happy. If I did have trigger happy, I probably would have done so much better. Or not so much better, but I would have been able to complete the waves so much faster. Would have been able to reserve more of my kill streaks, but that's just not the case. I think when I don't have trigger happy for maps that I think I would need trigger happy, I adjust myself where I think that with a lot of these enemies, it's better if I retreat when I'm out of ammo or about to reload, as opposed to me thinking I can finish off a target and then like staying for too long and, you know, getting cornered. So by this point, wave 55 is about to start, and that's actually the wave I died. And I'm actually very curious to see what caused my death here, but I think it was just due to the lack of firepower. I didn't have any of my kill streaks left. I did have 3 melees left to complete a field order, but the problem is getting melee field orders on high waves is darn near suicide. So yeah, there was too many dogs coming at me. And I was like getting ready to melee that guy, but the thing exploded. And yeah, by that point, the dogs just overwhelmed me there. So, I mean, this gameplay was very straightforward. Nothing too special happened, but still overall a decent map for the casual player to test themselves by themselves. And, you know, with that said, let's get on to the next map, which you guys are going to love. Now, we're going to be doing Stormfront here, and, you know, this little title screen or whatever the hell is going to be up here for longer than the typical ones because this clip actually has pre-existing audio attached to it. And, you know, I wanted to describe the strategy that I use. It's kind of arranged different spots. In the beginning, I kind of hung around the center. When the waves started to get a little bit higher, I hung in back of the truck, you know, right before you reach that main tall building with all the structures atop. And then in the higher waves, I get to, you know, the highest point you can pretty much get. But I will also say that I contradicted right here. You do not need an LMG to get past wave 50 or, you know, to surpass it, because I managed to do it with a shotgun and a pistol.
My brothers and sisters, let's get down to business.
I would take this joint out, but this shit gonna blow up too easily. Baby Batmobile.
Taste my honey roasted justice. I am. Yeah, I am recording, yeah. Yes, sir. I'm gonna see how far I can get on this shit. Nah, actually a safeguard playthrough. I'm probably gonna die early as a motherfucker by having too much fun. I'm gonna turn up the game volume a little bit so I don't go deaf to the dogs that are munching at my ass. That'd be terrifying in real life, I ain't gonna lie. You on the battlefield and all of a sudden from the corner of your eye you see 10 German shepherds ready to fuck you.
Who, me?
Oh god!
Oh, y'all can hear me beeping on? I don't got another car that's gonna take a bunch of rockets, so I had to take this bitch.
Mm.
I think so. I don't even remember.
Alright.
You doing big as shit.
Weapon level increased.
Fuck.
Hostiles eliminated.
My motherfucker dead.
Weapon level increased.
Alright, they left.
Alright.
Alright, now we can make some money.
Money, 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 money.
This is where the commentary continues. So, you know, at this point, I didn't want to show too many waves of progression here. I did want to show me getting to wave 40, and right now I'm in the spot where enemies are kind of glitched. They can get into the spot, but for whatever reason, their programming is, you know, making them not as likely to do so. If you hear, you know, the air conditioning in the background, I apologize. It's an automatic thing. But I will say, it does take an ample lot of time for the enemies to be taken out from this spot. So that's why I don't show that many waves of it. Right now I have explosive ammo, and I wanted my sentry gun that I have on the ground to take out as many of them as possible while I lay prone. And the only way to lay prone when you have explosive ammo is to hold out either your sentry gun or an IMS. And, you know, just hold it out, don't place it down, or else the enemies will fuck you up. And as you heard earlier, I was in a party chat with a couple of friends of mine, and we had a good old time. I sounded like I was from some type of freaking alleyway. I have no idea. Like, oh man. But as you can see, the bass has kind of returned in my voice a little bit, because I kind of have to outweigh the freaking, you know, air. I'm about to say air freshener. No, it's not air freshener. But the air conditioner. So, with that in mind, I, you know, wave 49, I ran back up here, and, you know, I'm using my starting pistol. Now, the reason why I'm using my starting pistol here instead of an LMG like I suggested is because the starting pistol is the only weapon on Safeguard that can automatically replenish your ammo supply. It doesn't do it, like, instantaneously. It does it, like, almost like with a second iteration. So, like, it's like a bullet per second. So you get basically a bullet back per second. So you got to be mindful of, you know, how much you're firing here. Once my magazine is completely out, then I just stand there and wait until my ammo, you know, replenishes itself, and then, you know, shoot the enemies behind that wall. This is a pile of glitch. The enemies tend to gather behind that wall, and you can pretty much penetrate through it to take them out. It's just glass. And then sometimes I use my shotgun to take out groups of enemies, but I'm always, like, you know, watching over that right side, because sometimes the enemies do glitch and they can climb up that platform. Or worse, just stand there and shoot at you. You gotta be very careful, because they're shooting at you from all angles, and on the highest of waves, they actually shoot at you through the wall that you see me shooting through. How did they get so smart? But, like, yeah, that's, like, seriously, this is a tough map, kind of, if you are not used to this strategy, and you gotta be in a certain place, or otherwise they're gonna keep firing at you. You're like, where the fuck am I being shot at from? Little do you know, you're actually just getting penetrated. Pause. There could have been better words to use, but I chose to go against the grain there, and, you know, from the heavens that are of innocence, I just descended down into the nethers of vulgarity. So as you can see, a lot of the enemies are highlighted in red, but let's be real, it's not all the enemies that are left. As you can see, I'm shooting through the wall, even sometimes in non-highlighted sections, and I'm still hitting people. So the hardest thing about this strategy is knowing when or how many enemies you actually have left to kill. Because the orange halo isn't enough here. And this is like one of few situations where I say the orange halo, if you see it, will not be enough. It will not be enough. So you gotta be extremely careful. Now this gameplay, or these set of highlights, is gonna take much longer to show than the other ones, and I was really hoping not to have that, but I wanted to show you guys just how tedious it can be to complete these waves and, kind of adjust on the fly as you will. And I didn't want to fast forward it either. I know folks like to fast forward it. And eventually I will, upload a full gameplay of me getting to wave 72. But I'm not going to do that anytime soon. This map, again, you have to be very patient to play this map. And it's not because it's hard, it's because it just takes so fucking long. It's like, I think I spent well over 3 hours when I was recording. I think I I think I spent like 3 hours and almost 3.5 hours just doing this map. And I never take that long for a map. I never take that long. Even on Bayview. Bayview, I got to wave like 80... What is it? I got to wave 82 on Bayview. And I still took like shorter time than like this map right here. So each map is kind of different. And it depends on the strategies you use. But this map, yeah. I can see why the average player doesn't really want to play this one. Because... by God. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to shed some light on it. No, I'm still here to give some commentary. And look at this. I'm still taking out these motherfuckers. Like, I'm still waiting for them to, do their thing. Now, you'll see here, once I actually start to wrap this wave up, the riot shielders tend to be the ones that are left alive. So I wait until they kind of explode on an IED. And then the remaining ones, I kind of just stun right there. I jump off. See, there's still a couple that are up and kicking. So what I do is I run back to the original spot that I was in for the first round, or maybe even... I think this time I was just stalling them to get more time. But usually I would, whenever I jumped down from that area, I would go down to the area where I was on the first round. And take them out that way with the shotgun, which it does take some time. But again, this is a weird freaking map in regards to how much patience is required to beat these waves. As you can see, wave 50 is about to commence, and am I as thrilled about it as I was, just a couple seconds ago? No. This is one of the few maps where I was like, please, it's not me saying, please get to wave 50 or above. This is me saying, please, I hope I get to a wave 50 in under an hour. Like, it was so fucking tedious. I wanted it to be done with by the time I was like within the second hour. I was just like, oh God. Because typically speaking, I don't play on the TV longer than 3 hours. Not usually. It usually gives me like a queasy feeling when I'm on the TV playing something for 3 hours. It's crazy, right? But in comes this fucking map, and I'm just going like, oh fuck, I'm stuck here. Now, about the LMG, would it be better to use than the pistol in this case? That's a very good question. And I know it's a question you never asked. So, let me answer myself here. An LMG is not preferable to the pistol because the LMG still runs out of ammo. The pistol can always replenish its supply. The LMG might fire, you know, a little bit of stronger shots. But at the same time, think about the support crates, right? Support crates are dependent upon the amount of bullets you're able to inflict, you know, upon a target. Like, the more bullets you actually hit your targets with, the faster the support drop meter is going to fill. And while an LMG does have a lot of ammo in the supply, it has a finite amount of like ammo that you can dispense. Now, of course, the pistol has 90, you know, total bullets, or maybe a little bit more. But again, once you replenish that amount, it just keeps coming back, and that's just an endless amount of times to fill the support drop to the point where, okay, you know, I'm able to, you know, plan and try to get to these support drops while I'm in the middle of this hectic ass wave. And at this point, I wasn't even like, I think I used my pistol in the beginning, but I was like, no, screw this. There's a lot of guys behind there, so I just decided to use my shotgun on them. And a lot of them kind of fell by the wayside there. There weren't a lot of them behind there at that point, so like I had to wait until some of them got closer. I really wanted to use the shotgun to take them all out. I really did. But you gotta do what you gotta do. And you see, ideal place, shoot through the walls right there. But the thing is, with the shotgun, I know with the shotgun, the support drop doesn't typically go up as fast, but because those enemies are crowded in that area, it does allow your shotgun to, like, you know, fill up the meter more than usual. So that's why I didn't turn away a shotgun in this approach. Now, I got tired of waiting, and I just decided to run with my IED on the freaking floor. And by this point, I already knew that a set of enemies, like, there's a number of enemies that you're able to count up to this point. And once you take out, like, you pretty much know the wave is over. Now, after you get 999 kills, that's when the score kind of stops at 1,000, you know what I mean? But before that, you know, wave 50, you typically, what is it, like 825? I think it's like 825 by the time wave 50. I don't even fucking know, actually. Let me see my shit real quick now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So I was on 71 and now I'm on 72. Now I died on this wave, and even though I said my personal record was 72, I'm lying because I actually managed to get to wave 73 on a prior gameplay, and it was recorded, but for whatever reason I deleted it. And if I couldn't show you the evidence of me getting to that wave, I was going to disregard it because I like, you know, showing the proof that I actually made it this far. And this took a long time. Like, it took a long time for me to go down here. It wasn't like, you know, the wave immediately began and I was just completely fucking helpless. And the more I was getting shot at through that wall, the more I was using my shotgun. I had to. The more enemies that pile up, the more enemies are going to try to shoot through that wall. So you want to try to eliminate them as quick as possible. Pistol wasn't much of an option anymore. So that said, I was just like, well, you know, Team Restock is laughing at me right there. What if I just, I don't know, use all my pistol ammo? I know, I'm not funny. Anyway. See, this glass has the same set of bullet holes for freaking 72, like 3.5 hours. You would think that glass would have been shattered by now. That would be like the strongest fucking glass I've ever seen in my life. Hell, if they had glass that strong, nobody would be getting, caught in the drive-bys, you know what I mean? Get this for your car windshield. Yeah. I think it's gonna freaking, never mind. I'm gonna edit that out. I just cracked my neck without using my hands. That's always good. It's like snapping your neck but without, the hands. It's weird. When I crack my neck, that's exactly what happens. Okay, way to scare the subscribers into, proving that your anatomy is humane. Okay. Next topic. You see, I'm just patiently waiting for my enemies to, approach me. And by approach, I mean just gather around that wall while I wait to replenish my pistol ammo. And, in the next couple minutes that pass, something astonishing happens. And, like I told you, these enemies are capable of getting on this platform. The freaking programming does not allow it under most cases, but when it does happen, it's one of the most frustrating things you can imagine. Because you do your part to guard your back, and then all of a sudden, an enemy just magically hops on that shit and takes you out. A flame that's easily snuffed, You don't even have to blow it out. You don't have to, pour water on it. All you gotta fucking do is, put your fingers on it, pause. You could just cancel that flame out with your fingers, like good old Kratos does when he goes to sleep at night. But, yeah, like, it was so mind-boggling. I was trying to beat that personal record of 73, and then I died one off of that record. I was so fucking pissed, dude. I was so fucking pissed. But I did what I needed to do here. I think there was a time I managed to get like above wave 60 while using an LMG, so I actually did better using the starting pistol than I used the LMG, which further reinforces my point that you should use your starting pistol and then have a shotgun. Or if you want to be that type of fucking guy, you can use your LMG and your starting pistol to go about these waves. Do I recommend it? No, because just in case an enemy lands on that platform or jumps onto that platform, you want a one-hit kill weapon that can take them out without a second thought, you know what I mean? It's best if you have that in a shotgun as opposed to, sustained fire, because the enemy sometimes won't let you have that advantage. Or that caveat, I should say. As you see, I get a little bit of impatient. I got tired of waiting behind this fucking wall. I was like, okay, let me see here. There's just one guy left. And then I tried to jump, and it fucking brought me down. It didn't even let me jump. It literally just said, no, you can't. I won't let you. And because of that, I got shot in the back, and I died. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Alright, so one thing of note before the gameplay footage pops off, there is already pre-existing commentary on this recording, so I'm not going to be narrating over the gameplay like that. The strategy is fairly easy, the map is just a little bit tough, but enjoy.
Additional support granted. Infected incoming.
Alright. I had reservations in regards to speaking during this gameplay. recently got off of trying to do the cross-map bank shot spots I usually try to go for online, but you know, luck just didn't play out, and I'm over here, so you know, I'm over here doing something that what's in my limited control, at least a strategy I can do is not fucked up by anybody joining the game, because you can't join in this game. I made sure the progress, the allow in, is disabled. But the bank shots that I go for are so hard to hit, bro. They are so fucking hard and tedious to hit. And after time, I fail no shits. It makes you want to rage quit the game. Like, if you've done as many spots as I have, and for as long as I have, to not be able to hit some when you constantly try to go for it, it's not your day. There have been days where, you know, I have hit my bank shots, you know, multiple times in a row.
Infected incoming. Weapon level increased. Team restock. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
Very
wave.
well.
Additional support granted. Vulture expired.
Good.
Enemy forces inbound.
Good. Remember, don't be overconfident.
Weapon level increased. Your sentry gun is gone. Vulture expired.
just like that, made it to wave 50. Now it's unknown whether I'll survive this wave or not, but I hit my mark. And I'm more than ready to continue with the next map.
Infected incoming.
But let's see what happens here. Just to see.
Weapon level increased. Weapon level increased.
Oh, that guy actually managed to hang off the edge there. Either that or he fell in midair and got stopped by the actual final kill. But, you know, I got to wave 50, that's all that matters. This map was already hard enough as it is. And, you know, I managed to do it. Good job to me.
Let's liven up a little bit of the atmosphere. So, Warhawk was one of the easiest maps on Safeguard that I've ever played. And this map, you know, players who choose this map automatically know where to go. I don't even need to explain the strategy I use. Everybody uses this strategy. This is just me giving a crack at it. And, you know, I think this is my first time, like, trying it solo. So, I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room to begin certain locations. Forgive me, I'm trying to control my lisp and trying to pronounce things, you know, ever so acutely. But sometimes, you know, I just got finished spending time with both my niece and, you know, my sister. And, oh, it was just a good day. It was a good day. We all had fun, and I'm kind of a bit of a high right now off of excitement, which rarely happens. So for right now, when you go early on, people can go straight to the building if they want to. I just chose to go on top of the truck to, you know, keep things interesting. I don't really like when I used to play this map on PS3. I used to just camp on top of the truck the entire time and see how far I would get. But that was like a long time ago. This is the first time that I played the game on PS4. And, you know, when I transitioned from PS3 to PS4, I was already like a battle hardened safeguard player. So I could automatically achieve high waves by myself. It was just transferring different strategies over to like the new console or whatnot. And I snapped here. You know, I managed to score pretty high, the second highest wave. Actually, no, not the second, the third highest wave that I've ever gotten to solo on Safeguard. And it's tough. Even though this map's strategy is easy, it's still tough. And I don't know. That's kind of the thrill of it. I love the challenge that this map proposes, where you know what's going to come, pause, but it's approaching their sheer numbers. That's how it's going to get interesting here. Now, I do believe someone actually did manage to beat Wave 100 solo on this map. I don't know if that's possible, or if somebody already did it. If they did, then congrats to them, but if they didn't, I mean, understandable, because the odds you're going up against. It should also be noted, on Wave 40 here, I actually called in my squad mate before Wave 20 ended, and that squad mate survived 20 plus waves. It survived 20 plus waves, so that just goes to show how good of a strategy this is. And, you know, when you protect your squad mate, he can protect you a hell of a lot better. I always say this, when you're playing on solo, make your squad mates count. And, you know, the first one that you pop out, you know, could act as if, like, you know, a sentry gun that can move. Not really, but, like, consider it concurrent guard, even though it's not the case, you're watching the same area. It's just more firepower, you know, unleashing at a singular point. Or a general point, I should say. And you should see, every time that there is a team restock, I always toss an IED to clear out the area, just in case any enemies try to knife you. And it usually works to perfection. As you see here, you know, by this time, when you see me on wave 49, I actually, you know, the squad mate did go down. But I just wanted to keep note of that because I don't know. I don't know why the squad mate was able to survive so long. But you see, I was on 49, just completed it, and, you know, shifting over to 50. You know, I got to make sure that my all the followers know, all the subscribers know, you know, that I made it to wave 50 on my own here, and, you know, even far exceeded that. But to be honest, that's not even the expectation. My expectation was to get above wave 70 on this map because of how fucking easy it is. And it's to the point where casuals will just hop on it and get to wave 70 or, you know, wave 70 plus. So I at least wanted to hit that benchmark because I don't play this map often. I don't, you know, I find a lot of cross map bank shots, but that doesn't count in the way of safeguard. And hiding on this little ledge, it should be noted that the enemies will try to shoot through that little, you know, sign that you're going prone behind. So you just gotta scoot up a little bit to the point where they kind of stop doing that. Now, here's the thing. I probably should have gotten an LMG to, like, handle the enemies that come out of this area. But to be honest with you, I wanted to challenge myself and choose the Wild Widow. Again, it's not a necessity that I have the Wild Widow. I just chose it. An LMG would have helped, you know, give a lot more support rates. But, you know, I made that choice. Now, if I used it, had I gotten further, I can't say for sure. If I did, I probably wouldn't have, you know, been near that little doorway when I was standing in the room. Because with those types of odds, you can't do sustained fire with that many enemies coming to you at once. Even if you do have trigger happy, which I do.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
But you know, past wave 50 with ease there. It's really saying something when you say past wave 50 with ease. But here you see I'm in, you know, about the start of wave 74. I was running low on both ammo and, you know, options here. I already used up my second squad mate. So the sentry gun's purpose back there is to take out any enemies coming from both the left and the right, trying to slow them down, reduce their numbers before they actually, you know, invade the doorway. That don't sound right at all, but, you know, I'm going with it. You know, I'm not gonna edit that out. I'm not gonna edit that out. So you can see the sentry gun is helping me a little bit. And, you know, I'm using my shotgun to kind of, you know, hunt their toes, give them a little manicure. That don't sound right. That was so cringe. What the fuck am I thinking? God, Jesus. Forgive me for that. I have no idea where that came from. Maybe it's because I was around so many... Nah. I'm not gonna say that. And here I was getting shot up, and that ammo restock was about to disappear. But luckily, I got it just in the nick of time, and, you know, managed to save myself. I caught my footing, so to speak, on this wave, and I'm at least glad that I passed this wave because I did not want to die on wave 74. I never died on wave 74. I do not plan on dying on wave 74. Well, what's your issue with wave 74? No reason. No reason at all. It's the same reason why in Blazing Saddles, you know, when the dude said, you'll do it for Randolph Scott, he doesn't exist. Not in context of the story, anyway. All the people took off their head. took off their head. That's how you know I'm tired. I mean, take off their hats. And they showed a sign of respect or and I was like, Randolph Scott! And they started had the music in the background. Randolph Scott! It was weird as hell. It's like they're saying this to a person who doesn't exist. Where am I going? Oh yeah. So wave 75. I actually managed to do pretty well on wave 75. I didn't. I was pretty much almost all out of ammo by this point. I had no kill streaks left, and by the time you'll see me actually go down, it's hilarious what happened the moment I went down. Let's just let the clip show you, okay? So I'm like waiting in this doorway. I'm hearing the dogs coming my way. We got that little recipe for them. Good old concoction. Call that adamantium bullets. I wish. But that's what it seems like whenever I fire this gun on Safeguard. You know what I mean? It feels like that gun has that type of power and that type of cartridge. So, yep, we just wait for those enemies to come through that doorway. And for such a high wave, they came in quite slow. And this is not going to sound PG no matter how decent I try to put it. But I switched to my shotgun, which kind of... It wouldn't have been bad if I didn't let them continuously invade the door space, but because I switched there, look at this. The dog had the team restock. The dog was right next to me, and had I gotten that, I would have fully regenerated health and been able to get out of dodge. 2 fucking inches away. But, I died there, but I still made my mark. On to the next. God, Jesus. Freaking 31k. Now for Sovereign. Sovereign was a fun... Well, no. I'm lying. Sovereign wasn't fun. This was one of the harder maps to play. But there have been harder. Pause. And you gotta make use of the stationary strategy with the laps. In this gameplay, I'm going to show you, overall where I like to camp. And I think if people have played this map before, not necessarily on Safeguard, but on multiplayer, the one area where people like to camp the most. And you use that, but it's like you can't use only that. You kind of have to adapt. And what makes this map truly difficult, despite that spot, existing where, enemies can, congregate to a single point, is the patterns and where they spawn if you so happen to get overwhelmed. And you will get overwhelmed even if you have every perk you need. So I had, what the fuck am I saying? I'm so tired. I had an MTS, and then also I had a Wild Widow by the point where the high waves started to happen. And then, I also got trigger happy too. But in the beginning, I'm just standing right here, crouched. I'd rather be crouched because it gives me the opportunity to, just hop straight over if I ever overwhelmed too early. And, I was open to that outcome. Despite it being the easiest wave, this map was just so difficult to play by yourself. Like, I'm actually surprised no one has, played this map by themselves like that and gotten the high waves. But, again, because of its strategy, where you got to be used to being overrun, and you have to be used to, running laps around maps where you shouldn't run laps around. But, I tried to find a glitch, believe it or not, that there was a pilot glitch that I did find that I probably will show in another video, but it didn't last me very long. I think, the max wave it lasted me was early 40s. And the reason for that is because, sure, you're safe on one side, but the enemies after wave 40 will start shooting through objects to try to get to you. And by that point, it became too often to count where I just kept getting shot at from angles where, typically you wouldn't be shot at from. So I decided to abandon that type of strategy altogether and, stick to this one. Just try to maneuver a bit more and be more, resilient in that regard. And as you can see, I had a squad mate there. I can't tell if he was still alive or no. He was still alive at that point. And we kind of just guarded this area together. I still have another squad mate. As a, oh my goodness, I'm trying to defeat me saying the word multiple times. Forgive me. So for here, we have the sentry gun being placed in this corner at a diagonal type of, placement. And fuck, I did it again. Should we have a, what is wrong with me now? I hate saying the fucking word man. But as you see, I got overran there, and I am running laps like I never thought I would. And I'm running around with the Wild Widow. Now, keep in mind, if you run around like with the laps, it is extremely difficult to recenter yourself. So when you're running these laps, you have to either keep running or be very, very lucky. And I had fast health regen, and it still wasn't really heavily helping. You saw how damaged I was. It took me a minute to heal even with fast health regen. But I did. And look at this. Look at how many guys are after me. That's the part about this strategy that I love the most. More than actually staying in this spot, but being able to run laps and challenge myself to the bullshittery that occurs in the round. And my aim is just terrible when it comes to people firing automatically at me. I have no idea why. It could be that the muzzle flash from their perspective bullets kind of what does it mean to blinded, almost as if it's like blinding me semi. I said it again. I want to have an ongoing war with the word UH. If y'all in this stream, man, if y'all actually in the stream, tell me who would win in a battle against me or the word UH. I'm not even gonna spell it out. I'm just gonna say UH. Tell me who's gonna win. And for all you motherfuckers who are gonna say UH, fuck yourselves. As you can see, I managed to fuck that up. But seriously, I decided to play the rest of I decided to show the rest of the playthrough after wave 48, or during wave 48 as well, just to show you what it takes to survive the high waves. And you have to be a quick thinker. You have to have fast reflexes. You cannot assume that the coast is clear. The thing about Safeguard is it rewards you for your paranoia. If you do not think that your coast is clear, it will reward you by allowing you to survive. Because, again, you have no minimap to tell you where these enemies are going to be popping out from. And you could be heavily damaged, and an enemy could just literally appear out of thin air and melee you once, and it could be over. Just like that. Now, luckily, I try not to sustain too much damage. I try to find cover in, unorthodox ways. Like if I'm running and there's a box right next to me, and I can't really, take cover behind it, then I slide to prevent them from firing at my head and keep moving. Now, wave 49 was a breath of fresh air because I don't believe I got overwhelmed here. I think I did just fine. With the MTS with Trigger Happy and with the Riot Shielders doing whatever the fuck they're doing, I managed to complete this wave in relatively quick succession. Fuck. UH. I'm gonna mark the word UH on my kill list. I will slay that word from my vocabulary one day. I swear to God. You have... No, God is my witness. I'm a published author. I will disavow the word UH from my language. From my language, I say that as if I created language. No. And also, that's a little funny thing that happened right there. These couple of guys were just caught in a glitch where they're just looking at each other. And I'm just going like, well, you know, I will get this support drop and see what happens. Luckily, they didn't move. I'm just going like, enjoying the view. Like, bro, it's crazy.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
In any event, set up for wave 50. Now, I was debating about placing a sentry gun in the corner because I didn't know if it was going to be another dog wave or not. And unfortunately it was, so I went all out here. The only thing I had in my reserve was my squad mate. But I had more than enough firepower to get me through this wave. And praise God. Oh. I guess I didn't have enough firepower to get me through the wave on my own, I guess. But, God, Jesus. What is wrong with me, man? Those dogs just straight up munched the fuck out of my squad mate. So I'm left to pick up the pieces. Can I just forget the word UH, please? Can I just have selective amnesia for the word UH? Can I pretend that doesn't exist? As you can see, I beat wave 50 in relatively quick succession. Got a couple of kill streaks. Now, if you were to ever get a fucking Helo Scout on Sovereign, I feel bad for you. And I felt bad for myself the moment I actually saw this. Because the Helo Scout doesn't do shit on Sovereign. I'm telling you right now, it does not do shit on this map. Literally, you could be on outside and these guys will like immediately mow you down and drop you in a location where there's going to be 10 plus enemies that are just waiting to kick your booty. Or I should say take your booty. Straight to hell, I guess. Made use of the IEDs and the stun grenades. I've been more so using stun grenades to... I said UM, not UH. I've been using the stun grenades to temporarily daze enemies that are close to the team restock. But I wait until the team restock is either blinking or at least 20 seconds. Because you want to dispense as much ammo as possible before you pick it up. You do not want to have a lot of ammo already, you know, and what the fuck am I saying? You do not want to have, I said, you know, giving commentary without that fucking word. Every time I think about it, it's even harder to resist the urge to say that word. Fuck me, man. And it's only until this fucking map, which, again, I do not like. I do not like its design. Search and destroy, try to go for cross maps. I hit a few cross maps on here, but it doesn't change the fact that this is one of the worst maps in the game. Seriously. I'm going on an angry random rant for, like, I have no idea why. Here we go, 53. Looking around side to side like a Mr. Krabs. And these enemies are eager to take my booty. Oh, I thought my vulture got destroyed. I was like, wait a minute. I saw explosions and then I saw the puff of smoke. I was like, oh shit. This strategy really works. You know, in combination with the laps if you need to do them, this spot really does hold up well in the higher waves. It's the only spot that will hold up well in the higher waves. Again, I could show you the pileup glitch oh my goodness, a little later on, but at max, you're probably going to get to wave 42, but not passing it. But if you want to give yourself that little tidbit of a record, you can do that. I prefer to break those records because Operation Face the Mountain is literally one of the coolest things you could do for this mode here. And I'm so excited to continue to bring this mode to the forefront because it is an underappreciated mode and a lot of people don't like it because it's more challenging than Modern Warfare 3 survival mode, or the maps may not be as iconic, but all in all, this is still a survival based game mode, and I thrive in those types of environments because I'm always at a disadvantage, and it's perfect. Now, this guy actually did not get phased by the stun grenade whatsoever. It boinged off his fucking shield, and he just bypassed everything. But it was still an amazing run. I didn't expect to surpass wave 50. Still, respect. Alright, so next up is Overlord. This map is one of the harder ones. It's not the hardest, but it is still pretty difficult. With that said, you can read the notes, pause the video if you need to, because it is a lot. And yeah, so here you'll see me starting out. Now, this map I didn't really need to practice all that much because its patterns were fairly predictable, and as a larger map, it takes longer for the enemies to reach you, which gives you some time to prepare, but also, since it is a larger map, a lot of the care packages you see here are spaced out, so you won't have to, you're not going to be able to get as many care packages as you would like to. Now here I managed to get 3 care packages, and believe it or not, a Battle Hind or a Trinity Rocket is more beneficial on larger maps. And the reason why I say larger maps as opposed to the smaller maps is because, again, the enemies take longer to reach you, and if you use the Trinity Rocket, you're able to take out the enemies that are on their way to you. It gives yourself some time to breathe. You don't have to worry about rushing your Trinity Rocket shots. You could just take them out and then go about your day. Now here, you see that I chose this little ledge here. It's a good ledge to start out with, but the main problem is your enemies will like to jump off and will not stay, so you have to take them out before they kind of jump off the platform, which can be a little bit unnerving, but if you're used to it, then you can prevail. It does take a little bit for this wave to be completed, but on the higher waves you'll see it be done faster. However, I will say this, on the higher waves, a lot of the times there will be care packages like support drops that are, spaced out, and you need to use the last enemy who's still alive. Whenever you're in this spot, there is a final enemy that's in the bunker towards where search and destroy, for example. Think about bomb plant on Overlord. If you ever played search and destroy on Overlord and you spawn in the ghost side, which is the planning side, this building right here where that enemy is, there will be an enemy occasionally stuck in that window for whatever reason. Sometimes, not all the time, but occasionally. You can use that as the opportunity to take care of care packages that are further out, and then come back to take him out. Now, as you see, this is over to wave 22 now. I called him my squad mate, just the wave before. Right before the other squad mate loaded in. And you see something you'll never see me do. I actually set up back here only because I didn't really know how to use the squad mate in comparison to the other spot, because let's be real, you're wide out in the open, and your squad mate, he does thrive off of long range combat, but in the same moment, he can be shot from all sides. And you'd rather have a squad mate in an area where it's easily maneuverable, where he doesn't have to get shot from all sides. And here, at least for this wave, it fit the bill. And I think the only reason why I ended up going back here to begin with was because I didn't have enough time to get to my other spot as well. So even if I wanted to use my squad mate in that other spot, it would have been too late because the spawns would have already been fixed and we would have to work our way from the top. Now still I am being shot up a lot here. So it's no easy place to guard. This is the concurrent guard version of this strategy, and I do not recommend it unless you have multiple teammates, let's just say that. But even then, when you have multiple teammates, it multiplies the amount of enemies that are coming at you. So I wouldn't recommend that. Either way, there's one enemy left, and I use that time to, get that final support drop. Now we segue to wave 42, and the reason why I skipped straight to this instead of showing any other waves that precede it is because wave 42, the enemies are very aggro. The bots will be itching to kill you, so I placed a sentry gun right over there to overlook the spawn area, which they're very aggressive with. I placed additional IEDs on the areas as well. So it's just a matter of guarding this area right here, and I am not the best shot, okay? I suck with guns. I don't know how, but I managed to do well on game modes like this despite the fact that I suck with guns. I think it's more of a matter of the survival reflex, right? So even if you suck at something, when motivated by both fear or by having no other choice but to respond and fight with all your might, I think that gives me the edge in game modes like this. Now, I do love survival-based games, don't get me wrong. I do love the adrenaline rush and the feeling of exhilaration by fending off against immeasurable odds. I think that fits my Face the Mountain clan tag perfectly and all that type of stuff, but still. You see me just casually taking out the guys from the window, and the waves seem quicker by comparison the more guys I take out. However, I will say that locating the final enemy can be a little bit of a interesting process. So using the Wild Widow is definitely what's best here. I did not even think to use an LMG because on the event that you are eventually overwhelmed, and you will get overwhelmed, you will need something that will not slow you down in terms of movement speed. If you use an LMG, switch to your shotgun if you're doing that route. But on this map, it's a lot more spaced out than other maps in regards to laps. When you lap around the outskirts of the map, you will find that you will have very little cover to use. So a long-ranged weapon or a one-hit kill weapon is preferable. Now I skipped over to wave 48 to show you the main strategy that I had, but also this wave in particular. I think it was the most exciting wave because I used the strategy of calling in a helo scout, which I never do unless I'm in danger or whatnot. But what I wanted to do here is once you call in a vulture and then you call in a helo scout, the vulture will follow your helo scout and take out the enemies that are beneath you, which is really cool. And I felt like I was going to be overwhelmed this wave, so I used that opportunity to drop from the helicopter and have some form of, added insurance that I'd be able to survive. I didn't even think to shoot at the enemies because I'm a bad shot, and I didn't even want to embarrass myself. I just wanted to take the nice little ride, get away from the camping spot. But here's the thing. I also know that in regards to this, I almost died there. But in regards to this, you have to react fast. And I was not confident in my ability to neutralize the opposition. So as you see, the wide open area to run around, you can't cut through the middle because that's where almost all of them are. So you have to cut around and you have to find bits of cover as soon as you can find it, you know? So here we go, steady running with the Wild Widow. Had to slide a little bit. And I think once I cut around to this area, I was not going to do continuous laps. That's something I was never going to do. If you're going to do a lap around this map, just take one. Okay, just take one. Take out some stragglers, but don't make that your main focus, because once you have trigger happy, you can go inside this room and you can defend the spot promptly. I chose to use the Wild Widow primarily for the dog waves, and then the shotgun for the regular waves, but I tried to alternate between the two because of the concern of ammo, because, let's face it, since I don't have an LMG, I'm not going to be able to level up the support drop meter faster, or further I should say. So I'm heavily dependent on the team restocks that the enemy drops, and that's something that's very hampering. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're dependent on team restocks, because they don't drop every wave, even though they should, they do not. Or if they do drop, sometimes they will, again, spawn in locations where you cannot afford to move to. Now, luckily, a team restock did spawn right in front of me, so the lucky thing about this type of strategy is that you're only killing enemies from this location with a shotgun, which is already going to be pretty close to you. So as long as you have some type of stun grenade or IED that can help clear the way or stun your opposition, then you should be able to move towards the team restock, get it, and then retreat back into your position with quick succession. And this overall is the strategy I use for the rest of the rounds. And believe me, there's not that many rounds that follow. I do think that this was kind of fun, and it didn't take me many times to practice this. This is a strategy that I've seen other YouTubers, accomplish, but the thing is, they played with a team. I didn't. Ouch. Forgive me for that. I just kicked the bag, and there was something sharp in it. We're going to edit that out. Anyways, the number of the enemies are dwindling here. And I try to, complete the melee challenge one by one. If there's one or two enemies left after, you're finished holding down position for a long time, then you can do it. But if you're trying to combat the group, never, ever do the melee challenge in quick succession. Loop around if you need to, wait till the end of the wave if you need to, but never in the beginning of the wave, unless you have to run and you're confident that you can get a melee kill and have enough time to pull out your minigun and defeat your opposition. I'm trying to remember, I do have reflex here, but I will say, on the final clip that I'll show you in this little, I'm not going to say little because it's large, pause. But in this clip collection of me getting to wave 50 and sometimes beyond, you'll see me running on Showtime. And I'm not going to talk much about it on here because I'm going to get to that very soon. For now, just stay with me as you see these guys, exposing those feet. Pause. I just love this strategy. It's so easy. Well, no. I'm not going to say it's easy. It's easy once you're actually having the perks that you need and also the weapons that you need. But in comparison, actually achieving that point it's pretty tumultuous. So here, just skips right over to wave 52. And just like that. It didn't, I know it didn't show me facing, the enemies for longer, but that's just how the clip was recorded. Sometimes it skips over certain points, and I do apologize about that, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You'll hear me say that a lot. Maybe. But you see there's going to be dogs. And here's something that happened in this wave that shouldn't have happened. I will analyze that. So I called in my vulture, like the sensible man would. But here's the thing. I felt the urge to throw some IEDs to get that team restock. First IED, didn't have much of a problem, but the main problem is the enemies boinged my IED to be closer to me. That way when it exploded, my vulture would be destroyed. I was so pissed because I didn't really have much of a chance to take out these guys with the limited amounts of ammo that I had. So, yeah. So essentially, it looked like I got one shot at there, but the dog and the riot shielder took me off. And yeah, that's that. Next. On to the next map. Stonehaven, which, if you want to read all of the notes here, pause the video because it's just too much. But I managed to surpass wave 50 on this map somehow, and I'll show you how. Oh boy. I'm just like, oh god. So it was such a difficult map for starters because it's big. But one would think that you would have the camper's advantage, right? You would think you would have the camper's advantage because there are a lot of spots on this map in which the enemy can come from one direction. And that's true. That's true. But here's the thing. Stonehaven is one of 3 maps that are only playable on Safeguard through private match. It does not appear in the public playlist, and as such, when you play a Safeguard game through the private match and you don't alter the health in any way, the enemies you face will naturally have more health than the enemies on public match. And I've noticed this, especially with the shotguns. So typically on public matches, your enemies will go down 1 to 2 shots of your shotgun, right? That's how it often is. But on private match, it takes 2, 3 to 4 shots to take out these enemies sometimes. And that annoyed the fuck out of me. Now, granted, these enemies that you see me shooting are dying relatively fast here. And these are just the normal guys. These are the normal guys. But as the waves progress, the enemies will get more health. And it's not that my weapon wasn't leveled up enough, because it was. You'll see there's several occasions where I shot so many times, too many times, and, it didn't get the immediate kill. Now, because this map is large, it'll take the enemies a longer amount of time to get to you. So one strategy to last you the entire game is not going to happen. There are different stages to this. Oh my god, the lisp. There are different stages to this map's strategies. So here, on wave, I wanted to show wave 12 because there's a strategy over here where people can use if you want to do the concurrent guard type of thing, where you have a sentry gun in this corner, watching over, that side where I laid over the IEDs, and then if you have an automatic weapon, you can watch the sides of these buildings over here to the right. You can do that if you want, but I don't recommend you do that long term. 1, because of pure lack of cover, and 2, on the higher waves, you can't afford to use fully automatic weapons because there are no spots that'll allow you to, have sustained fire without enemies approaching you from different angles and overwhelming you that way. So, again, that's just a little tidbit of mine. And once the IEDs explode, check the side that you're guarding. Kind of do a hasty little retreat. I'm gonna drink my freaking water because my throat is dry as fuck and it makes me sound congested even though I'm not. Sorry about that. But yep, skipped over to wave 18 here because this is another spot that a person can use in case they want to, survive at least up to wave 30. But once you reach wave 40, it's pretty much like, how should I say? After wave 40, the enemies get really, really insane. And again, because they have extra health, it makes things so much tougher. So here I kind of look out for their feet. There is a team restock out there. I did not want to immediately go get it. But again, since these enemies take a while to get to you, they're a lot more spaced out. So it gives you some leeway to get that team restock if you really need it. Now, you see that? When you shoot these guys, they're more prone to be blasted backwards from one shot and not two. So here, it does take quite a while though. I will say that, it takes quite a while, and the riot shielders for whatever reason have the most health. It does not help because you have to shoot beneath their feet, and what if they just so happen to crouch, which they do. They crouch, and that fucks you over if you're in a tight enclosed area. So, here, just gotta make sure that you get what you need. Now, the Wild Widow is something I actually did use here, because once you start facing off against dogs, you wish you want to have a Wild Widow. They go right in the line, and it's just overall beneficial. And see this last guy over here. It's kind of the same strategy for the other big maps where if there's care packages that are further away from you, then you can leave the last guy alive. I almost forgot my train of thought there. But you can leave the last guy alive just enough until you get to that point in the map and then retreat back to your original position. Now here I skipped it over to wave 32. I have my squad mate here. In fact, in the beginning, I think I went down fairly early here. So what happened in regards to this, I think I was on the phone with my friend Kojo, again, close friend, brother of mine, and we were talking, I was like, bro, I was like, I already fell down twice on this fucking game. I already fell down twice, and whenever I summon my second squad mate, I'm always paranoid that I will die shortly after. But I managed to make an exception this game, because even though I went down relatively early, I still brought myself back to the point where I could not only get to wave pissy? What the fuck? What is wave pissy? Wave 50. Oh no, I think I said it right. Wave pissy. Jesus. Oh god. What is wrong with me? At least, man, I'm starting to get Mike Tyson levels of lisp, man. I had one significantly more when I was a kid. And I remember they had to get me to a speech specialist or something like that. Someone who helps with child vocalization, and if you have problems with lisp or spit impediments or anything like that. So like that's one thing. I know over the years it kind of lessened, but it's still noticeable. So here is the third stage of the spots. I managed to get a MTS, and I guarded this little area. This area of the map is where a lot of people like to camp, especially on search and destroy. So just be aware of that. And I didn't have reflex at the time, so when I pulled out the minigun, I had to pull it. It pulled out so freaking slow. Also, another thing to mention is do not crack that that doorway that you see in the castle there. Do not puncture it. Do not make it explode in any way, because you do not want to have your enemies infiltrate it that way. You want to keep that intact so they do not approach you from the front. You do not want them having multiple ways of reaching you, and try to seal off as many possible entryways as possible. So here, they were taking a bit too long to reach me, so I was juking and jiving, going back and forth, seeing which way they were going to come from. But here, there was just one guy in the back. There was no support crate, so I literally had to run all the way over here just to be able to pick off his freaking head. And I think I failed for a little bit.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
Then I, finished him off. That don't sound right at all.
additional support grid.
Finish him. It no longer has the same meaning now that I think about it. Anyways, support crate right here. Once you're in this spot, support crates are actually more inclined to get closer to you. I figured that out. Now here, I went up here to guard the stairs. I placed the sentry gun over there. And since it was wave 49, I was pulling off all the stops because nobody has ever reached wave 50 on this map solo. There have been people who have played and got to wave 100 by 4 people, but no one has ever played this map by themselves and gotten as high as I have ever gotten, because this map requires adaptability and strategy. And a lot of people like to defend on their numbers. They like to depend on, just being blunt or just camping. You can't just do that. You have to run around the map. You have to be aware of their spawn patterns, how they operate, and how to mitigate the damage that they inflict. And here, this main little archway or doorway or whatever the hell, as well as coming from around the other side. If you meet them at the stairs, you can slow them down. And that's what I intended to do here, because if you would just watch from the top of the stairs, there'd be too many enemies coming to you at once. And you wouldn't be able to defend all that, because a lot of them sometimes require more shots to kill. And yes, I do have trigger happy, but it doesn't mean that I'm at any less of a disadvantage. Just by being on this map alone, I have a major disadvantage because the enemies have increased health, and the spawn patterns are less predictable than you would think. So here, that enemy tried. I don't know what that enemy was doing.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
So yep. First time I remember over the phone when I was speaking to my bro, I was like, yo, I made it to wave 50, bro. I was so ecstatic over it. But by God, was this wave a nightmare to pass? And you'll see from the clip here, this was by far one of the hardest displays of survival competency I've ever seen from myself. Because I had so many disadvantages here. I called in a battle hind, which, sure, if you wanted to say it could help, it could. But the problem is, by this time, enemies who have chainsaws run around the map and try to gun that chopper down. So aside from that, all you have is your own firepower from your guns. And trying to lap around on this map is a nightmare. Even more of a nightmare than Overlord, because it's larger than Overlord. And there's a lot more areas to be flanked. Now, you see, there was a team restock there. I didn't even think to run towards it, because I knew that if I were to go towards that team restock, I was fucked 6 ways from Sunday. So I ran along the outer edge, used the Wild Widow to pick off the longer range targets as I should, and just kept moving. Occasionally I'll look back when I'm in this spot or when I'm down spots where they didn't have like long corridors or anything like that, or I'm like right around the corner. Yeah. So it definitely helps take out a lot more of the dogs, but still, when you lap around, you have to go on the outermost outskirts. So that includes over here, because you would have the most cover doing it that way. Now enemies are going to be able to shoot you, you know, from that little area, but that's fine. As long as you keep running, you should be good. Keep the Wild Widow out. You never want to have your shotgun out when you're lapping on this map. You always want to have the Wild Widow out because more often or not, you're going to be facing enemies at range. And you can't always depend on your shotgun to deliver the one-hit kills like the other maps. Here we go. And even though the Wild Widow is running low on ammo, I still kept it out. I still didn't switch to the shotgun. I knew if I switched, I wouldn't have the ability to take out the targets. Now, I know what you're thinking. Like, but why not go into that building right there and take them out? You know, I already have them looped around. Sure, I do. But the problem is, the enemies can still fire at you from the outside. No matter how well you hide, they can shoot through objects at this point. So, camping in one place and being cornered, even with trigger happy, is a recipe for destruction. I would know. So here, the run continues. I think I ran around this map maybe 3 or 4 times now. Just picking off the straggler dogs. Now granted, there's not as many enemies left. So once I felt my Wild Widow ammo was getting low, I think I made one more lap before I just settled in a location. Once you take out enough enemies, then I'd say you can settle back because in the higher waves, you're going to have to do that anyway. But for the time being, you just want to be safe. And for me, I definitely wanted to be safe because, you know, it was the first time I ever got to wave 50 and I wanted to see if I could surpass it. So it was more than just, you know, I was like, oh, you know, I made it to wave 50, I made it to my goal, I might as well just die there. Like, no, I wanted to actually make a statement, and I nearly fucked that up. I almost tripped up on something. Now, I ran through here, which actually provided a lot more cover than I was expecting. Now, I wanted to get that ammo, but it's not the same as getting a team restock. And by this point, all I had left was a shotgun. And I shot that guy so many times, and yet I still got a hit marker, which pissed me the hell off. So my final line of defense, I came right back here. And by that point, there were no more dogs left. So I was just taking out the infantry. Infantry, I think it's called. Infantry. So yep, just like that, I passed wave 50. Now wave 52 was a fucking monster. I did not last very long on wave 52, and you'll see why. You'll see precisely why. But still, another world record set. By a singular player anyway. So, you'll see how I died. My fault, my fault. He gave me a knife challenge and I knew, like, immediately off the back I was fucking screwed. So I waited for my enemies to come around here. And they took their little ass time. I probably should have called in a kill streak. But I didn't want to, which is my fault. Just staring at that wall. Now some enemies died in one shot. Others, like this guy, or no, not this guy. He's coming. Pause. That guy. who took 4 shots and didn't even go down, which had the riot shielder take me down at the last moment. Now that rustled my jimmies, but at the end of the day, I surpassed my goal, and that's all that matters. Wave 52. On to the next. Now, Chasm is one of the hardest default maps ever to play survival on any type of game, let alone this game. This is the final map that you're able to play on private match only. The strategy here is very, very simple, but the problem is finding this strategy was not simple at all. I didn't even like find the original like strategy. Actually, there was a YouTuber who's, I'm trying to remember his name. Maybe if I look it up, like, it'll help. But let's see. Let's see who it is. So if I go on my computer, God Ghost,
Enemy forces inbound.
Safeguard, pile up. So the spot that I use in the first wave is not going to be the spot that I use for the rest of the game. The spot that I actually use for the rest of the game was found by a YouTuber by the name of Crimson Clover. Now this dude is like on motherfuckers who, you know, he's like, okay, Call of Duty Ghost, solo siege, pile up glitch, wave 50 founder. I'm like,
Weapon level increased.
okay, I mean that's cool and all, but does it really matter who takes credit for finding spots? It's to benefit the whole community. It's not like it's inventing like a toaster or, you know, any type of like new appliance or something like that. Like if you find a spot cool, it's just like, hey, I found a new spot or whatnot. But then, in the way that YouTuber presents it, makes it like, no, you cannot say you found the spot. I found the spot or whatnot. Well, you could just happen to discover it without, you know, actually watching his videos. That's fine. It's like, oh yeah, I found a spot that works. I mean, I'm going off on a rant, but there are people that are like that. Here we go. Now here,
Get ready for the next wave.
I think I put on my graphic before the footage started that you would need the starting pistol. And I actually didn't take that advice.
Enemy forces inbound.
What I did was I used the MTS, and then when I got to a high enough wave, I used the Wild Widow, because there will be an enemy pile up on the other side of the wall that I'm standing behind, or in this sense, crouched behind. So you won't be able to see who's back there until their silhouettes kind of appear. I mean, you can shoot at various areas, but your Wild Widow doesn't have the most ammo, so you have to preserve your shots, and I wait until most of them gather. Like, I wait about a minute or so, and sometimes there will be enemies that will appear from back there. And when they do appear, again, I'm still using my starting pistol for the moment, but when the enemy waves progress, I'll use the Wild Widow. But I placed IED back there because sometimes there are enemies that will spawn back there or try to work themselves back there to kill you from a distance. So you just gotta be careful of that. On the first couple of playthroughs, or no, I shouldn't say on the first couple of playthroughs, I think it took me about 20 times to get to wave 50. But on the, like, when I managed to use that spot, which was, I think, the second to last gameplay, I found that the enemies still had a means of going back there to take you out from a distance. So I needed a way to eradicate them just in case they felt the urge to go back there and I wouldn't be able to move to stop them. So here we skipped over to wave 20. And I use a sentry gun back there to help thin out the herd that's on the other side of the wall. It does help preserve a lot of the ammo that way, and also helps level up your support drop a bit more. So you doing that occasionally does help, especially on wave 40 plus. Now me standing like I am right here, not very conducive, because for one thing, it leaves my back completely exposed to those who might try to flank me. That I have a sentry gun covering my 6 does not make me any more comfortable, because there have been times where the sentry gun overheats and stops firing. That's a thing in this game. And what you just saw me do right here, I would not do on wave 40 or 50. And I think it's common sense why. You know, at that point, the amount of enemies are so numerous and their firepower is just so freaking strong. And not to mention their health is increased because you're playing on private match, and I didn't alter the health settings in any way. So the enemies have more health naturally, which is fucking violation. But still, you gotta do what you gotta do. And it's actually ironic that this map I actually managed to get past wave 50. But it did take me a very long time to do so. It took me well over 2 hours to surpass wave 50. While on other maps it takes me, you know, either a little under or over an hour. Because these enemies right here, once you're in that pile-up glitch, and you're on higher waves, you can't take out every single enemy that that spawns from the wave. You can't. It's theoretically impossible for you to do that when you're in that spot. You have the Wild Widow that can shoot through the walls and cover you at a distance, and you have the shotgun that covers them when they get too close. But here's the problem. There are only going to be a small few of enemies that are going to get too close for you to use the shotgun. Which means you have to rely upon the enemy's function to die on their own. You have to outlast them by letting them die out on their own. And that can take up to 2 to 3 minutes. And people don't often want to wait that long for the enemies to die. They want to, you know, be about it. They want to be out and about, shoot the enemies, take them out. But every map requires a different style of play, and as annoying as it was to just sit there and have enemies just die on their own, I had to do it because I had no other means of surpassing wave 50. Not by myself. If I was with another player, then it would be different. But since I'm not with another player, since I'm only by myself, I had to take that chance. So here, the Vulture is covering myself quite well. That's an occasional pet peeve of mine. Sometimes I'll have like the perfect shot on somebody, and then my controller veers off to the left and I fall off a platform. It happens to me more often than I can count. Which means I need a new controller, but in the same vein, I don't know. Now, it is a melee challenge, and I try to pick off as many as I can, at least towards the end of the wave, but I don't like to do it towards the beginning. I only do it towards the beginning if the wave just starts and I only have one left. But here, whenever you have explosive ammo, hold out your sentry gun. That way you're able to... And here's actually something, before I even do that, before I tell you that, when I did this strategy with my starting pistol, I actually waited. So, like, I managed to hold out my starting pistol, that way it can regenerate its ammo. Add the explosive ammo, I'd wait for 2 minutes, and then what would happen is I would fire for 30 seconds for the explosive ammo, and then go back to holding my sentry gun out again without placing it. And then repeat the cycle until the explosive ammo meter, or icon, or whatever, blinks yellow and goes out completely. Now the sentry gun is doing me some good covering the spot like that. This is wave 49, one wave away from 50. And you can already see that they're trying to shoot through that wall. They are very aggro, and shooting through that wall or going behind me is their only chance of taking me out. At least from this scenario. When the sentry gun is gone, yeah, it's a different story.
Your sentry gun is gone.
So here, sentry gun is gone. I use my minigun ammo for this. And you gotta be ready for enemies to come at you from every angle possible. You don't have eyes in the back of your head, I know, but it still helps. You don't have a mini-map to help you either, so even if you're being shot at, unless you see the bullet sparks that are coming from a certain direction, you're not going to know where your enemy is shooting you from sometimes until it's too late. So that's another thing. I sent it to headshot challenge. It gave me enough of an accord to complete it on my own time. Luckily there was just that guy left. I thought there was more because of the amount of bullets he was firing, but that's a pleasantly surprising illusion. And also kind of terrifying. So here we wait for wave 50 to come around.
Infected incoming.
Now it's here where I play the fucking waiting game. By God. So I just sit here. Now you can't go prone in this spot, unfortunately. And a riot shielder immediately tried to come around and fuck me over through that side. I was like, okay, I'm paranoid, because if a riot shielder immediately tried to do that, that means more. And I mean more will try to do that. Now they're trying their best to penetrate my ass through the wall, but for the most part they're failing. So I threw an IED, and it took out a whole host of them. But the problem is, I cannot get that team restocked because of the sheer amount of enemies that are, hurtling towards this point. So I had to outlast them the old-fashioned way by just standing there and doing nothing. Basically, you know how Avatar: The Last Airbender had King Boomy, right? And this is actually a very interesting lesson here. So, a lot of his men were geared up to face the Firebenders when they invaded Omashu. But King Boomy said he was going to do nothing. And the soldiers interpreted this as a type of cowardice, right? But, King Boomy chose to wait out through a whole host of events for the perfect moment to strike. And that was during the solar eclipse. And with a strategy like this, you have to wait for the perfect moment to fire your gun because you do not have many chances. You do not have much ammo to waste. You can't take out every single enemy that's in front of you. So therefore, you have to wait for their numbers to wane on their own and then thin out the rest. Neutral Jing, ladies and gentlemen. Neutral Jing. I only wish the gameplay went a little bit faster, but no, that's the nature of it, I guess. I have my Wild Widow out just permanently. I was so prepared for somebody to come out through there. But, luckily, not many chose to do that. And all I'm waiting on is for the orange silhouettes of the enemies behind that wall to appear. So that way I'm able to just pick them off and have an image of actually where they are. So there are some silhouettes there, but it's not all of them. I try to still take them out though. So here, shoot there. Now I think once I take out the other riot shielder, more of them can appear through the silhouettes. And again, I was so afraid to look that direction. So I took out multiple ones there. Tried to get some headshots from behind the wall, which I managed to do. And as far as that riot shielder is concerned, I think it was just him left. Luckily for my ass. I really tried to hit him in the head with a freaking bullet, but he was so persistent. In comes the airplane. Okay, so I switched it back over to wave 55, so that way you're able to see the utter, well, the tail end of a nightmarish wave. But you'll see wave 57 was absolutely intense. And again, I did not want to die on one enemy remaining. That was asinine to me. I hope I never die under enemies. Dude, you saw that, right? The whole mag, bro, just absorbed it like it was nothing. Now it's a knife challenge. And no support drop. I already expended all the ammo that I could. Actually, hold up. That's not true. There was one right on top of there. I'm blind. But in that moment, I also know that if I use that support drop, then I wouldn't be able to have the ammo that I needed. But at the same moment, I was fucked either way. So I tried to wait it out. I tried to see how many enemies were going to come to me from the side that I like to patrol over. But you'll see what happens. It does take quite a while for me to die, though, because the enemies, they do take a while to get to you. It's not that the not that the map is so much as large, but there's so many levels to the map that the navigation can be a little bit skewed. As you can see, I have a vulture that's patrolling over the front, and it is helping me quite a bit here. I just wait for it to shoot all it can before it dissipates. And vulture was destroyed there. So since I was low on ammo and I didn't take the support drop, I decided I wanted to wait it out and see how many enemies would die on their own. And it was tough. It was tough for me to try to do that because, again, you see how you guys are trying to freaking kill me through the wall? You want to move. And, part of me wanted to hop over, like, this area right here with the stun grenade, like, use a stun grenade in the forward area and then just hop over into the little train area. I wanted to do that. And in the same vein, there's also enemies that spawn on the wrong side end over there. And I was not confident in my abilities to take out enemies on such a long sideline this high up. So I was kind of at a rock and a hard place. Look at that. Absolutely insane. And it was like that for a couple minutes, I was waiting for a couple minutes as they were shooting through that wall, trying to desperately attack me. And it looks like it's almost fucking raining with the amount of times they're firing through this wall. Like, the wall should not even be standing. This was in real life. Now, there was an enemy that actually tried to get up there. I managed to stop him with the Wild Widow. By this point, I also did lose Trigger Happy. So I couldn't automatically reload anymore. The silhouettes were showing. Look at that. You could turn around for one moment, that's enough to get you got. So I ran out of Wild Widow ammo, and part of me thought I should have, got the support drop, but in the same vein, I don't know about it. Because once I got that, I would have to depend on the team restock. I always wanted to have a support drop in case there's, no team restock that I could get. And that's kind of, the plan here. Did it do me well in the end? It did not. But it helps. It does help. Good God. Now, I know I played horror games before, and I've also, you know, the most terrifying aspects of horror are not even the enemies that chase you, but it's the settings that you find yourself in. So yep, I got shot up from a distance, and I should have fell backwards into that hole. I did not fall backwards. I instead tried to call my squad mate while there were still tons of enemies out. At this point, I was satisfied with the wave that I got to, but I still could have gotten higher had I played a little bit smarter, but still. It was a very great run. It was the world record set. 57 waves. See, I got through the damn wall. That's how I went down. Still, I can't take anything away from my performance there. Absolutely amazing. Here we go. The next map is Flooded. Now, Flooded is a harder map than it appears. And the reason why is even though there is a spot on this map that allows the enemies to come from one place, the truth is you're going to be facing a whole lot more of them coming in at once, as opposed to a location that is more enclosed. And yeah, so from here you would have to, well, starting out I actually went immediately to the spot because I figured there was no spot better. And even though there is a spot where the enemies can only, kill you from one location, there is another spot where the enemies will be demoralized from attacking you. And that's in the water itself. If you go into a certain distance or depth of the water, it can discourage your opposition from attacking you. But you cannot do it indefinitely. And I didn't want to waste all game trying to do that specifically. No, I wanted to make sure I showed that I got some kills and that I am able to play this game how it's supposed to be played. Now, as you see, I'm guarding these stairs pretty heavy here, and it's preferable if you have teammates beside you, but I didn't have that luxury. So, just kept on top of the whole entire spot. Now, it should be said that I think I had 2 shotguns by the end of it. Beginning, yes, in the beginning I went down the first freaking wave. Not because it was hard, but simply because I was not playing like as well as I typically would be. Because this map got on my nerves as well. I felt I expected so much better of myself playing on a map like this. I expected it to be much easier. I just demanded a whole lot of myself here. And as you can see, I skipped all the way to wave 43 because I wanted to show you how monstrous these enemies were after wave 42. Now you'll be able to see it here. Give me one moment. Alright. As I was saying, so from here, I have trigger happy by this point, and I'm using the MTS primarily. So what I tend to do is I use the MTS starting out, wasting all the ammo that I need in order to take out the targets that are coming to me a bit too quickly. And then, using stun grenades or IEDs to slow them down further if I feel I'm being overwhelmed. Until there's like a team restock of sorts, of course. And then, in the latter half, I use the FP6 to take care of the remaining enemies since they will not come towards you as fast. Now, I managed to take them all out with my MTS here, but I think for waves afterwards, it's, you'll see what the plan is. And I'm trying to earn that headshot challenge because I know after I expend all my ammo here, I don't want to use that crate just yet. I want to rely on the field challenge or whatever the hell. And since it was a dog wave, I called in a vulture, and I was not confident that I'd be able to hold down that position. So I did the strategy that I did on Overlord, where I called in a Helo Scout, and then I also had the vulture active, that way it could follow underneath of where I am. But I did something very stupid here. I think, honestly, if I really stayed there, I probably would have been able to hold down the position. Would it have, what did I say? Would it have worked if I stayed there? Probably not, but it wouldn't have hurt. And considering I did go down on this wave and use my squad mate to, pick myself back up, in hindsight, you just weigh in the other options that you had, and under normal circumstances, under normal circumstances, you would have went down anyway. My squad mate was about to be taken out, so I didn't even know how he actually managed to revive me there. So I had to basically run around the map, and I lost Trigger Happy by this point, which was a perk integral to me being able to survive. Because you're not really supposed to run laps on this map. It doesn't work. This is the one map where you could run laps, and it just does not work in your favor. Now, I jumped into the water here because the enemies cannot fire through that. So as you can see there, up to a point, when the enemies started getting too close, I tried to get further into the water. And some of them would just die on their own. A lot of the dogs were just, I don't have the ranged weapons to take them out, like typically I would. So I just had to play the waiting game here, until they pretty much all died out. My cat's like very eager to jump up on my desk, and when she does, it makes a very loud noise, so if you hear a thud, that's going to be her. If she actually decides to do it. She's looking at it like she's prepared to do it. So let's see if she does it. Meanwhile, we'll wait on those dogs to die out. Yep, so you hear that. That was her. Now, there are support drops. I will say, there are support drops. But in the same vein, they don't depict the perk that I need, right? They don't depict Trigger Happy. But you will actually be incredibly surprised on what happens when I get one. Again, the dogs died on their own. I literally had to wait until all the dogs died on their own because I couldn't take them out. And on the support drop, I switched it, and it was the one perk that I needed. So I feel like that was God there. And I know I mentioned on the Overlord little run that I mentioned I was not a Christian, but it doesn't mean that I do not believe in God. I do believe that God exists. I do believe that God exists outside of our understanding. So that's why I'm not really religious. Whenever I see something man-made and taken as the truth, that's something that I'm very skeptical towards. I will admit that there are several philosophical truths in certain or all religions. However, you know how you know how there'd be puzzle pieces, right? I feel like each religion is a puzzle piece, right? Each religion is a puzzle piece trying to construct a whole, but there will never be like the full set of puzzle pieces. You know what I mean? All of those puzzle pieces does not depict a full image. And that's what I view religion as, a collective. I feel like it's garnered towards an ideal or truth, or what is depicted as an ideal or truth, but coming at it from a different perspective or a different image, a different fashion. But do I have faith? I do have faith. I do have faith based off of what I've experienced and also what other people have experienced. If they want to say that God is the Christian God, I'm not going to fault them for it. I've been to church before. I've been raised under a Christian household for the most part. So, I mean, I can't fault you for that. I'm getting off topic. What the fuck am I saying? Anyways, wave 47, kind of made sure I played the rest of the clip here. So, used the minigun, managed to rank up the support drop quite a bit. There's a team restock over there, but I wanted to make sure that there were no enemies trying to take me out. I did need that team restock, so I had the riot shielder explode, and then this guy was prepared to drown, but I didn't let him. So here we go. Yep.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
So it's a headshot challenge. And I didn't call in any kill streaks here. I wanted to see what I could do. And I was well aware that I would not probably survive that wave. But I did. I managed to survive it. And I had the Helo scout, you know, on the dot, just in case. And I wanted to dispense as much ammo as possible to diffuse the situation. There. IED is extremely useful in Safeguard, but I hate it on multiplayer, bro. Here we are. Look at that. Look at how fast they're coming, balls. Literally. All that was left is 4 headshot kills. And from this point, I was dependent on my kill streaks to get me where I needed to go. And because I was dependent on my kill streaks, I also knew that I could use the FP6 because the enemies wouldn't be getting towards me as fast, especially not in not in the, you know, ravenous numbers that they did before. So, with the vulture there, I didn't even like get the team restock. I didn't even want to chance it. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna stay down here in this little area, have the support drop fill up, use the FP6 if I absolutely have to, and just move from there. And the dogs were getting fucked, the AI were getting fucked. It was just a good day. And there was just, you know, a couple enemies still left. That animation.
They destroyed your sentry gun.
Yep. From here, I tried to get the remaining headshots, and this is where actually it went wrong. If I managed to do the headshot challenge a little bit sooner, then I likely would have been able to survive wave 50. But because I didn't, and because I didn't use the Helo Scout, I died. And it was actually switching to the minigun that fucked me over in the first place. So you'll see. Yep. So I died here because I switched and I couldn't fire in time. Which is fucked, don't get me wrong, but I still made it pretty far. Yep. That fucking sucked, but I thought I would get higher, but I made it to wave 50, which is still the goal. Yep. For this map, Strikezone Regular, there's already pre-existing audio, so just take a look at the strategy, pause if you have any concerns, and just hang in there with me for the journey. Strong language.
Bane of this fucking mode, man. I don't care, man. So what I'm gonna do now is simply gonna place IEDs on the ground next to me. If they want to come,
Additional support granted.
pause. If they want to arrive and they want to, you know, shoot the shit out of me or melee the shit out of me, I got no tolerance for that, you know. I'm sorry. On this mode, riot shielders can go fuck themselves. They are the most convoluted fucking inclusion on this mode. And yes, I survived to high waves even with them implemented, but it doesn't mean it gets the green light as far as good development goes. No, 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 no. Take those shits out. Don't ever include riot shielders in a survival mode ever again. Come on, just go. See, that's what I don't like to see. See, in the beginning waves, it's not so bad. It's only with the riot shielders. I swear to God, man. The riot shielders ruin this mode.
Hostiles eliminated.
I ain't
Get ready
lying,
for the
though.
next wave.
I ain't fucking lying. The riot shielders ruin this mode. The dogs are not dogs. The riot shielders are going to be the main issue.
Infected incoming.
Seem to be. I'm not even going to try to chance it. What?
Weapon level increased. Teammate bleeding out.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Weapon level increased.
Okay, this spot is bullshit. I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, because these riot shielders are pissing me off.
Weapon proficiency increased. Incoming supply drop.
Better. Alright, let's take this.
Your sentry gun is gone. Hostiles eliminated.
As dependent on that glitch, because glitches can be a little frivolous by nature.
Infected incoming.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Team restock.
Yeah, dude's taking forever.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Weapon proficiency increased.
And I guess for future reference, just place a sentry gun down every couple of waves and then a dog wave. Actually, no, not yet. Wait,
Enemy forces inbound.
because you don't know yet.
Vulture expired.
That's fine. Go.
Weapon level increased. Weapon level increased.
Go the least traveled path. Oh, hi. I don't know if running around the map is the answer. I don't think it is, but it's not the worst idea.
Incoming supply drop.
Hi. Don't shoot your own guys on account of my trouble. Cause I just have.
Enemy forces inbound. Vulture destroyed.
Of course.
Weapon proficiency increased. Weapon proficiency. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Not expecting that.
Hostiles inbound. Weapon level increased. Your sentry gun is gone. Weapon proficiency increased. Ally bleeding out.
No! Nigga, get me!
Hostiles eliminated.
Oh
Get
my
ready for
god,
the
I
next
got
wave.
it. I got to wave 50, bro. I got the wave 50 on this map. Oh. Oh. Oh, nigga. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Enemy forces
Fuck
inbound.
yeah. That's no, that's what I get for trying to get that team restocked. I gotta stop falling for the trap. I got to wave 50 on this map, nigga.
Vulture expired. Weapon proficiency increased.
I'm falling for it.
Team restock.
Oh, my teammate fell for it. Thank him.
Hostiles eliminated.
Past
Get ready
wave
for the next
50 on
wave.
this map. Past wave 50 on this map. Hell yeah.
Support grenade.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell to the fucking yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god, bro. And what, man? Oh. Oh. Hell to the fucking yeah. Let's go.
Your
Let's
sentry
go.
gun is gone. Infected incoming.
Now, if there's a team restock, I ain't getting that shit. Oh. Oh, oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, thank you.
Weapon proficiency increased. Get ready for the next wave. Hostiles inbound.
Let's go.
Weapon level increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Weapon proficiency. Bolter destroyed.
Don't be fooled. Just wait.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Alright. Alright. Oh boy.
Infected incoming.
Let's go. Not falling.
Weapon proficiency increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get
Ultimately,
ready
this
for the next
becomes a
wave.
war of attrition.
Additional support granted. Your sentry gun is gone. Enemy forces inbound.
Go prone, nigga.
Outpost
But you
lost.
know what? I made it pretty damn far. I exceeded my goal by 7 waves. I'm down proud of that. Did I survive more? Probably.
Alright. Now, Strikezone, the chemmed version, like the additional notes suggest, it's the most difficult default map to play by yourself. And you'll see the strategy here. By God, is it a tough one. It is totally dependent of a glitch, a pilot glitch, much like Chasm was. But the difference is you actually have to have your starting pistol. You won't be able to survive without it. And it is such irony that I say that, because there's only one in a handful of situations where you would actually need your starter pistol. You could have used it on Chasm if you really wanted to go that route, but you wouldn't have been able to survive nearly as long without the Wild Widow. But on this map in particular, you cannot even use the Wild Widow. You could, but you wouldn't be able to survive as long because it's the concern of ammo. Now, Crimson Clover found this spot as well, where if you were to crouch in this corner, it's the pilot glitch. This glitch will save you on waves 40 plus. And don't make no mistake about it, you will get shot at through that wall. You will. So, how to mitigate the situation is you would have to turn around. Now, the reason why I'm not shooting at enemies right now is because I have a Battle Hind in the air, and believe it or not, Battle Hinds are actually perfect for this type of strategy, at least in the early waves, because your enemies are going to be gathered around a central point, and it's on the outside, not the inside, which means that their missiles could easily take out a whole host of them. Now, you see me shooting through the wall now. That's pretty much the strategy. You want to aim at their heads so you don't have to waste that much ammo. Now, switch it up, going over to wave 12. This is the concurrent guard strategy. Typically past wave 9, the riot shielders will have already made their entrance. So I usually just place a sentry gun in the corner, or I have a vulture on me to look at this sideline, and it gives me room of escape in case the riot shielders decide to be fuckovers. I must say it is very effective to an extent. At least the vulture kind of gives you an alert. And also, I think the other reason of why I did that was I was waiting for sleight of hand to come around. Once I got it, it definitely was the stepping stone to achieving much better feats. So give it a moment here. Now, the reason why I included wave 13 is this is what you need to do when you have explosive ammo. You need to be in somewhere where you're able to escape, right? And granted, these enemies will not be able to take me out with this minigun, and they're not a numerous amount to the point where I would get, sidetracked like that. Now, I still managed to make time to get that team restocked, but I'm going to switch it over to wave 22, where I already called in my squad mate. I was almost getting ready to call in my second squad mate. That would have been awful for me. And I actually set up shop right over here for a little while. I think it was just for like a few waves, but still. This also helps when there's a dog wave as well. I don't know if yeah, there was a dog wave. Okay. Yeah, it definitely helped, and the squad mate can cover the other side, where you're kind of intermediating between the two. But this one was definitely a challenge for me. It didn't take me as many tries to reach wave 50 or past it. I did surpass wave 50 on this map as well. But the thing is, I wanted to see if there was a glitch involved, because without a pile of glitch, there is no surviving this map for high waves. And I skipped all the way to wave 43 because this will cause you to do some laps if you're in a situation that I'm about to be in. And I don't know if it's this wave or the next couple of waves that are shown, but there is an occasion where the riot shielder actually managed to flank me, despite the fact that I have my defenses set up properly here. So, here's also another thing to note. Every time I shot that wall, I shot it twice and then looked back around, because, again, riot shielders like to flank you and melee you and trap you in that corner. That way there's no escape. So I always have that head over my shoulder, just in case one comes. See that? See, there's a justifiable paranoia in the land of Call of Duty. Let me tell you something. So once I saw that, like my jimmies were rustled, man. I was ready to get the hell up out that spot. Now, since I did have trigger happy, it definitely helped me a whole lot more that I could just take out enemies that come out through the front door. Come in through the front door, and I saw he was getting too close, so I booked it. And this is how you do a successful lap on this map. And granted, I told you I don't have a Wild Widow this time. So anytime I had to kill enemies at a distance, I used my pistol, which was horrifying on wave 40 plus, because by this point, you don't use your pistol when you're running around. you don't do that. Now, as my last line of defense here, I did call in a vulture to help me out, because I needed the support drop to be leveled up a little bit more, and I was not willing to use my pistol to do that because I was just heavily outgunned and outnumbered. So I picked off the stragglers, as you saw. This was just a blessing, though. I gotta admit, like, for me, just playing this map maybe a little bit under or over 10 times, like, I managed to get pretty far. And nobody would have thought it possible either. So let's see here. I wonder how many times I actually sprinted around this spot, like, just trying to survive. I think it might have been just that riot shielder left.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
It was, luckily for me. But I was about to say, I thought I didn't even have a sentry gun, but luckily I did. I skipped all the way over to wave 47 for the footage, because I think this was another time where I got overwhelmed. If I didn't get... Yeah, I did. So, it might have been a dog wave here. I think, yeah, it was a dog wave here. So I actually had to cover my back using my pistol, which is actually not common for this mode. So you'll see the overall plan, and I had to constantly keep running, because the moment I looked to my back, I could have easily been swarmed. And I made sure to lap myself a decent bit of times before I even like stopped or anything like that. So it was a melee challenge again, and I had to keep running. It should be said, on this map, I managed to actually hit my one of my first cross-map ricochet tubes for the final kill cam on Search and Destroy. It was on the chemmed version of Strikezone here. It was my 5 bounce, my legendary 5 bounce. And it was actually off that roof that you saw me run past there. I don't even know how I managed to turn and just swing at that guy. I did not even, like... Ay. Well, at this point, my Vulture already taken out a good host of the enemies, so when I reached a certain checkpoint here, I saw fit to look in my back and see who was coming and who was not.
Vulture expired.
And luckily, it was just this guy.
Get ready for the next wave.
Very nice. Now there's still quite a bit of waves left to go, so I'll just show you what was done here. And again, the melee challenge you have to do when you confront stragglers. You can't do it when you're confronting the group. So the enemies, they will shoot at you through the wall, but they won't actually come into the room like that often. Again, as long as you do the two-shot turn strategy with the shotgun, or if you're about to reload your pistol ammo, then you know, do what you gotta do. That was actually a unique situation. I never had to do that for the remainder of any Safeguard map that I played. It was only this version of Strikezone. And I saw some enemies coming through from back there quite a bit, so I made sure I placed an IED back there. And it already exploded, which means I had to really be on my guard. And I couldn't afford to move out of the corner immediately. So there was a riot shielder there who completely ignored the stun grenade.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
And knife this guy. Perfect. So until then, I'm waiting for wave 49 to take place. Wave 49 is the same plan. You have to be really, really careful here. So here I wait. Yep. Continue the two-shot turn. This is a strategy that rewards you for your paranoia, let me tell you. And I'm not even really giving that much commentary over this because I find it just funny. I find this spot or this strategy incredibly funny for whatever reason. Because this is the only thing that'll work. This map is already like one of the shortest maps in the game, if not the smallest, and by extension there's going to be like 60 plus enemies that are trying to take you out, and you can't do that by purely running laps. You can't do that by purely staying in a spot other than this one. It's just impossible. Even if you see right here, I didn't turn back and it cost me. What I did here is I had my squad mate revive me. And my squad mate died. So from here I did lap. And I wondered if I actually got the 2 melee kills on this wave or the next wave. I think it was the next wave. So let's see here. I had to get some cover, stun the enemy. Damn. Yep. And I didn't know how many enemies were left at the time, so that's why I kind of kept running there. Yep. So that stun grenade worked. Okay, so I did actually manage to use the explosive ammo this round. And from here, I went back into the corner, which I showed you on wave 13 or something like that. I think it was wave 13, where I showed you to like go into this corner if you have explosive ammo. And luckily for me, it wasn't an equipment challenge. Otherwise, I would have lost the explosive ammo immediately and probably would have rage quit. And since this map is small, the enemies will come to you fairly quickly, which means you don't have to waste much time shooting. Yep. And I paused for a second. I don't know why. Not like the game itself, but I'm just talking about like speech. Felt a little woozy for a second. But then equilibrium kind of just stabilized there. But that's how you surpass wave 50 on this map, and you have to be ready for anything. I remember I remember in high school there was someone in my what was it, Earth and Space Science or something like that. And I remembered we were on a field trip, or no, it wasn't that. It wasn't that situation. It was a substitute teacher who emulated the motion of injecting himself with a syringe. And he's like, I'm on drugs, I'm ready for anything. Of course, he wasn't actually on drugs, hopefully. But like, it was a figure of expression, I guess. And, you know, me and my classmates just, you know, took that and repeated that like so many times. He was like, ready for anything. And we were such brats, bro. Here I got the equipment challenge, and luckily I was able to get it right before the dogs came around the corner. And I went to town. I went to town on these guys. And it should be said that even on wave 53, which is the wave I did die, I didn't immediately die. I actually fought pretty valiantly for that wave. Here we go. Rare instance that you'll see me using a shotgun when it has explosive ammo, because the only time you'll get a one-hit kill against the target is if you shoot the ground. It does not help if you shoot the enemy itself. They will just tank that shit for whatever reason, but if you shoot the ground they walk upon, they will die in one hit. Well, sometimes. So from here I used the minigun for as long as I could before it started. The icon started to flash yellow. So you see that here. Yep. So once it started to flash, I was on my way out of there. And just barely I was able to clear the landscape. But you see, the enemies were cornering me there, so I had to make evasive maneuvers. And somehow I actually managed to escape that situation. It's like magic over here, man. Now, you'll see how I died here. I never ran, like, from the opposite direction before. And that's what contributed to my death here. And for whatever reason, I felt the need to go around to that direction instead of sticking to the left. But in all honesty, it was still a legendary run, and nobody's ever surpassed wave 50 on this like version of Strikezone. So kudos to me. Now for some of the shortest highlights on this video by far. Freefall is very predictable here. It is one of the smallest maps in the game, yes. However, the strategy does not change from beginning to end. So you'll see here. Also, the map does give you access to a whole lot of kill streaks here because the distance between, I sound super fucking dumb trying to explain this shit. You guys already know that this map is a small map, and that means by extension, kill streaks when they drop are going to be closer together. So definitely took advantage of that. More so in the center than anywhere else, but still a principle to be applied. Now, where I'm going right now is just where I'm starting off. Now, if you were to go in the spot that I stay at for the rest of the game, you could have done that from beginning to end, but I wanted to mix things up. And I know a lot of people like to, you know, camp in this little elevator that turned upside down from a fall. But I don't know. It was just more of a favoritism. What the fuck? I can't say words, bro. I don't know what's wrong with me, man. Maybe I need a dictionary all over again. I used to read that shit all the time when I was a kid. I could not stop bringing it to school, and it was ironic because I was still dumb as shit.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Not saying I'm dumb as shit now, but I definitely had my share of stupidity. So here we go. I skipped all the way to like 40, 49 to like 50. That's how routine the strategy is, and that shield is just, you know, hopping up and down like it's got some type of chills.
Large hostile force approaching.
But overall, I could use the FP6 all the time. By that point, I had already went down twice, but I had the squad mate pick me back up. That squad mate ultimately died. I used an MTS and the FP6, so I didn't use the Wild Widow here, even though it probably would have been a little better to use the Wild Widow. Since they're all grouped together, an IED will definitely do larger amounts of damage to a group as opposed to larger maps. One by one. But as you can see, the wave was completed relatively quick. And I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity here to do so. So I'm placing a sentry gun down right about here. And it's a dog wave. So I got out my MTS. And look at that, a team restock on the first enemy killed. Death. I can just appreciate how the team restock will just heal me, even if I take the worst of damage. And I managed to destroy the sentry gun there. But look how fast that wave went by. Absolutely amazing. I probably could have done much better had I not gone down so early.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
Now, Battle Hinds and Trinity Rockets are pretty much worthless on this map, I'll tell you right now. The structures that this map has not only makes it a problem for kill streaks that hover above the buildings to do anything about it, but also, if you're just having a support drop and you're underneath one of these buildings, chances are one of them is going to land on the roof.
Large hostile force approaching.
And that will fuck you over. So if you're going to have one of these, you know, support drops spawn, you're better off towards the center of the map. I just fired at nothing there. I should have started with the MTS. But yep, died relatively quick there. I mean, it was wave 52, but it didn't feel like 52 waves. Still, was a decent run for free fall. Don't really care much of it. Now for Containment. Oh boy. I love this map, actually. It's one of the easiest maps you'll ever play for Safeguard Infinite. You could do that either with a team or by yourself, and you would still make it, you know, past wave 50 if you do it right. And it's very easy to do it right. So for here, I had to lower my mic a little bit. But if you guys have an idea, it's definitely in that building back there. Now, as long as you don't move the dumpster over towards the ladder area, as long as you leave that dumpster that's on the side of that building completely alone, no enemies will be able to climb up the ladder and flank you. That's just a note. And some of these kill streaks are spread out, but, I mean, a lot of the maps are like that, so it's not a tiny map, but it's still kind of small. It's doable though. All you gotta do is guard the stairs. In the beginning anyway. Once the later waves start to happen, then you will want to hang further back, but still watch over the same area. So here, it's just so simple. It's like a straight line for them just to, you know, die by your hand. I say that so casually as if that is not disturbing. That is extremely disturbing to say. But yes. It's about to be the new year, and the year has passed by so fast already that it doesn't even feel like it, bro. But here we are. Now, by this point, I actually, you know, I didn't even do like the 10, 20, 30. I just went straight to 42 just to see, or not just to see, just to show you guys how crazy these guys are on this map. I actually went all the way to this room just so I would be able to survive. My sentry gun is over there doing a little bit of something, but it's not doing as much work as you think it would be doing. It's helping, don't get me wrong. It's like a little distraction. But as far as the kills that it's getting, it's not getting that much. See, the enemies can take it out in an instant here. But luckily, I was nearing a melee field order. So all I had to do is finish that up. And luckily for me, that was a normal guy. Now, I did go down, I think, on wave 48, where I had to call on my squad mate, so that's why you see him right there. But on normal circumstances, you would be able to better protect him. That dude just flew towards me. Those guys just fucked him up. Luckily, since I'm only killing them from, like, right near that door, it means that the team respawns will... You say, did I just say team respawns? Oh my goodness. My fucking list. Restocks. Oh my goodness. Can I just, you know, I don't know what I need to do there. If I pronounce every single word, I don't even know, man. But, yep, readying and nearing 50. Just taking out these guys. The melee challenge.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
Again,
wave.
it's very easy to surpass wave 50 on this map. Getting to wave 50 wasn't my original goal for this map. My original goal was getting, some type of world record. And granted, I actually managed to play this with Jared, I think about 1 or 2 years back. And we managed, just the two of us, we managed to make it to wave 100. So it's very easy to make it to wave 100 on this map if you do the right strategy. And I think what happened was we managed to make it to wave 100 without calling in our squad mates a single time, which was unprecedented. That's how good of a strategy it was. Of course, with the dogs, they're in a feeding frenzy. I chose to just sit right here instead of going into that room. I felt like I had a better chance here. And with Trigger Happy by my side, I was able to go on a tear, you know what I mean? So here you can kind of see that they were starting to overwhelm me a tiny bit here, but it was nothing too drastic. And I thought there were less amount of enemies than there actually was because of that blue fucking halo. But these guys actually started pushing me the moment I made that mistake. Luckily, I didn't die.
Additional support granted.
So I skipped all the way to wave 61 and I had the gameplay set to the remaining waves after it.
Enemy forces inbound. Vulture expired.
So there, my explosive ammo at that time was getting ready to run out. I wanted to see if I was able to get anybody before it went, and luckily I did. I retreated into that room because I felt like I was going to be off guard again or underestimate my opponents again, and it just helped to be in this room and, see everything coming. The fact that they were able to fire through that wall was so concerning to me. It was crazy.
Weapon level increased. Weapon level increased. Team restock.
It's a hectic wave. Or a hectic set of waves, I should say, and the strategy is fairly simple. It's just a matter of being able to tackle all of the enemies that come your way. That's the tough part. It's more so the ability to do so as opposed to the skill, or not the skill, the strategy itself. So if you're decently skilled, you should make it past wave 50 no problem. As far as the waves after that, that's up to you. It depends on how skilled of a player you are. And if you're very skilled, then you'll make it, probably where I did, or maybe even surpass that. Who knows? I like for people to try Safeguard and actually see if they can break my world records that are set. I'd love to do that. I'd love to see that. Because I know there's people who love these survival modes just like I do. And these modes are incredibly challenging when you don't have a teammate. It discouraged a lot of folks who, are they like these types of survival games. But what I'm trying to do is restore faith in the ability to complete these types of game modes by yourself. Because, no, I did this on every single map. Every single map on Call of Duty Ghost. Even the ones you wouldn't even think are possible to get high waves on by yourself, I made it to wave 50 on all of them. And it was a very long journey to be able to do that and confidently say that. And I doubted myself on a lot of those maps. I thought there was no way I'm going to be able to do this. And there have been times where you can practice a strategy and it just doesn't work no matter how hard you try. But in my case, I kept poking around the maps, I kept trying to see different angles, and I can't consider myself intelligent, really, for these types of strategies that I found. It falls in the line of out-of-the-box thinking, and here, you see I'm slowly running out of ammo, but luckily, the final guy was there, and I only had one bullet left to spare. That rhymed. Bars. Alright, no. The main concern here is the ammo. Because with the weapons you have, you're not going to have the support, support drop meter fill up as fast. Now, luckily for me, it was an equipment challenge. So, from there, and plus it was a dog wave. So, once I would switch to the minigun, my vulture would cover me. But when in doubt, just toss an IED. Should kill a host of them. Very integral to getting those support drops. That and the kill streaks as well. Now the enemies were actually slow in regards to moving towards me. So I had the urge to move closer to them. Try to see how many I could take out. Luckily, I managed to finish that wave in quick succession and hold my ammo to the point where I can use it on the next wave. Let's see here. Yep, I just sat back here. I do like this. Again, this strategy just makes me sit back and relax. I don't really admire this gameplay all that much. I feel like with the gameplays that require me to think even more difficult situations, I should say think through more difficult situations than I typically would. Those are the moments I'm more proud of. I tend to do my best when there is a challenge that nobody else can face. And it's weird. But, you know, it's almost like Keegan from COD Ghost. He is like more of an introvert, and he only goes on the toughest of missions. It's actually very cool to see. So here we are. Another loot round. Notice there was a time where I actually used to place my kill streaks outside and kind of slow them down on the way through the door. But I stopped doing that because if your kill streaks kill an enemy and they drop a team restock out there, you're not going to be able to get it while being, cooped up in that building. So wave 67 is upon us here. Just casually waiting in that room, waiting for enemies to enter. Staring at the wall, sitting on the toilet, sitting on the toilet, sitting on the toilet. Anyway, very easy day. Very good. Now it's just waiting. Now it's just on standby. It's ready. But none of them were coming. Pause. And it was weird because the quiet was disconcerting. With how many enemies were still left, I knew something was up. So I did not really move that much. It must have been that the area was insanely clustered until one of them found a way through. don't think I had focus. I did not. Now, by that point, I was all out of ammo.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Well, at least in my shotgun. Now, I'm not a good shot with the Wild Widow. And look at that. The damn shield. Now, that was clutch there, but ultimately it led to my downfall.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Yep.
Bolter destroyed.
So it was a good run, but ultimately it wasn't to be. There was just too many guys in that one area, and they were shooting through the wall. I was done either way. On to the next. Next up is probably one of my most favorite playthroughs here. We have the map of Bayview, and its difficulty is regular. If you want to know why, just pause the freaking video during the graphic right here, and you'll read the notes. You'll see why. On to the gameplay then. Whew. From here, I will do, what is it called? I will show wave 1 through 10 here. I should say wave 2 and 10. I keep forgetting it's round 1 as a loot wave, and then, 2 is the wave that comes after, which is filled with the enemies. But this map is one of my favorite maps overall in Ghost, and it's not just because I got the world record solo from surviving all these waves. The overall design of it, it's vibrant, though it might not really tell a story. It still is distinguishable enough on its own to be an iconic map in its own right, to be honest with you. I truly think it is. Might be one of the very few Call of Duty Ghost maps that are standouts. So here, you see me go up top here, and the thing about this spot, which will be made apparent in the later waves that follow, is these two sides are what you're going to be guarding for the long haul. And with the pistol, you see I'm kind of struggling with that because I'm not a good shot. But still, managed to get that wave done relatively fast. Skipped over to wave 22, where I have my squad mate active. About to say my squad mate in use. Essentially a bot, so I guess I could say that. I like that little trolley that goes around. That's so cool. It's a nice touch. Really gives the atmosphere of just the urban town. Now, with the dogs, you have to understand, the dogs are going to be your bane once you're up top here. And you might be wondering, well, why would the dogs be your bane? You could simply just wait for them to die on their own, right? You could. But here's the problem. If you don't kill the dogs, you don't have enough support drop points to fill it up, right? So I use the 2 shotgun strategy. I don't use a Wild Widow on this map, so I sacrifice range for 2 shotguns. And for the dog waves, to take them out, I am dependent on my kill streaks. I do not take them out with my weapons unless I have, the field order completed, which grants you that explosive ammo minigun. But, aside from that, I place the sentry gun right here, and since the dogs are more inclined to, try to attack you when you're low enough to their level, that's why I ladder stalled. If you ladder stall, it actually draws the dogs towards you. And right there I have my squad mate assisting as the sentry gun is trying to shoot at those guys, but just couldn't. So here I skipped over to wave 40 because I wanted to show just how insane these guys are. Now I do have quite a bit to go in regards to the gameplay. You know, I got 20 minutes left for this particular set of highlights. So I don't even know how I have the brevity to even do this. But by this point I have sleight of hand, I had the 2 shotguns, got all that jazz. But trigger happy, here's the thing. I did not get trigger happy until late in the game. So every time these guys climbed up these sides of the ladder, I had to quickly reload, and if my sight wasn't completely on them by the time they got up here, I would have been, you know, shot up the wazoo. And there have been times where I was. Now luckily for me, a team restock was right there. Switched over to the other shotgun. You know, did the work. Now with melee challenges, it gives you the freedom to complete these on your own time. And it helped. It helped me a substantial amount. Especially on the waves where I really needed the explosive ammo. So, this wave is nearly done. There's just a lot of enemies. Like, regardless of what wave you're on, every wave after wave 40 is going to be insane. And I didn't want to toss an IED as well. I wanted them to come up the ladder. And I tried to get some melee challenges there. Tried to get some melee challenges? No, get some melee kills. What I used to do for the dog waves was I used to hop on top of the trolley from on top of this building. Or not this building, but the lighthouse building. You know the one. And, you know, that worked for a time, but for the enemies that were still on the ground, I didn't think about eliminating them first and then taking the dogs out. So, I mean, that was like a flaw there. You could probably still do that if you really, really wanted to, but it's not necessary. Much rather be as close to your original position as possible when it comes to that. Now, I did manage to stay right here, and you know, I managed to get a support drop from the explosive ammo. I like this because it showed that there was a form of variety to the strategy you could use for a map like this. Now, there was a support drop here. The thing is, though, I was concerned as to what it was going to be, and I didn't immediately want to use it. I wanted to keep those around because I knew at that point I would be running low on ammo, and I need those as a reserve. Now, I placed an IMS down, which was already my first mistake. I shouldn't have placed it down there. I should have placed it, you know, right as I'm looking. But luckily, by the grace of God, I was able to, you know, have a team restock come up on that ladder. Still, it's very difficult. Like, imagine keeping track with all this. You look inside the side, you see tons of enemies getting ready to fuck you up. Some enemies are even going prone. It's just outright terrifying. And, you know, when I feel I'm at my point where I'm about to get overwhelmed, you know, that's when you use the special grenades. I always reserve the special grenades in case I feel overwhelmed, and never before. See right there? Good work. Now, I kept that last guy alive because I wanted to know what was in these crates. And sometimes you have to do that. And what do you know? It was trigger happy. The one perk that I needed all this time. I actually got it on wave 50. I feel like that was the game's way of saying, okay, you survived hard enough with just sleight of hand. Now we're going to give you what you need. I feel like that's what happened there.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
And from there it was a loot wave.
Additional support granted.
Now you'll see from wave 60 on how dependent I truly am off the kill streaks. I'm just waiting for the timer to count down here.
Enemy forces inbound.
So it's an equipment challenge, luckily. And you know what that means. Explosive ammo. But tons of people firing at you from all directions. Win-win. My ammo was getting a little low, so luckily for me, this challenge came just in the nick of time.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Team restock. Now luckily I was able to clear out that area, but whenever you have an explosive ammo minigun, go right here so the enemies don't jump off top from the other ladder and try to knife you from behind. If you stand next to this ladder, they won't be able to do that. This, like, again, this takes so much time. I think, in comparison to this, I actually took faster getting to wave 83 on this map. Was it wave 83? No, it was wave 82. I was faster getting to wave 82 on this map as opposed to getting to wave 57 on Chasm. That's just the stark contrast of how these playstyles are. On Chasm, I waited for the enemies to kill themselves because I had no other choice. On this map, I had a choice. And that way, it went faster. So once that thing ran out, I was just, back to the old grind, it seems. Suddenly, I just got very congested, and I don't know why. But, still got to commentate through the continuation of this. I'm just absolutely astounded. It's nearing the end.
Hostiles eliminated. Get
Bingo.
ready for the next wave.
And what I like about this as well is you could use either shotgun and you're not really going to get overwhelmed. You're only going to get overwhelmed if you goof off or if you look in a complete opposite direction. So here, it's going to be wave 70, and from then on, these waves are going to be hell.
Enemy forces inbound.
So it's a dog wave, and you'll see just how dependent I am on my kill streaks. Like, I think I used 2 of them, and not in the same sitting. But I wait because I have to take out every single gunned enemy before I even think about taking out the dogs. And I have to do it from up here. I can't have any explosives that are down at ground level, or else there might be a team restock or anything like that. I only threw my explosives when I saw the team restock there. And I also wanted to dispense as many bullets or, pellets down range. That way I could do my part. That dude just looked like he did a backflip. Or in this case, I like to say a black flip. Because once you flip, you see nothing. That's fucked up. We're gonna edit that out. So here, there's not as enemies. Oh my goodness, there's not as many enemies. There's a little tongue twister there that are going to be shooting at you from the sides. You just got to be patient, is all. And believe me, it's really tough to be patient when you want these waves to go along. But if you want the ultimate prize, you gotta strive for it. So I placed an IED there while I placed a sentry gun. And look at that. Look at all those dogs in comparison to the gunmen that I just killed. That is insane. And not to mention there's still gunmen left. So yeah, I still had to wait until the gunman went down. Because some more of them spawn in, even after you kill out a substantial amount of enemies. And what I actually do is I knife them. Because they seem to be only be coming from one side, since I thinned out a lot of their numbers. So it's just a matter of which side are they going to come from, you know? Bobbing and weaving. There was still some off to the distance. That's what really makes these waves take long. It's not killing the gunman from side to side. It's killing the gunman and then waiting for your kill streak to do the rest of the job because your other weapons can't. Again, it's a sacrifice of range. And you have to accommodate for it. Now luckily for me, I don't have to worry about placing an IED before I call in a vulture. But still, I have to be careful. And I think this might be the wave where I actually did complete the knife challenge. That way I could take out all the dogs. I guess I'm wrong. I think it's actually 80. I think it was wave 80 that I did that. But yeah, the vulture, cleaning house. When the dogs get too crowded, they'll gather right under you. So if they're not eliminated before they reach under you, what you can do is climb up the ladder and they'll try to go away, and your vulture can try to take them back out again, and it's kind of like a reset. Not all the dogs will go back or like go away, but a good bit of them will. So there. So as you know, fast forwarded over to wave 80, and by God, you're gonna be here a while. Still, it's still wonderful, you know, that I was able to get this far, and it was a knife challenge. So what I decided to do was I went ham. And again, there's a lot more dogs in comparison to the gunmen. So it's just a matter of choosing which side. So yep. Just being careful. And once they climb up the ladder, they do not fire at you for a split second. So you gotta take advantage of those little pausing periods. And because these are so many dogs out, you gotta make sure that you watch both sides intently. Can't do it from a distance. And that riot shield, I have bad luck with riot shields, it seems. So the squad mate tries to help. Inevitably. I think there was more gunmen out there. Either that or riot shielders. So I think I took advantage of that. So let's see here. Yep. Another one. There we go. That's one left. It's like, pick a side, any side. Just your favorite bot, huh? And I'm sure there was a gunman still out there. But I think the squad mate actually managed to do it for me. Now that I think about it. No, he didn't. He actually saved himself. But there we go. Explosive ammo. Taking out the dogs at night. It was amazing. It was an amazing little display. Forgive me for being quiet. I don't need to commentate over every waking moment of the shit, but I'm just watching Alma Pride because, again, this is the highest set of waves I've ever made it to on my own. So I was immensely proud of this.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
And just like that, loot wave.
Additional support granted.
And the squad mate survived. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, that was my mistake. I should never have placed the IMS down there. I should have placed it right where I was looking at. Ay, ay, ay. Imagine if someone was like, what the fuck you do that for? It's just like, I have an evil twin who's trying to frame me. I swear, I did not have a lapse in judgment. Now, luckily there was a team restock over there. And the IEMS is doing its work. Okay. Now, even though I had trigger happy and I had to watch these two sides, it was still very hectic to do. Enemies were so numerous. But still, I fought to the last breath. And I almost finished the wave too. Yep. And... Whew. Yeah, it took a while for these guys to go down one by one. But I was always ready. Whenever my ammo for one shotgun seemed to be nearing half, that's when I would switch it. I just did it for memory, I guess. Now, I don't know why I tried to do this. I should not have tried to go for a melee because the field order didn't account for it. And look at this. Arrogance. I thought I'd be able to knife the riot shielder. When I could have had more waves to go, I could have probably passed through all the way to 100 if I did not melee or try to melee that riot shielder. But, on the lesson, my headphones nearly fell off, but there.
Alright. Next up, we have the map Fog on the Onslaught DLC. Definitely the toughest map on the, the 4-map pack. So you'll see just how I managed to not only make it to wave 50, but surpass it.
Now, starting off, I was a little bit of a klutz here, where you'll see what happens. You'll see what happens. But essentially, the care packages are, like, tightly knitted together, I should say. I don't want to say they are far, far apart. The map is only but so big. But sometimes the care packages can be scattered. What I should have done was get that and run up the hill to get the sentry gun and then the vulture. But apparently, you know, common sense just didn't kick in here. Look. And right when I made it to it, it wouldn't let me press square. It was fucked. But that was my fault. It's the, you know, it's the fashion of how you pick those things up that really count. And here the enemy's already spawned on top of my booty. Here you can tell I'm a bit more lively than I did on my other commentaries because I'm left alone. And to be honest with you, I didn't feel like holding in my voice. And it was just overall very stressing. But I plan on finishing the commentary for all of these maps tonight before the new year starts. I wonder if I'm going to be able to do it. I don't think I would be able to do it. But I'll try. And you see the enemies come from either the window or they will be trying to climb up from ground level. I have a chopper in the air. It can be useful. But I don't recommend it because, again, if your chopper manages to kill an enemy and they drop a team respawn, I said it again. Team restock. Lord have mercy. If they drop a team restock, then what will happen is, if it's further away from you, you have to run a fair distance to get it, and sometimes you have to run into the hornet's nest. If you have no other option, use your blades. Just drinking my water. Yes, yes, sir. Now, as you see, I skipped over to wave 10 because I did use this strategy for a bit. Not like in the high waves or anything like that, but just long enough because I wanted to make sure I got the weapons that I needed. If I didn't have a shotgun, then me going to the spot I would use for the high waves would be pointless. So you wouldn't be able to really do anything from that. You need one-hit kill weapons in order for the main strategy to work. And I do have a shotgun, luckily, but it wasn't the main focus. And it was a dog wave, so I wanted to make sure I was extra prepared. It did give me a decent amount of perks that I needed early on, so I am grateful to the game for that. Again, everything you get is randomized. There's no assigned, you know, drops that you're going to get, or, you know, assigned perks you're going to get within a moment of your choosing, like MW3. There's none of that. You have to literally survive off of random shit. And that's kind of the biggest challenge of Safeguard, when you think about it. It's not a matter of just preference. You have to do what you need to survive. You can't buy anything. Your resources are already limited. It's perfect. It's perfect. Especially for a guy like me. Now, as you see, I went back there and placed a sentry gun down to watch over not only the, my flank, but also the enemies that are coming through in front of me, outside of the building over there. It's perfect. Now, while the sentry gun did get destroyed, it was its time, and I didn't even call him my squad mate. Now that I think about it, I didn't call him a squad mate, which is perfect. Now, this was about to turn into wave. Actually, before I do that, I'm showing you the one spot where enemies actually come from one direction, or at least come towards a general area. Now, I accidentally placed the sentry gun down, and I didn't even mean to do that. But what I was trying to do was hold the sentry gun out and not place it. So I still survived. I always survive. I don't even know what that was. That was like burp speak. But yeah, this is the main thing that this one spot is good for. If you have a minigun with the explosive ammo, you can come here. If you don't have it, scram. It's as simple as that. You're not going to be able to defend the location any other way. Even if you have multiple teammates here. So I went back here, hopped on top of the fridge, which say it like it's the most casual thing. But yeah, I hopped on top of that shit. And usually that's the plan. When you hop on top of the fridge, they cannot knife you from below. And it's like a multi-stage mantling for them to try to reach you. So it gives you plenty of enough time to take them out while they're trying to hop on those different boxes or whatever. That's the plan. And it's even, the prowess of the plan is even increased when you place a sentry gun back here. Because again, it looks over towards the right side of the house. I place an IED just in case. But it also helps for the left side of the house. You know, out of your peripheral, I should say. Since it's a dog wave, I got, down from the spot because, hiding there could be problematic on the dog wave. So I just hopped down, let the sentry gun cover the rest, used the Wild Widow, and just, did what I needed to do.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Ended up getting very lucky there. I don't even know why I started. Why did I start running? I completely forgot. Oh, maybe my sentry gun got destroyed or some shit. That's probably why. Once my sentry gun got destroyed, I think that's the cue to run around the map, and you'll be doing that quite a bit. You'll be running laps on this map, trying to survive. So you have to be prepared, and it's very easy to get cornered, as you see right here. Especially if you're a bad shot like myself. I will survive. Also, a little tidbit, if you're going to jump through a window, crouch jump. Because if you don't crouch jump, you're going to need to do a secondary animation just to be able to get through the window. And it takes a slower amount of time. So, yeah, just crouch jump if you ever see a window. Really does help. I was also running low on ammo, but luckily there was a team... No, it wasn't a team restock. It was not a team restock. It was more so a support drop crate. There we go. What I'm doing is I'm turning my PS4 on because it's connected to my USB phone charger. And, I needed to charge my phone up anyway. I don't know if I'll be actually online today. I'm just going to be editing these clips and whatnot to make that whole mega compilation that you guys know I'm going to be doing. So here, I hop back up. It's wave 39. And you see what the odds are. You see what I need to deal with. MTS is perfect for this because it fires faster shots. You can fire another shot even if you miss. And the shots are already strong as it is. You're going to be point blank range with it all. If you start to run a little low, you can switch to your Wild Widow if the situation fits it. Typically it doesn't, but it happens. Again, this is a very beneficial spot. Sentry gun can also cover, take out the riot shielders if they so happen to face like in front of you. So that's really cool. Now there's just one guy left down there. Let me take him out with a good old melee, which that should have worked the first time, but I'll take what I can get. Luckily for me, there are 2 IEDs. That rhymed. Now, since there was a weapons crate over there, I didn't want to just use it in case there was a team restock that I couldn't get. I wanted to keep that, alive for as long as possible. Even if that meant sacrificing another kill streak. Again, I'm trying to stock up on the resources. Support drops do not come by easily with the weapons that I'm using. Single shot weapons do not level up the support drop anywhere near as much as the automatic weapons do. So that's just a lesson there. Or it's not that the single shot weapons don't level up the support drops faster. What it means is, if your weapon deals more damage, then the support drop is not going to increase based off of the one hit kill capacity. If whether your weapon is single shot or automatic, if it deals less damage, for whatever reason, you get more points the more you actually hit your target. Don't know why, but that is a mechanic of Safeguard, and I absolutely abhor it. And here you see wave 49, I got my good old minigun here. A squad mate on a one-way ticket to hell. Seems he wants to die, so he's like, well, might as well die in my service. Imagine that. You got somebody with explosive ammo and you just gonna die if you get hit by a shield. Come on, fam. What do I look like? Luckily there was a team restock over there. And I didn't even bother to, hop up in that other spot, because if I did, enemies would come around the other way just as much. And since that was my last squad mate, I had no other chances to revive myself, so I had to loop around the map and take out as many enemies as possible. That way it could set up for wave 50. Here we go. I must say it was quite the valiant effort. I'll say. So let's see here. I think I ended up going back there, because I think I cleared out enough enemies to cycle through. And I wanted to reload. Oh yes, I think I know what happened. So when I summoned that squad mate, right? I went down, like, right around this little region here. And what essentially happened was I lost trigger happy. And there was an equipment challenge. Luckily, I was able to complete that. But I didn't get trigger happy again, so I had to survive in these high-ass waves without it. And what did I do? I used every kill streak I possibly could. Excluding the vulture, because I knew I would still need the vulture at one point, just in case. But I placed 2 sentry guns down, one in this corner and one in the other corner. And I just hopped right on top here. That don't sound right. Because I knew it was going to be a dog wave, and I was ready. Wild the Widow out. Spasm. Bam, 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 bam. Yes, sir. Now, I was getting fucked up in that instance, but once I cleared out enough, look at this, I could have died here. I honestly could have died here, but I did the, good old okey doke, juke, and managed to find my way back to the post. You know what I mean? Sentry guns were still covering me over a longer range, and we managed to get this shit done. It was a glorious little completion of wave 50. I had to applaud myself here, because it took me about 15 or so tries to get to wave 50 to find a strategy that worked. And it was very frustrating for those 15 tries, but adaptability, bitches.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Yep.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, I did manage to get a sentry gun, and I did manage to get that vulture. It's over here. And I thought, oh, this is going to be sweet. And what did I know? I should have honestly, I honestly should have had the sentry gun back there. In addition to the vulture. I should not have ran, because that contributed to my death here. You'll see. It was too early for me to do that. But still was a legendary run. I can't complain because nobody else would have been able to do this. So, good old pat on the back, Doshanko. Way to go, motherfucker. You got to wave 52 on Fog. Amen. One little word here. On Ignition, I actually provided pre-existing audio here. And Ignition, I managed to get to wave 78 without the use of Trigger Happy, so you'll be hearing some of my commentary over it. The remaining parts of the game, I don't have commentary over, but to be honest with you, the strategy speaks for itself, so as long as you're able to adapt on the fly, you should be okay. Now,
if I never made it to wave 100 solo, but if there was a map where it was possible, this map would probably be one of them. Yeah, and I played this map with good old pal Jared, who's also known as the gaming commander, and we had a ball with this map. I might upload the video regarding our playthrough, but like, yeah, we had a total joy playing this map, and I loved every minute of it. I didn't record up to the point where I died, but we got to wave 69, just the two of us. Not wave 69, wave 79. So we were almost on wave 80, just from our, little playthrough. It was glorious. So mainly the strategy just entails just staying right here, making sure that, hold up. I want to check the... that's not it. There we go. And I'm gonna go to my settings real quick. Good. So now that that's out the way, I can just toss this. Sorry if I took longer on the first wave than I should be.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
I just wanted to make sure that I can understand why. Because, like, you go up there, their enemies are just going to be more likely to just, shoot you in the fucking leg.
Large hostile force approaching.
Look at that. Now, if I were to sit up top of this, I don't know where the dogs would necessarily come from, but...
Vulture expired.
Alright.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Let's see what this does. On higher waves, I will not be able to get away with this at all.
Weapon proficiency increased.
I'm just speeding up time is all I'm doing. I hate they can come up from all these sides. That's why this spot doesn't really work like that.
Team restock. Fuck. Don't know if it'd be more helpful for me to get this, but I will. Hostiles eliminated. Weapon level increased. Additional support
I
granted.
don't know how well though. I guess it would do well because the enemies would
Large hostile force approaching.
get to me there, but dogs. The dogs will look so confused. They're just like, what the fuck? This I like. See, when the Wild Widow, lines up the dumb, that's it. That's how you know this shit good, man. I know I sound like I said a whole bunch of gibberish, and I did. I said a whole bunch of gibberish. I did recently try some voice acting. I did some voice acting auditions, and got some evaluations. One of them I kind of did like a commercial voice for, and the other one
I said in my regular voice.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
And as far as like more details on the matter,
Additional support
I'm
granted.
gonna keep the details relatively private because, like some of them went a little too well, you know. But right now, it's just like no. All right, so let's see what we got here.
Large hostile force approaching.
Yeet. Excuse me.
Team restock. Weapon level increased.
All right, let's finish this.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
Now I am gonna place a sentry gun at the base. It's a single shred of regular ammo. But for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna use the vulture anyway.
Infected incoming.
Cool. I'm not gonna be in any rush to get the headshot challenge.
Vulture destroyed.
Okay. So they're on track.
Weapon level increased.
This goes to show some of the times you really don't need kill streaking on this map. Fuck the game for doing that.
Weapon proficiency increased.
I don't want to do it. Yummy!
Team restock.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, no, no. Nope. 9. I don't think this was the best place for me to go. Nope. The tally up. I only got like about 10 more kills left. Stop.
Ally bleeding
No!
out.
Where's the last guy? Run my way fucking quick. Please.
Infected incoming. Weapon proficiency increased. increased. Your sentry gun is gone. Weapon level increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted. Fire. Large hostile force approaching. increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Teammate bleeding out. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Infected incoming. Vulture expired. Vulture proficiency increased. Outpost lost.
Beholding Unearthed itself, the remake of Dome. Just like Dome on Modern Warfare 3, this map on survival mode or safeguard or whatever we want to call it is incredibly difficult. Even more difficult than Dome itself. So here we go. Starting off here, I started off in the little tent area. I'm trying to figure out what the shit is. So the good news is a lot of the care packages are going to be closely positioned together. There goes my common sense. But luckily I still had time on my side. I could have just, went around and, got the kill streak that way. But it's like, well, no. My brain just, had a stroke. And, not literally. Don't wish that on me. But, my thought process had a stroke. That's better. My throat. Oh my god! See, there it is. Proven. But, yeah, this game was a little bit funny to me because on the third wave, I actually went down and I had to call my squad mate to revive me. And then that squad mate managed to survive, so many, more waves in one sitting than I did. That's crazy. And yes, I had another one as a reserve, but still, that shit was crazy. Overall, the idea was to make it to wave 50, and I started off right here doing the concurrent guard, even though, let's be real, this spot is not an area you would hold off for large waves, at least not consistently. The only time I would ever do this is on the wave after the loot round. After that, I would not do it. That's just me. And also, you want to get as many sentry guns as possible. The clip will show you why, but again, make sure you get a lot of sentry guns on this map. Try to get all 3 if you can, but call in a vulture first before you do so, for the round after the loot round.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Yep, IMS destroyed, even though it didn't do shit. Skipped over to wave 10. already have my squad mate, which is incredibly embarrassing for a player who has experienced several different difficult maps and, you know, has not went down a single time even prior to wave 20. But it happens to the best of us. We fall down and we get up. We fall down and we get up. That's essentially what happened. So the sentry gun over there is guarding the little, what is it called? I guess little passageway. It guards the passageway where those enemies like to come from. And then also for enemies coming out of the dome area, it takes them out in their back. So perfect little, you know, guarding spot. Now, how my squad mate did not die from that is absolutely miraculous. Fast health regen was what I desperately needed. So now we skipped over to wave 20. Squad mate's still alive. He's a real one. Hell yeah. Your ass is about to get waxed by the 5-time dick-sucking champion. I didn't say that. Anyways, dog wave. I don't know if by this point I had a wild widow or not. I don't think I did. But what I do see is the, you know, team restock. I almost got to prevent myself from saying Spock, because it's very easy for me to do. I don't think I got the team restock now I think about it. Yeah, I just sat my ass back here because I knew there was going to be more crates on the way. That's right. And I already had speed. And it was a loot round. Hooray! Free blowjobs. Actually, wave 30. Wave 30. Squad mate's still alive. The first one. Literally. I called him on wave freaking 3. And he's still alive to wave 30. On this map of all maps. Like, come on. That's disgraceful. I wasn't complaining, though. He was a good little addition there. But again, this is just me playing. So it's not like, oh, the squad mate is just a secondary controller playing or anything like that. This is just a squad mate you're assigned to call in case you ever need to be revived. That's what they're for. They're not primarily there to assist you in gunning these guys. They can, but it's not their primary purpose. Since there are no self-revives in this game mode, you have to make sure that you have a means to revive yourself outside of that. And that's what squad mates are for. Now, unfortunately, I cannot shoot through that wall. And right out the back, dude survived 30, or no, survived near 30 waves, yeah. It was absolutely crazy. Now, wave 39, you can bet your ass he didn't survive. F's in the chat. F's in the chat for that motherfucker. Now, I used the minigun here. Perfect opportunity to use the minigun because we got a dog wave. I do have the Wild Widow by this point, and I do have pretty much every single perk that you can get in Safeguard, including Trigger Happy. So I'm just going wild, spraying my load onto the onslaught. The awkward silence, I'm sorry. Spraying my load onto the onslaught. Where did I fucking get that idea? Sometimes, half the shit that comes out of my mouth, I should not be saying. I'm gonna say that right now. When my lisp is not a factor in, like, how I speak, like, when I'm heavily enthused, my lisp is not as prominent. I'll tell you right now. Like, wait, you have a lisp? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do have a lisp. Subtle. Very subtle. And even though my voice is not as deep as it typically should be, guess what? Your boy's having fun, and I guess that's a factor. So here we go. I wanted to show you guys the remaining... I'm not going to say the remaining waves. No, that doesn't sound right. But I guess, yeah, it is. Because after wave 40, these enemies get fucking crazy. So I pulled out all the stops trying to manage until I got that field order complete. And once I get the field order complete, that's when I know that I'm a fucking boss. So you see here, headhunting, pause. I wonder if you shoot an enemy in the testicles if it will count as a headshot. That would be an interesting little tidbit. You know what? Let's go to the freaking, you know, developers right now and be like, hey, if you shoot somebody in the nuts, it should be counted as a headshot. Maybe a double kill. I don't know. Be perfect. Like Call of Duty Gag Edition.
Weapon level increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Call of Duty Gag Edition. Just catching myself saying the most stupid shit. Forgive me. Anyway, I'm holding the golden boner upwards, and I set it back down where it's nice and firm and watching over my surroundings. And it's going to spray its load onto the populace, so I might as well get ready for that. While I watch the elevations of Earth, and I get that good old minigun. Now, here's the thing. These enemies are still fucking strong. So, I literally was afraid to go out and, like, get the ammo. Look at that. Look how they're able to affect me from that. Now, I already have everything I could need. So I didn't even touch the freaking crate, even though, yo, hello, there's 2 right there on wave 43, hello, like, I get it. But I had every single thing I needed, even ammo, so I was set. Now it's a kill streak challenge, and luckily for me, I'm not using a kill streak, I'm using the explosive ammo minigun. My daughter just entered in the room, and by daughter, I mean fur baby, still a daughter. Beautiful little thing. How you doing, sweetie? As you can see, these guys, their ass is grass. My cats are busy growling at one another. So here, let me close the damn door so these fuckers can, you know, go about their business. Alright, so I closed the door. My cat was growling up a storm, sounding like a fucking dog. Like, girl, we have a dog at home. You ain't trying to take her place. I know you larger. I know a cat can be larger than a dog sometimes. But, you know, there you go. As you can see, the good old sentry gun is in the corner there. And I'm very much dependent on it. I don't think I had the wherewithal to pull out my Wild Widow. See, I should have pulled out the Wild Widow. It would have made so much more sense. And my cat's trying to attack the cat underneath the door. Oh boy, it's a new one. You can't attack a fully freaking grown animal through a tight-ass space. That's like a coin slot. Come on. Now, I was about to get my ass munched over here. But luckily, you know, by the grace of God, not bound by religion anyway, but by the grace of God, still, I managed to survive. Oh, man. Now, if you heard a little squeaking sound that sounded like a freaking flatulent, that is not a flatulent. That is me just rubbing my feet across the freaking steel chair that I use for gaming and my work and everything else. So, if you're, that's not what you think it is. My cat is still fucking growling. This is amazing. Like, girl, the freaking door is closed. He is no threat to you. Go home. Come over here. Come here, sweetie. Come here. I don't need you fighting Ghost. Oh, now you want to be a suck-up. Now you want to actually nuzzle against your daddy, huh? After you were just growling like a damn dog. Yeah, daddy loves you too, okay? Daddy loves you too. You're a good kid. Stay away from the damn door, though. Stay away from the door.
See, my cat was raised, like, Kiki was raised a bit solo. She was in the SPCA when I found her. And ultimately when I bought her, she, I thought she was used to animals by that time, but we had an older cat named Tracy who was above 20 years old, before she passed away this year, the day after my birthday. And I know whenever Tracy was around, she just did not like other animals that were her size. She could mother small animals like hamsters. She was fine with a bearded dragon being on top of her. But when it came to cats and dogs, it was no. She hated those. She began to tolerate Kiki a little bit more. But in time, she's still, on site. Even in her old ass age, she was still trying to box. You know what I mean? Box with the non-existent ass claws. God, I miss her, but there we go. I could have gotten the team restock, but I chose not to. I didn't want to risk it. Ugh, got a homie. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll check that out a little bit later, pal. Thank you, though. Here we go. Ammo. Bars. Placing one more sentry gun back here as well, because I felt I was going to need it. I need it. So yeah, place 2 sentry guns in that motherfucker. And then just waited for them to come. Pause. Yes, sir. I was not going to get that team restock. I was already close to a support drop. I was just going to let the kill streaks do their work. You know what I mean? It was already doing a stellar enough job. Now those guys are getting a bit too close to comfort. I made sure there was an IED over there as well, just in case. But look how many fucking guys you have to contend with on this freaking map. It's absolutely insane. Now, the last guy, he got taken out by yours truly. Bam. I had 2 headshots left, and I had to hold on to that sentry gun for dear life because I knew what wave it was going to be next. And by God, it wasn't the wave that I wanted. But still, we take what we can get here at Key of the Beginning Incorporated. Oh, man. Good old doggo wave. And I panicked. Death. 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 Yeet. Yeet. So once the sentry gun went, belly up, my sentry gun got. Essentially, I had to call in the healer scout because I was going to get butt fucked either way. But what I forgot to, do is lay an IED on the ground where I was about to be dropped down. Because there were going to be tons of dogs that were going to surround and munch on my ass. I'm telling you right now. And I thought I would be able to get a headshot field order completed while I was in this chopper. But nope, that is not the case either. I had to literally complete it while I'm on the ground. And it's bollocks, or whatever the fuck. How do you say it? My brothers and sisters in England, yeah, I know y'all will correct me. Y'all have always been awesome. Y'all will correct me. So here we go. Here's me filling with a lot of sniper shots in this motherfucker. And I'm so high up in the air, it's enough to make me throw up, and the throw up alone will be enough to actually kill somebody. So here we go. I forgot to place an IED, and I died immediately. Bars. Alright. Well, in the interest of the new year, Morgan Freeman is going to do a couple new things, alright? So I decided to take over while Doshanko gives his voice a time to recover. So on this little sliver of Call of Duty knowledge, he played on Ruins. Now I tell you, son, when he played on this, he snapped like a freaking animal that has opened a glow stick. I tell you right now. Now, have you ever seen an animal open a glow stick? Probably not. But if it were to happen, then it would happen in this fucking mess of a jungle, this freaking Protozoan era tempo bullshit. So here we go. He managed to get kill streaks, I guess. No, I'm a little bit over 80 years old, so I don't know what half this technology is, but I'll try my best to describe it as according to what the game tells me. Actually, so far, the game doesn't really tell me shit.
Infected incoming.
So what it appears to do here is he goes up to the top of this little temple here, hops up on this ledge, and, well, just stands behind this. I don't even know what the hell that is. And I'm as ancient as those mountains. God Jesus. But, see here, he aims for the head with his pistol. I'm pretty sure every dude would. Hopefully. Unless you're... never mind. I have to imagine that children might be watching my videos and I have to take every word I say with a grain of salt. I'm sorry. I know I can't post Call of Duty clips on YouTube Kids, so if you happen to stumble across this video and you're under the age of 10, my apologies to your parents. I recommend you watch on mute. Now, before this gets hairy, just like my hairs and my beard are almost as long as the afro I once had many years ago, I tell you, son, when I complete the waves like this... Oh no. Wait, I just blew my cover. I meant to say he. But, well, the jig is up anyway. Morgan Freeman, you know. His voice is imitated by Doshanko, of course. I wanted to be a little bit more flavorful. I wanted to speak to myself in regards to third person. Well, not speak to myself, but speak to y'all, but speak for myself in third person. But, no, that was a mission fail. So I take you back to wave 10, and I cover this side of the temple, which is the right side. If you cover the right side of the temple, you'll be able to focus on the main body of your opposition at this entrance right here, and then the IEDs typically take care of the stragglers. There's not that many that come from the side. So you just got to be on your best behavior, watch out, and, you know, cook those cameras, son. My IED did explode over there. So, I had to toss another one, just like I'm throwing a stone across the river. Now, hopefully, these enemies will learn their lesson, not to infiltrate the temple like this. I tell you, I am a temple guardian. I have my sacred temple of bomb defense, and I protect that with all my heart. I tell you right now.
Weapon level increased.
Well, that enemy had no idea what the fuck he was doing.
Eliminated. Get ready for
I
the next
pity
wave.
his parents who told him to let him pursue his dream.
Additional support granted.
Now, if I was a parent and I saw my kid immediately, you know, unable to follow a simple direction in regards to, well, there's one motherfucker on the battlefield, and you outnumber him 100 to 1.
Hostile force approaching.
And if you fail, don't even bother returning home, even if you survive. Well, never mind that. Let's go back to wave 20 here. You see, I'm just waiting for enemies to pop up and, well, you know, go about their business. I don't have sleight of hand nor trigger happy yet, so I was working an uphill battle here, but at least I did get a team restock. Oh, yippee-yi-yay. I consider myself a man for doing this. In fact, I'd say I'm such a man that I have 2 dicks. Now, one of these days, I will interview one of these enemies one day and say, hey, tell me how you felt when you took it in the booty hole, son. Now, I called in a squad mate because wave 21 was about to be upon me. The sun didn't shine. Apparently, there was no sun on this map. I'm just imagining things. Maybe this is the dream world.
Additional support granted.
As you can see, a lot of the kill streaks were dropping. I was dropping the deuce on a toilet, so I guess that counts for something. So here we go. Wave 30 is upon us now. We go with the snow, but not the snow that is yellow. There is no snow on this map, but I don't know, I'm trying to spice things up in the bedroom, and apparently I tried so hard that I managed to blow up the bathroom and managed to make any potential lover run away at first sight like Pumbaa did when he farted in the watering hole. But we're not going to talk about that. You see, we were fighting Nazis in Vietnam, and then we took a direct hit from a double latte, and Mary had a little lamb. It was just as I remember. Battlefield was musty. The dudes even mustier. I've never seen so much ass in my life. And I wanted it to be attached to a female. But in the days of war, you share a shower with your brothers. There are no covers. You sleep in the damn dirt. You pitch a tent. You camp in the forest praying you don't get your freaking dick munched by freaking ants. And since it's over there all across the seas, you better pray it's not bullet ants or fire ants, because that'd be hella bad. Now, on wave 40, when I actually got the equipment challenge, even though I still had the minigun there, when you complete an equipment challenge and you still have a minigun, or when you complete any challenge and you still have a minigun, what happens is your explosive ammo will disappear. And I got so mad, I essentially cursed out my entire console, and then I went down immediately after. But luckily, I did have a squad mate as a reserve, and I managed to run. Dogs were about to take me out, but you know what? I found a way. And it should be noted that I didn't even have a Wild Widow. It should be noted I'm using the Vepr. This is the first of few times that I actually managed to survive really high waves, despite me not using the Wild Widow as a secondary. And I was debating about using the Wild Widow, but in the same vein, on a map like this, I couldn't afford to be lazy with my aiming. So you know what? I made the best of every single shot I had. I know the icon says I had explosive ammo, but it was not the case. And I literally just formed a rape train of dogs. Oh, this sounds like bestiality on an entirely different level. My apologies for that, son. My daughter's listening to me right now, falling asleep to the awkward bedtime stories. You know, I once had a dream that I was stuck in the middle of a freaking game and somebody asked to pull me over. In fact, I saw a YouTube video of this right before I went to sleep. I saw somebody get pulled over by this old cocaine-looking ass grandma. Probably has dementia of some sorts. And then said Zimbabwe pimp. Well, what happened there was, essentially I got chased around by this woman in my sleep. And then, for whatever reason, the closer I got to her, my legs just stopped working and I couldn't run. Or I couldn't drive. One of the two. So essentially, I don't know what happened the rest of the time. I don't know. I think she might be a bit too old to do anything physically to me, but she was just so weird that I needed to get away from her spiritually and physically. She could have been holding a knife, and she could have been holding it the wrong way, trying to stab me with the butt instead of the blade. But that's for a different story. Here we took out a lot of dogs along the way. There's still so many of them ready to munch upon my ass. But as you can see, commentary under this voice banner takes quite a bit of vocal throttle, I'll say. Not all of it is perfect, I do admit that. And I might have to drink so much coffee, even though I don't drink coffee, to get my voice nice and spicy and bubbly. Hell, I might even have to sing to a couple of girls to make sure I'm still a man afterwards. Because after my testosterone wears off, hopefully it never wears off, but the point is, every time I speak for a long period of time, my voice depth, it always, it raises an octave, you know what I mean? So imagine a girl who hears you have a deep voice, right? And then all of a sudden you try to sing. And then your voice is like near Mariah Carey levels. And you a dude. Imagine how confusing it is for a girl to be like, oh, this masculine man now sounds like a fucking female that I worship. What should I do? There'll be a lot of chicks that'll be like, oh, his falsettos are so freaking amazing. But they turn me off, so... I mean, I wouldn't get into bed unless I just, closed my eyes and forgot that he had a face. But even then, it would be awkward. I'd still be taken. Wait, never mind. Where the hell did this conversation lead? But I'm not even talking about the map itself. Ruins is a map where you have to run a lot of laps, son. But the primary strategy I had there when it comes to the kill streaks is placing a sentry gun on the side of this temple, watching over the stairs of that right entrance of that temple, and then taking out any enemies that come in through the sides. Now, luckily, it was a kill streak challenge, and I'm mighty grateful for that. That was a mighty fine display of good old genuine fortune. And then a team restock just spawned in front of me from the first enemy that dropped on the floor. So I really gotta thank God for that. Not bound by religion, but I still gotta thank God. Now, I don't know if they destroyed my sentry gun or not. They might have. Either way, I couldn't afford to go down before wave 50. And a lot of the times, whenever I go down, it's on wave 49 or something like that. It's usually pretty close. So I decided to shift into phase B, calling in the vulture. Now, I actually tried this spot before online. I actually tried to hide here with the vulture and try to take out as many enemies as I could. And luckily it worked out in my favor, but a lot of the times it did not. I instinctively went to the top of the temple in the first couple of gameplays because I felt like that was the only place I could go to fend off from the hard waves. But little did I know that was during a time where I played on PS3 and didn't know a damn thing about adaptability. Well, actually, I can't say that. I played Showtime before I played this map, and I played a lot of other harder maps before this one, but this one in comparison just seems so much harder because of its structure. There is a mixture between a lot of tight and delicate areas, and then... God, Jesus, that doesn't sound okay at all. My apologies if there's any female viewers who might be seeing this type of commentary and singing. Well, hopefully not singing. Well, I lost my train of thought, but at least I'm old. I can get away with it. How it feels when you actually bald before your father does.
Get ready for the next wave.
I tell you, son, it's not always easy being Morgan Freeman. A lot of the times, your dick is infected with titty sprinkles. And you have to remember who you are on the inside. Now, I placed my sentry gun down because I felt my explosive ammo minigun was waning in its time. And it turned out to be the right call after all. Bars. If Morgan Freeman knew how to rap, I tell you, Morgan Freeman would be the best son of rapper of all time. I have my mixtape, I Am a God. Everybody gonna love it. A lot of babies are gonna be made to the sound of my voice over the radio. And hell, I don't even have to talk about sex. All I can say is like, well, I bought dinner yesterday, I had a lasagna, and it was delicious. And people would automatically be wet or hard. I prefer them be wet. But never mind. Never mind, son. This is just an awkward commentary, but I managed to surpass wave 50 here. Just in a couple of seconds after I mentioned it. So yeah, they destroyed the sentry gun, and I nearly picked up the MTAR. That would have been disasterful. And I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure that when I got the field orders, or the score streaks, that I'd be in the center of the map, as that's where the most of them drop.
Get ready for the next wave.
It was a mighty fine moment when I finally managed to accomplish the goal, and I know I played this map roughly about 30 times. It was one of the most times I played on a DLC map, or any map for that time, just to get to wave 50. Now see here, My phone was over there charging and it made a good old loop-de-loop noise. So for wave 52, I actually managed to get a good challenge here. I managed to get the equipment challenge, and I took out my explosive ammo minigun just in the nick of time. But the big problem here was the enemies just disappeared after a while, and you'll see in the footage. I knew I was going to be able to do well with the sentry gun in the corner. That was not the main concern. The main concern was how was I going to be able to counteract that. So here, I was taking out these enemies left and right. After team restock and all that shit. But then, for a time, they just stopped coming. See, look at that. I was looking for these motherfuckers, and I had no idea where they were, and then when they started shooting at me, I had no idea where I was getting shot from. And then by the time I tried to switch to my explosive ammo again, I got butt-fucked. Hopefully something the real Morgan Freeman would never say, but hope you guys enjoyed that particular gameplay, and now we're gonna move on to the next map, which is Collision, which is even 10 times more fucked in the ass than the other ones. So on here, we are playing on, or not we're playing, I played on the map Collision. Already fucking it up, here we go. But Collision was definitely one of the harder maps on the Devastation. I can't tell you which map was the hardest because all of these were on an insane level difficulty. And, you know, three out of the 4 I've only made it to wave 50. So it's really telling that, you know, that was kind of my cap for a lot of these waves. Now watching it on, you know, the good old big screen here, starting off, it should be said that a lot of the kill streaks are still in the middle of the map. They do their jobs well. Pause. But yeah, the kill streaks are really cool. In regards to positioning, they're very close together. I use the Battle Hind first because the Battle Hind is extremely useful for a map like this. Not many enemies are going to be on the underground level, so it should be said that a lot of your enemies will be on surface level. And I start out kind of, you know, modest. I hopped right over here. Well, no, I did not. I thought it was. You know, it's interesting because I'm kind of pretty much reacting to my own clips. Like, I'm doing this, like, after I've already uploaded this. So this is me reacting to, like, highlights of my clips and analyzing what I did right and what I did wrong and what I could do better. Also, the funnier moments that I did. But, you know, this is just awesome. You know, reliving this map. I love this map for the challenge that it poses. I think it took me roughly 25 tries to get to wave 50. Hell, it even took me so much to get to wave 40. That's how tough this map is playing it by yourself. Now, the overall strategy for this is concurrent guard. You pretty much have no other choice but to do concurrent guard because there are no other spots on this map that allow your enemies to come from one location to fuck you up. So, you know, you have to make it 2. Make it a double. But yeah, you have to pretty much do that in order to survive. Now, on dog waves, I always call them the vulture. And it really did serve its purpose here. Dogs that are trying to flank you will have to hop up on the boxes and they'll be halted by the animations that they have. So even if you are kind of outnumbered there, you still have quite a bit of time before they actually reach you. I was stocked up on IEDs, so I wanted to make sure at least one of them exploded before the other one, you know, did its work. Yep. Fast wave 20. Didn't even bother calling in my squad mate, by the way. I didn't even bother calling in my squad mate. I was like, fuck it. Squad mates are not really useful on this map. Not unless you're in a different spot. There is a different spot where your squad mates can work better. And there's like better cover. It actually lasted me until wave 44 on one playthrough, but I'm not going to show you that one. What I am going to show you is essentially I place a sentry gun back there to cover my left flank, and then I operate on these sides of the crates. It's the most unorthodox strategy possible, but it works. And I used the Vepper. I did not use the Wild Widow for this. So that just goes to show fucking you can literally do anything. Well, not figuratively, but, like, I just literally, like, I did this as a bet, okay? I lost my own bet. I thought I was not going to be able to survive there. I was like, you know what? If I actually hang up on the side, if I hang out on this side, will I actually be able to take out my enemies and have that sentry gun guard my back? And for whatever reason, it worked. It worked. Now, I can thank God for that. Not bound by religion, but still, thank God for that. And, you know, I was just very fortunate. Looping around this map is definitely the easiest thing as well. Its patterns are very predictable, and there are certain landmarks where you're able to memorize where your enemy is going to be coming from next. So you don't have to really be popping in certain locations and be like, oh, I wonder where they're going to come from. No. Now, I understand my voice is much different from me trying to be the analytical motherfucker. Sometimes I have different personalities, and apparently... Oh, I'm not going to say I have different personalities. I'd say there's a different personality for each voice that I bring. So I'm thinking about actually doing some commentary based on the different voices I can impersonate. Like the Morgan Freeman one you heard on Ruins, that one was pretty freaking funny. I can do Barack Obama, I can do Optimus Prime. But again, when you do a voice impression, sometimes it strains the throat so heavy. And I placed the sentry gun back there because I figured my ass was going to get munched if I stayed. So wave 40, I had to try to get melee kills because I was not going to be able to survive without it, and the game knew that. So I had to literally run around the map non-stop, trying to pick off the stragglers with the melee kills, and I had to pick my spots very carefully. So you'll see wave 40 is the wave that actually took me the longest because of this reason. You know, I could have completed wave 40 much faster than I actually did, but because I chose to get these melee kills, it took me tons more time, but it ended up, you know, paying its reward in the end. And that's important. Patience, my friends. So I was able to get that guy in that long corridor. Luckily, nobody shot at me from there too much anyway. And we went to cooking. Another one. And I looked in the middle of the map, I was going like, this is fucking, like, festering with so many enemies. So I threw a stun right there, fucked that guy up, popped him right in the fucking heart, and just kept it moving. Now, I do know that there, on wave 40, if you kill 667 enemies, that signifies the end of the wave, I counted. So I had to really look down the amount of enemies I had left and try to kill people with guns some way through. Couldn't take out all of them because you wanted to make sure the last one you took out actually can get you past the loot round, but also maintain the explosive ammo for as long as possible. Basically, I didn't explain that well, so let me try again. If you knife the last enemy on the field order, whenever you have explosive ammo, it lasts for about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay? So if you were to complete that challenge prior to killing the last enemy, you would have a lesser amount of time to use it on the wave after the loot wave. I hope that makes more sense now. So here we go, running into the fire. Still getting those melee kills. Playing with fire. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs. Sponge boy me Bob. No, I can't do Mr. Krabs' voice to save my life. So don't ask me to do that one. I will fail. I will fail that hard. Okay. I will fail doing that voice with an erection. God Jesus, let me stop talking. So overall on this map, again, I'm just looping around. This is probably one of the more annoying loops, but wait till you see Showtime. And Showtime was actually, again, like, I'll get to it when I get to it, but it doesn't hold a candle to how hard this map was. And that map is already insane. So this is the only time I've actually managed to get to wave 50 on this map. This gameplay right here. All the other maps I've managed to get above wave 50 on, or at least like wave 50 multiple times. So that just goes to show. Now, Unearthed on PS3, I managed to get much further than wave 50. But on PS4, I marked it as a new record to get to wave 50 because I'm just being modest, okay? Now, if you don't believe me, you know, fair enough, fair enough. But for those of you who do believe me, if you see me, okay, if you see my gameplay on Tremor, right, got to wave 57 on Tremor by myself, that should give you an indicator. Or, you know, me getting to, wave 52 on Fog, that's another indicator. Or how about me getting to wave freaking 53 on Strikezone, the chemmed version, you know? Take that into consideration. So, like, even if you don't want to take my word for it, look at the facts, look at my feats here. And know that I am a beast on this freaking game mode. I picked up my IED because if I didn't pick it up, then my IED would have destroyed my Vulture by the time it came around. And it happened quite a bit, so I have to be really careful. Now, I had the the freaking Vepr, bro. There were so many riot shielders coming towards me, and I thought this was going to be the end. That one guy just fucking jumped down from the ladder and, like, hidden blade my ass. But luckily enough for me, I had a lot of perks behind, and you know, I could summon my squad mate from beyond this little trap here. And finished off the rest of the enemies. Again, I still used the Vepr. I did not use the Wild Widow. If I used the Wild Widow, I probably would not have been able to get the support drops as easily. That's just saying. So, wave 45 typically is one of the hardest waves for this map, because it introduces a very weird spawn pattern. I don't know why. It's very glitchy for this map whenever 45 is occurring. But still, managed to get past that. Look at this blitz. Vulture took him out. Had no kill streaks left, but luckily enough, it's a loot round, so I get to restock on those freaking supplies. Yes! Now, the kill streaks were a bit more spaced out this time, so I couldn't get everything that I liked. So what ended up happening was I got the Vulture, and then I also got the Helo Scout. Instead of another sentry gun or a Vulture, that's kind of what it, you know, it gave me. I ain't complaining because I still managed to make it to wave 50 regardless of it. But still, it shows the rest of the waves that I got from here. Me progressing at your wave, you know, 45 to 50. And it was tedious, I tell you. But once I unlocked that field order, it was hella dogs. It was hella dogs. So I had to run around the map very fast, and again, I was being lit up. Maybe not in that instance, but I was very, very close. And the dogs, I'll tell you, they'll corner you in a freaking instant if you ain't on guard. I'll tell you right now. Here we go, running down this little area right here.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Enemy there. I just said nope. If I stayed and took out that dog, I would have been flanked by the other dogs that were steadily chasing behind me. So I had to be very quick, and I thought I was done there too. I was taking so much damage. But again, I pulled it out. I managed to be a magician. You know, I could pull a rabbit out of my hat, or I could pull a rabbit out of my ass. Probably the latter is more likely, in case I accidentally ingest one. But I never eat rabbit, and I do not plan to eat rabbit. So, even then, it'd still be a, you know, it'd be a difference of 0.1% and 0.2%.
Vulture expired.
Damn, that's random. Alright, never mind. So as you can see, I have a non-stop need of running around the map. Maybe I'm the hamster in the freaking metaphorical wheel. But yeah, this is essentially the strategy for the smaller maps. If you cannot hold the position you run, do not take out the targets from one spot unless, you know, there's one spot that works in your favor, of course. And, you know, boom goes the dynamite, you know. I think I ran around this one spot and not killed like a single enemy like twice. I think that's what happened here. I was just so terrified and I didn't want to die so close to wave 50 that I was just doing extra laps. But as you can see here, I did manage to take some more of them out and kind of kept it G. Every time I think of G now, like, I remember freaking Vince McMahon in a fucking do-rag. That shit killed me, bro. Every fucking time. I remember Vince McMahon saying, "What up, G?" And that shit killed me, bro. He was definitely entertaining as hell with that do-rag on, even though it made my skin crawl. I never thought I'd see like an old white dude wearing a do-rag in charge of a wrestling company. That was like very hilarious to me. And it wasn't like Vince was gangster either. Vince is not gangster. He's a trip. Like the bro grew up in an entirely different background, bro. Bro was probably like, I feel the urban power of getting hip with the times. You can't stop me. Unpimp these hoes, and you'll love it. What's fucked up is Vince might actually say that shit. He might have actually said that shit. We'll never know. Anyways, I managed to get the explosive ammo that I needed. And even though I already placed my sentry gun down, I still can hold it. That way I can retain some of my explosive ammo for longer. And that definitely helped me get past wave 49 here. So I just wait for the next round to load. That way I can explode. And, God, Jesus, this is not helping. The commentary is not helping. Fuck. This is gonna be rated PG-35. I'll tell you right now. Now, I tried to use the weapon. I tried to tell you. Absolutely, positively correct. I mean, I was absolutely positively erect. Did you see him go 4 inches into his ass on his own 34-yard line in the first half, but not give the balls to the face and instead elect to get erect? No, I'm sorry. Against the #1 ass defense in the National Football League. Did you see him try to feint orgasm? That's what I saw. Did you see him eat a fat cunt from his own 35-yard line? Did you see that? That's what I saw. Did you see that semen materialize at Nextcom and not recognize the fact that it might have been one of the worst cocks we have fought in quite some time? God, Jesus. If you guys are wondering where I'm saying this fuck shit from, it's actually a YTP. It's like Stephen A. Smith gets rehired by ESPN after visiting Ram Ranch. Okay, that's where I'm getting this from. So in case you guys think I'm a fucking nut, congratulations, I am. But just know the context of it, okay? That's literally what happened. Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul, bro. You're like, man, can we get this man to shut up? Shut that shit up. Alright guys, now here you're gonna see pre-existing audio with this gameplay. This is where I achieved wave 50 on Behemoth, and be prepared because I might have activated my XX chromosome type of genotype that never existed. Enjoy the fuck shit.
On all these maps, to make it to wave 50, as you guys have seen, and, you know, halfway through the DLC, I managed to get to wave 50 on some of the most impossible maps, you know, like Showtime, Goldrush, all those maps. But this one is the straw that broke the camel's back. For whatever reason, I cannot get past this. And it infuriates the fuck out of me. So.
Friendly chopper inbound.
Yep.
Hostiles inbound.
Alright. So we got the chopper in the air. I'm going to turn my game volume down so my voice can be better registered. Let's do this bad boy. Oh, right. Alright, come on. I'm not gonna say too much here because I don't want to jinx anything. I'm actually being really quiet. But, I mean, the beginning waves are relatively simple. You just gotta keep your guard up at all times. And I wonder what my helicopter is doing, actually. Because it doesn't seem like it's doing much of anything.
Weapon proficiency increased.
Yeah, it looked like it just dipped and went out. That's sad.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready. Large hostile force approaching. Team restock. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Seriously.
Additional support granted.
See, it gives me the kill streaks that I want.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Weapon level increased.
Easy level ups.
Weapon proficiency increased. Enemy forces inbound. Ultra expired.
Of course.
Incoming supply drop. Weapon level increased.
How you doing?
Team restock. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Mm-hmm.
Additional support granted.
What we got? I don't even know if I need to use any of these kill streaks, but, you know, for the sake of safety, I will.
Hostiles inbound.
Of course.
Team restock. Weapon proficiency increased.
Hmm.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
Interesting.
Enemy forces inbound. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted. Hostiles inbound.
No.
Team restock. Hostiles, weapon proficiency increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Large hostile force approaching. Your sentry gun is gone.
No. No. No! Thank you. No! Oh my. Stop. Please. No.
Team restock.
Oh my fucking god. No. 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 For fuck's sake. Jesus.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was so stressful. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Enemy forces inbound.
Nigga! No. 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 Don't. Thank you. Stop.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Oh man. All the shit's over there, bro.
man.
Hostiles inbound.
This is scary. Nope.
Weapon proficiency increased. Weapon level increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted. Friendly chopper inbound. Your sentry gun is gone.
Oh man.
Large hostile force approaching. Weapon level increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next team restock. Enemy forces inbound. Team restock. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Hostiles inbound. Weapon level increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Weapon level increased. Team restock.
No!
Teammate bleeding out.
Okay. No.
Hostiles eliminated.
Oh, yay! I made it to wave 50! Yay! Now I'm gonna die.
Infected incoming.
Oh boy. I don't know how I'm gonna survive this shit. I don't think I am.
Weapon level increased.
Oh fuck.
Need restock. Weapon proficiency increased.
Up. Oh, I thought I was gonna survive it, but yo, I got to wave 50 on here. I got to wave 50. Oh wow.
Alright guys, so here on Pharoah, I also have pre-existing in-game audio for this set of highlights here. This is one of the easiest maps you can play freaking Safeguard Infinite on. So just take a look at the strategy from wave progression beginning to end, and just enjoy the footage. Roll the tape.
Where there's not a lot of kill streak drops. So my biggest bet is to move towards the center of the map as quickly as possible. That way I can get some loot. I recently saw the new God of War, Ragnarok, and I thought it was masterful. It was very, very cool. It told a wonderful story, and it gave a lot of characters their time to shine. It gave a lot of character depth, good bit of plot twists, and yeah, I think it was one of the best games I've ever seen. That's what I'm gonna say. And I've never felt so confident about saying that, but the recent God of War series has knocked the storytelling element right out of the park. Absolutely masterful. So here I am. I usually go here. This is the spot I go whenever I try to do Safeguard on this map. It's very easy to do it when you have multiple people. But you can still do it on your own. It just takes longer for the enemies to get here compared to other maps, since this map is of decent size. I believe it's the same... No, it's not the same size as Favela, but it's very close. And there's multiple levels to it as well. But this was a very good staged map for Safeguard. Alright, let's lead that guy over towards the IED. Alright, alright, alright. Seriously, like, this is wave, like, number 2, and it's taken the enemy so long to get here. That's the only thing I don't like about this map. But it's doable. At least it's doable. So, yep. That's what I like to see.
Enemy forces inbound.
Know what time it is. Thank you. Really? Just take this. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I have a kill streak challenge. That'll do.
Incoming supply drop. Weapon level increased.
Yeah. That's more like it. Next.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
I think the main reason why I go down earlier than I think I would is due to arrogance.
Hostiles inbound.
And I know there's no dog waves, but I still feel like I should have called that in. Just in case. My guy wants to die. Such a fucking idiot. Ugh. Always wants to fucking die. Get the fuck out of there. Thank you. Can appreciate that. I'll just take this, thank you. Stop trying to die, please. I would most appreciate it if you do not fucking try to kill yourself. Thank you.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
Thank you very kindly.
Additional support granted.
Now let's see what we have. Good. Well then. Here. I'll place this right here. And I'll also call in I'll say a Valkyrie.
Infected incoming.
Thank you.
Incoming supply drop.
Thank you. Okay. I'm glad I went heavy here. Next. Still a couple more guys out here. Thank you.
Sentry gun is gone.
Okay, that's fine.
Weapons efficiency increased. Vulture expired. Additional support granted.
What we got? What we got? What we got? What we got? Okay. Everything using the game developers are gonna have a long talk. Oh man. It's certainly trying to string me on some sort, so I can't blame them. I do have a pretty good advantage.
Enemy forces inbound.
Let's see here. At least this will help me conserve ammo a little bit. Can't have that now. Oh, thank you.
Weapon level increased. Vulture expired.
Interesting.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
What to say? Let's see what this one is.
Hostiles inbound.
Interesting. Okay. When you feel yourself get to 15, start dropping the IED. That's a shame, really. I like how he's trying to run away from me.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
If this wave is full of dogs, I'm gonna need the sentry gun for this. Let's see. Let's see what we need.
Enemy forces inbound.
Interesting. Okay. Let the vulture get some. Well, never mind about that. Though, if I were to be completely honest, if I died here, I would be pretty proud of myself. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Weapon level increased.
That was very close. Very, very, very close. Don't be shy. Next. Oh, no, no.
Hostiles eliminated. Get
God, Jesus. Almost fucked that up. But at least I got the 60. And I know the dog waves is not going to have me in a better advantage. So I need to get everything I can get here.
infected incoming.
Let's do this. Knife a dog if you can, but don't worry about. Shit. Thank you. Shit, 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 shit. That's probably a better spot, to be honest with you.
Your sentry gun is gone. Hostiles eliminated.
Nice.
Ready for the next wave.
Good God.
Additional support granted.
What we got? What we got? Not bad. However, if the helicopter kills enemies that are not in my position, where if they were to kill where they don't, where there's not a team restock, I'm probably gonna die here. Let's be honest here.
Weapon level increased.
Thank you. No. 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 Holy shit. God. Damn. Damn it, man.
Post lost.
At least I got over wave 60. But jeez. I probably could have passed that had I not went there, but that's pretty damn good for a solo wave. 62. It's the highest I ever gotten.
Next up, we're playing on Departed. Well, we're not playing. I played, and you know, here's a good old strategy. It's actually like some of the same shit that we see over and over again. Now, for those who haven't played this map, it's actually one of the most beautiful maps in the entire game. I think it is honestly the best designed map in the game. More iconic than Bayview. Just overall, the theme of the Dias de los Muertos is, or Muertes, if you really want to say that, Day of the Dead, is such a, you know, world-renowned festival and celebration of those who once lived. And the cultural significance, it could be spread to any culture, really. It could be spread to any nation, because that's something we all can grieve, you know? And I'm very surprised that Halloween is not, you know, like that type of holiday. I'm very surprised that Halloween is, or if there's not a holiday where in which we honor the dead. Now, I get it. Memorial Day, sure. Memorial Day is important. But I don't know. I don't know if it holds the same amount of weight as Dias de los Muertos, you know, has. I feel like Memorial Day should be more widespread. I get it. There's a lot of people celebrating the deceased ones, but usually as a result of a tragedy or some type of event where they're taken away premature. And that's definitely, you know, that's included, you know. People can do that, you know what I mean? But I don't really see too many folks on Memorial Day grieving those who, you know, passed away of natural causes. In the Day of the Dead, it covers pretty much all those types of caveats in which a person has passed away. At least more widespread knowledge of that, you know what I mean? It could be loving, you know, aunts or grandparents or, you know, folks like that. And I feel like there's a bit of inclusion that can be made there, where we have our own, you know, Day of the Dead. Memorial Day, sure. I mean, I guess it counts, but it doesn't hit the same, you know. There's no commercialism behind that, you know, pushing for that, but there's a lot of commercialism for stuff that we don't really, you know, we shouldn't really care about or we don't really need. I'm going off on a rant, but this map right here, this is the main strategy. You stay in this room, and I tend to have two shotguns, the FP6 and the MTS. You could use a MTS and a Wild Widow as a substitute. That's perfectly fine. Or if you really want to be a jackass, you could use the, what was it, the LMG, the M27. You can do that if you want, but it only will take you so far. And on the higher waves, when there's multiple amounts of enemies coming through the doorway at once, it's not going to really do you much good. So what I do recommend is, you know, sticking with the shotguns or the Wild Widow preferably. You know, single shot weapons that can clear a path for you. So that's just, you know, that's just my take. So here we're at wave 19, about to be wave 20. We're back here, believe it or not, and MTS. Now the reason why I'm back here is because a squad mate heavily benefits from being in a spot where it has a lot of space to take out the opposition, even if it's, you know, I did say when I was on, I'm trying to think, on Overlord, where you have to be, you know, behind a certain amount of cover or a certain distance away. You can definitely be a certain distance away, but I feel like your squad mate at these, you know, types of levels is competent enough to fire at the enemies at the distance to be able to, you know, cover both you and himself. So that goes without saying, I guess. A lot of people don't know how the squad mates work, and a lot of people tend to use them a bit premature when they don't need to or they don't have to. So again, I wanted to make sure that you use your squad mates effectively. If you're going to use them in a spot, and there I earned, oh fuck, I earned explosive ammo, and then like I was trying my best to avoid the enemies, but they just, you know, they kept coming, pause, and that happened. But I did manage to get a lot of the perks that I needed, almost all of the perks that I needed, just within 20 waves, which is remarkable. That typically doesn't happen. I was very much blessed, and man, I'm just remembering all the bank shots that I had for this map, which were not many. Anyway, I went back up to this building because my squad mate did eventually die. I placed an IED on that balcony right there because occasionally there will be an enemy that will try to sneak around and flank you through that window that I'm standing right next to. So you always want to be prepared for that. And I tend not to lay an IED down until I see there's a team restock in front of me. So if the IED does explode and I didn't throw it in the front, I know it's an enemy flanking and I need to, add another IED towards that position. That's just an effective way to go about it. Now I have the MTS as a front runner because these guys come in hella fast. So again, you want a fast firing weapon, you want to get to cover as much as you can. There is a team restock over there. I threw my IED. One at a time though. There's Sleight of Hand there, which is a perk I actually didn't have, but still very effective. There was only 2 enemies left, so I didn't even really know why I took cover there. Since there was 1 enemy left, I took some time to, shop for these freaking crates because sometimes they can be widespread. So here, let's see. Got the Sleight of Hand. And it'll definitely help in the higher waves, like especially if you have the FP6. In case you ever need to reload, like in case let's say all of your bullets were fired, right? And you didn't get a 1-hit kill on any of them, you could still reload very fast, and that could save you. But I will say, whenever you get the loot round, make sure you're close to the center of the map, or else they'll spawn in very far away locations. Now, I fast forward all the way to wave 39 here. And by this point, I already used my second squad mate, which shouldn't be possible, but, I'm a klutz. It runs in the family, and I fucked up, somewhere along the way. But as you can see, looking down this little area is quite interesting. Oh, look, the painting on the wall. I don't know what to do about it. Mort, not defeat. Go Gunga, my friends. Yes, yes, yes. Dance, work your body, Mort. I don't think you understand what we're going to do, my friend. You need a little fiesta. Maurice, my big boned monkey chunky. God, Jesus. Now, for those who, heard the monkey comment, okay. This is in reference to King Julian in Madagascar and the other lemurs, okay? So, I remember watching on Penguins in Madagascar, and King Julian called Maurice a chunky monkey, okay? Now, lemurs, oh my goodness. Lemurs are a form of primate, okay? So, I understand where that comment was coming from, and I do understand, out of context, that sounds fucked up, considering that word has been used to describe, my ancestry. But with added context, just want to let you know before one of you say, "Oh, he said monkey, fucking racist motherfucker." No, I'm sorry. It's in reference to a show, and honestly, it shouldn't have been aired if that comment was there and a lot of people took offense to it. But luckily, nobody took offense to that comment through the show because they knew what was up. Covering my bases, ladies and gentlemen, covering my bases. Let's add on to a different topic. The enemies are getting more and more progressively, just difficult to deal with. So I sprint, got that team restock, headed back in my little hidey place, and mow these fuckers down. Again, you can get a lot of guys with 1 pellet because there's so many coming through that tight space at once. And that's perfect for a game mode like Safeguard. Now, the last enemy, I don't know where he was. Actually, no, I killed him. My fault. And, here we get the wave 49 leading into wave 50. Wave 49 at first, I think it was the dog wave. I could be wrong. I don't think it was the dog wave. Was it? I guess it was. Maybe not. I don't know. No. Okay, it wasn't. Then why the fuck did I place my sentry gun down? I guess it was to cover my ass. Those guys were freaking tearing me up. I had to continuously fire because I knew one way or another I was going to get cooked if I didn't have that support. Now, the sentry gun I think got destroyed. So, and there's that. But I managed to take these guys out with the FP6. Pretty old-fashioned way. You know, next is the MTS, but, you know, we already know what that can do. And I think, let's see here. I think after that point, it's wave 55 to wave 58, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that, though. But let's see. So here, they go prone, I go prone. You like ponies, I like ponies. Is that a wedding ring? Oh, that's nothing. Yeah. It's relatively an easier time. And I know you guys see me more lively as a result of the, you know, the DLC. The DLC bring me so much life and so much joy whenever I play Safeguard. I'll tell you that. And especially on a map like this where it's vibrant even though it's talking about the Day of the Dead. I just absolutely love it. You know what I mean? It's absolutely wonderful. In fact, I remember there was a player that on PS3 who was also of Hispanic heritage or whatnot who absolutely loved playing Safeguard on this map with me. She's cool. I remembered we were listening to the music that were playing in, like, you could hear the music in the gameplay a little bit, but I think it's like copyrighted or some shit like that. I think it's not readily heard, but like it can be mentioned, I guess. But here, yoink, I wanted to make sure that that one guy was left alive so I could go shopping. And luckily I managed to get, I think, every single perk that you could get in Safeguard. So I saved my own ass there. From then, it's just a matter, yep, okay. So 55 to the remaining waves in which I died. No, hold on to your asses. I tell you, son. Now. Don't know if it was a dog wave or not. Let me see here. So I'm still essentially reacting to my own highlights. So like I don't know everything from some of these gameplays unless I watch them multiple times over. And some of them I have, but this one I'm not too familiar with the patterns and shit. But still, we're gonna have a rip snorting good time. I called in the sentry gun because I felt it was gonna help me. It did not. It was literally facing towards the enemy, and it just turned the other way like it was crossing its arms. Now, I saw another enemy back there, and I should not have gone back there, considering the threat that the enemies outside were posing. But I was a courageous motherfucker, often too much for my own account. The sentry gun is still, like, was not taking those motherfuckers out for the longest. He was just like, huh. So when are you gonna grease me up? When are you gonna lube me? That's, like, no. Imagine that. Imagine the sentry gun, like, just getting fucking so rusty that when it patrols or, like, sways back and forth, it gets freaking, like, halted by the brittle-ass movement. By the way, enemies like to sneak into that window a lot when you get past wave 50. So, like, I was, like, panicking like a motherfucker. I was, like, looking back and forth like Mr. Krabs. You know that fucking meme. I don't even need to show you an image. You know the fucking meme. So, that's essentially what happened there. And by God, I was like, like, I don't know how to describe it. Boy, wilding out in this bitch. I tell you that. Yeet. Yeet. Woo! Don't know where that came from. For all intents and purposes, it could have came from outside of my ass. I couldn't tell you. I plead the fifth. Oh, look at that. Right when I thought the wave was done, more of them started to show up. Like, bro. I was so afraid to take a step, but I wanted to move to make sure if they moved, that they would be the last guys. But they weren't. Look at that. They were giving me the slip. There was still a good amount of guys still left.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Actually, no.
Additional support
That
cleared.
didn't happen. But it was a kill streak challenge. Gosh. Every time I got a kill streak, I tell you, it murdered. I'm sorry. I remember the freaking Goofy trial, and by God, was that funny as hell. Bro was literally like deranged ass fucking psychopath in the courtroom. He's like, I'll fucking do it again. God. It was a fucking nutcase. Yep. Since it was a dog wave, I had no choice. I had to unleash everything. And I had to, you know, stop those shits. Yeet. Yeah, I was very fortunate that I had both of those kill streaks on my side. I did. Amen. Now, I was still looking a little bit to the side there because I was prepared for an enemy to come through that window a little bit. Still. That's a rare occurrence. So, enemies were taking their time to get to me. So what did I do? I essentially wanted to take a look outside and... that happened. Give me, that was a burp. That was a rare occurrence as well. Alright, and I see the riot shielder here. Are you in favor of law and order? I am in favor of law, you fuck. This is 1950. All these dogs driving their kids to soccer practice. Now, emptied of all of my kill streaks, I essentially know this is just a race against time at this point, where I knew I was going to go down and I was going to be fucked from, you know, fucked 6 ways from Sunday. I was paranoid about the window entry and then also the enemies coming that way. So I was going to get fucking cornered and it wasn't going to look pretty. But I was going to still face the mountain like a damn man. And look at me. Look at me. Setting the world record on freaking Departed. Solo. That's what I do out here, boys. Now, should I have used the MTS? Probably. But it wouldn't have made a difference, because at this point, those enemies were just steadily coming from that window. And it was making me paranoid. I couldn't continue to keep back and forth. Like, you'll see. Like, it was crazy that I even managed to hold out for as long as I did. Because I was fighting essentially 2 battles. And was getting lucky. So, yep, I ended up dying there, but it was a valiant effort. You know, for a one-man team, I did pretty much fucking great. So, you know, with that clip in mind, on to the fucking next. Alright, So for the next set of clips, it's gonna be on Mutiny, and Mutiny.
Yeah, it's a small ass map, and then, like there's so much open space and so many enemies trying to fuck you up.
And I
Nah.
love the funny moments produced from that one. But also the second one.
It's like basically against 60 plus veteran bots. That's how it fucking is.
Happiness.
Yeah, I'm trying to beat my previous record of 52 waves, though. Your boy finds a way. I think I was on Ignition, which was like the remake of, what was it? Scrapyard. It was a remake of it. But yeah. Oh boy.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Fuck. Alright, good. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Oh, I forgot I had a peanut butter cookie. Alright. I forgot I had one. That's how it works. They serve those shits. Yeah, yeah. And they have, their rolls are like the sweetest rolls I've ever tried, despite them being hard as shit. Pause. For real. I haven't tried SolidWorks in like a few years now. I was like, The referees are in on it.
Additional support granted.
They were paid a little bit too. He said what? Oh yeah, that shit. Oh my lord. Motherfucker with the gray beard still doing that shit. Yep. Fuck! He did. No, I'm just kidding. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a motherfucker like just tried to go to a supermarket one day. He's like, "Hey, remember whose booty you taking?" Clap. Oh my god. Oh man, these guys are lighting me up, bro. Yeah, there's like a mixture of like a swarm of dogs and then a guys with like fucking machine guns. Yes, sir. Fuck, 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 fuck. See, this is where the fucking weird ass outbursts come in on this mode. Like, I'm all quiet in the fucking beginning, and then when this shit starts to happen, I start to lose all composure. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. Yep. I was so paranoid I killed an enemy and knifed the air right after. That's a Oh! It's like everywhere I turn, motherfuckers are around the corner. It's so scary because I have no idea where anybody is. I'm on 30 now. Yeah. And it's only gonna get worse. I'm gonna get some of these melee kills, cause like when you complete these field orders, you actually earn an explosive ammo minigun. Yeah, you earn it for like I think maybe a minute and a half. Yeah. Fuck. Fuck. Let's do it. Good ass time, dude. Like I remember, it's like I think Evan, you know, he like went down the stairs like, release the children. I almost died laughing and gave away my position. Yep. Oh, we got some dogs up in here. Yeah. Fuck. Get away from me, you skin stealers. Fuck. What? This is so insane. Dude, I'm on way. I need some fucking trigger happy. That's what I need. That's the only thing that can make this right. Ski.
Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
What the fuck? Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, that shit does work. Okay. Let's do that. Oh shit. I feel you.
Infected incoming.
I think I used to live in Octane at one point. Think so.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Wait, hold on now. Wait, yo. Oh god! Oh god! No! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! No! 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 Oh no! No! Oh no!
Vulture destroyed.
Fuck! I destroyed my vulture! Oh lord! Oh lord! Oh lord! Oh god! Oh god! Bro! Oh! Oh god! Oh god. Bro, I don't know how I'm still alive. Oh my god. Stay away! Bitch! Oh my sweet baby Jesus. Dude, I can't even fire against half of these motherfuckers that are coming at my path right now. Dude, like, I have a shotgun, and it's like, these guys are shooting at me long range with some LMGs. Like, no, what the fuck can I do? I was like, nah, I ain't sitting there and taking this shit. This is crazy. Wait, you on MW2 now? Alright. I feel you. When I die, I'm definitely gonna join you on there. Yes, sir. Oh my. Do you. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Yeet.
Weapon level increased.
Fuck. How many of these fuckers are left? Oh, please tell me this is the last guy. Oh, thank the Lord.
Ready for the next wave.
I'm gonna need a kill streak challenge, man. This is what I need, bro. I'm on wave 48. Yeah, I'm so fucking close. I don't want to choke this shit.
Enemy forces in.
Yes! Oh my god! It's a kill streak challenge! Okay. Oh lord. Please help me, Lord. I'ma need this today, Lord. Please, Lord, please. If I actually get... No. Fuck off, guys. Fuck off, these enemies. Allahu Akbar. Yeah!
Weapon level increased.
I'm going through a midlife crisis of excitement. Yo, your boy. It's your boy. It's your fucking boy.
Hostiles
Bro.
eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Your boy, dude, I'm on wave 49, bro. I'm one wave away, bro. I'm one wave away from fucking 50, bro. Yo. Oh, bro. Oh, dude, all without getting the fucking perk that I needed, bro. That's crazy. Yeah. Deja vu. Oh, fuck. Okay, they're coming in through the back. Pause. Okay. Nope. I know one thing's for sure. I ain't going back out there to get that ammo. That shit's a fucking trap. Yep, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Your boy fucking did it. Your boy. He coming. Fuck! 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 Yeet! Fuck! 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 Oh, no! 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 No, nigga! No, nigga! No, nigga! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! No! No! Oh! I died on wave 50, but you know what? I got to it. The riot shielder literally just followed me all the way through the fucking doorway. Yo. Oh. God, Jesus, but 50, I'll take it. Yeah, bro. Man, had I gotten that guy, I would have been able to get so much further.
Enemy forces inbound.
Thought so.
Vulture expired. Team restock.
Okay. Now, in the higher wave...
For the next wave.
I had to unmute here. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Made it to wave 50. I did it. I fucking did it.
Enemy forces in.
Holy crap.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Oh, nope. It's probably the wave I'm gonna die, but I don't care. I made it to wave 50.
Hostiles eliminated.
Holy crap, bro. I made it past wave 50 on this map solo.
Additional support.
Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Oh, my lord, bro.
Friendly chopper inbound.
Alright, let's get inside.
Infected incoming.
Holy crap, dude. That's insane to me. Okay. Good.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Oh! That scared me. Yeah. But that was pretty damn good. I made it to wave 50 on this map. Well, over wave 50. I am not disappointed with that. And I didn't even have trigger happy, and I didn't even need to go to the ship spot too much. That's dope.
Next up, we have the strategy for Favela, and this one is a relatively easier map. I'd still think it's one of the more decent maps for Safeguard Infinite for a casual player to do. So, without further ado, let's show you guys how to get to high waves on here by yourself, alright? Pick up your big boy pants.
By any means necessary. Additional support granted. Infected incoming.
fuck, I just realized I was muted. Damn. I'll check the party, and see if I'm actually truly muted, because I can't really see in the dark here. Matter of fact. Nah, I unplugged my light, so that...
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next one.
Don't make business with my pleasure. They don't love me. I don't care. They say, Larry, you a lobster. How the fuck you get so swell? And they say, Larry, you I don't know. There's a bell.
Infected incoming.
Okay, let's go. That goes dumb hard. That's a dump. Bitch. I'm about to say not this shit. Not where I miss all their feet. Pause. Now, when it gets to like wave 50 or something, like these enemies get really fucking crazy.
Weapon level increased.
Yeah, there's a final guy over there. I might as well get.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
And he's like I want to say I don't want to call people nerd, but like as long as I say like he's a fellow nerd, he's a fellow nerd. So I'm just this big of a nerd, and I think like we can equate that to being like not just being lovers of gaming, but also just being insanely intelligent for our ages and stuff like that. Like we carry ourselves like we you know, we know more without actually expressing it, and I think that sheds humility on someone's character. I think it's an honest virtue. Yes, sir. Right now it's a dog wave. Alright. Oh, yeah. Let's protect him. I'm getting a little distracted. Oh, homie got taken out immediately. Dead. I'm debating which one is better here. Is it better to crouch or go prone? I'm not quite sure. I'm debating about switching to the M27. I don't know where the last enemy is though. Give me one moment. Okay. You know what? I actually am gonna go back down. I actually am gonna go back down and do it because as much as I do want to, you know, go to that spot and try again, there's something that's just telling me to stick with the M27. And I hate being back and forth. I'm not a back and forth type of player. Way ahead before I even try to do this shit. But, you know, I have to listen to my instincts here. And my instincts usually are wrong, I get it. But there have been times where, like, I mean, it's not like I'm certain of this, you know what I mean? So like, if I was certain of this, then, you know, it'd be a different story, but I'm not. I'm very uncertain, and that's what kind of will help me here, because it'll make sure it keeps me on my toes as I continue to play for the foreseeable future. The only downside is the care package is all the way over there, but to be honest, I don't think I really need it. I think, yeah, my character is fine.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Streaks.
Enemy forces inbound.
Yeah, I'll save them. I'll save my kill streaks. I think Pharoah was the best example of how I was able to survive 60 plus and still do what I need to do. See, there's a team restock over there. I'm not going to get it because I know the danger that awaits me over there, and I'm not even going to try it. Now, because this shotgun has a decent bit of range, I'm not, you know, testing my opponents here. I'm just going to keep it safe, think smart. And I chose the MTS to do it here because it fires faster shots and allows me to adjust whenever I miss the riot shielders, because those are the only ones I'm really going to miss. I could take advantage of the crates as well.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for
Yes,
the next
sir.
wave. Additional support granted. Infected incoming.
Damn. Again. They're coming hot and heavy here. Oh. Nope. Nope. Not here. Not here. See, I'm firing. I'm firing like a madman because I know these guys are gonna fuck me up. No, thank you. That came too close there.
Team restarted. Hostiles eliminated.
Whew.
Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
That's not what I was trying to do. Nigga, get the thing.
Infected incoming. Weapon level increased.
I desperately do need this.
Team restock.
Alright.
Vulture expired.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Remember, I can't afford to play dumb here.
Enemy forces inbound.
Lord help me. Not here. Nope. Nope. Got very lucky there.
Weapon level increased.
Fuck. Nope. 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 Come on.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Hostiles inbound.
Good.
Weapon level increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
Yes,
wave.
sir. Made it to wave 60 again, man. And this time I did it with the commentary, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Large hostile force approaching.
Okay. I can't play dumb, remember.
Vulture expired. Weapon level increased. Your sentry gun is gone. Weapon proficiency increased. Weapon proficiency increased. Hostiles eliminated.
Hell to the fucking yeah, man.
Additional support granted.
I beat my new high score.
Infected incoming.
Alright. Let's go. Let's do this. Fuck. These guys are crazy. Nope. Nope. Fuck. Nope. Ho ho ho! I am utterly in shock that that happened. Good God, man. I thought I was gonna go down there. Oh, man. Alright, let's do it. Excuse me. Well. Oh, fuck. That one, I was expecting that one to go down, but, you know, I managed to do it, though. I actually managed to get to wave 63. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and as always, face the mountain. What a game. 36.
Alright, next map. Subzero is actually one of those harder maps. And I will say that it's not on the insane difficulty, but still, it can be a real challenge for a first-time player or casual player. But with this strategy, I hope it'll be a lot easier for you guys, and I'm sure it'll be a great find.
It has a mixture. And what I mean by that is you have to balance between having a shotgun and also having a ranged weapon to take care of dogs or enemies that might be traveling towards you. The thing is, I needed to use the Wild Widow. I always make sure I shut that door whenever I go there because it's inevitable that I'm going to go there. It's like, this map is not bad, but it is severely lackluster. Like, forgive me. I still got that cough. And I'll try to make it not as frequent as I did on the Dynasty gameplay. But yeah, I'm still kind of sick. I'm not really, I'm not too sick. And sometimes you'll see when I go on the higher waves when I feel like either I'm too far away from the building in which I want to go, or if it's a dog wave, it's best to kind of like set up right here because for whatever reason, the dog waves gave me more trouble on this map than I was expecting. And the reason for that is because they were swarming my area, they were swarming the building so fast, and I couldn't like get shots on them, combined with the fact that there were also riot shielders trying to corner me, and there's not much room to kind of leave a lot of distance between it. So for dog waves, I tend to just, you know, stay back here and like take care of most of the enemies, which it's kind of counterproductive. Like, it feels counterproductive for a player like me because I would have to use a kill streak in order to, you know, cover my tracks as I'm running. And it fucked me over so much that I tried to call my squad mate, and my squad mate got immediately fucked right after I did. So the strategy was null and void after that. I still am working on trying to get to wave 50 for Tremor because I know I can do it. If I can do it for all the other maps, I can do it for Tremor. Like, that's a no-brainer for me. And the fact that I actually managed to casually get above wave 40 playing into Tremor, that just gives me hope. And I know that the next time I try, or next couple times I try it, I should be able to reach my goal. But again, that map is just so tedious that it was really tough. That map is built so much differently because unlike this map, Tremor is a map where you don't have necessarily one spot that you can settle. Even when you do have trigger happy, you still have to kind of run about the map, and try to do what you need to do. And you'll see that in its gameplay, and I'll review that to the letter. But I started off not having the perks that I needed either, and I was just barely getting by until I got trigger happy. Trigger happy really makes the difference in the higher waves. And as you heard, there are some dogs. I always try to place the sentry gun due to the dogs because of how frequent they are and how fast they are. It's best to have it cover a long sideline as opposed to just having a vulture cover your close range encounters. Not to say that the vulture is completely useless. I do kind of use the vulture in conjunction with the sentry gun when it comes to dog waves, but that's in the higher waves though. That's not in the beginning, 20 or even 40. So yep, team restock.
Weapon proficiency increased.
As you can see, I've been just picking off those melee field orders one by one. So I'm about to get to wave 30, and it's like a little bit over 30 minutes going into the video. And if you count the preview, I mean that's like roughly a minute and a half. So I've been really completing these quick, and not to mention the intermissions before the game. So I'm trying to think. I've just been completing these very, very fast. Yep. The sentry gun really does a lot of work here. I just love when the AI get fucked over.
Hostiles eliminated.
Yep.
Get ready for the next wave.
Yeet.
Team restock. Additional support granted.
And that sentry gun actually lasted me like a whole 2 waves without disappearing. That's actually impressive.
Enemy forces inbound.
Right, and you know what? It's sentry gun time. I usually hold it until like 5 or 10 seconds into the wave. That way it gives enough time for the enemies to kind of show up. And the sentry gun has enough time to kind of recharge its batteries, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Still try to get... You see that? He was just lying in wait, and he was not giving up those feet. That don't sound right at all. And I was kind of defending the sentry gun from those guys in the window because it was focused on those guys in the doorway. And from here, I kind of made sure to throw more grenades and flashes and stuns or whatever the fuck. Again, because I could not afford to die here. And managed to get to wave 40 very fast, I must say. So here, the kill streaks were a bit more spread out.
Infected incoming.
Yep. And holding out your primary weapon actually helps it last for a tiny bit longer, but it doesn't do it by a tremendous degree. So I had to really, really be on edge here, and I think I actually went down this wave. But I still had my squad mate, so even if I did go down, I still managed to have a way to revive myself. I was so paranoid. I was looking back and forth like crazy. So this is why you need to have this shotgun and why you need to have trigger happy, because otherwise you're gonna have to worry about reloading so much. And again, that gameplay when I didn't, when I didn't have trigger happy and I still made it to wave 50 plus was just a fucking miracle. And I don't expect anybody to have that type of experience. I think I didn't even have a means to actually get. I was running out of ammo so much. You see how much ammo I have left. I had nothing practically. I only had 10 shotgun shells, and I went back here. Utterly fucking crazy. And this was a dog wave. I knew it was going to be a dog wave because it was the last wave in the cycle and no dogs had shown up yet. And there was no type of, like, kill streak challenge. So you know what I did? I ran my ass over here. And, I took advantage of using marathon and speed. And I just fucking booked it. I used that vulture. I fucking booked it. Now, when running towards this area, there's going to be a lot of guys towards this location right over here. And, I was trying to take the dog. I don't know how, but I managed to juke out that dog there. The dog just didn't pay me no mind. And, I had to kind of, run in certain areas with the cover. But luckily I had a support drop from the vulture that was taking out so many of these enemies. So I was very fortunate about that. But again, like, this was so nerve-wracking for me. That the vulture was helping me to a tremendous degree changed to nothing. The stress behind this, like, if there were dogs, oh man, there were so many dogs, and I tried to, like, let the vulture take care of as many enemies as possible, but I didn't want it to do that. And somehow my guy actually managed to sort of, like, revive me there. I have no idea how he managed to do that, but I was fucking, like, I was panicking. I thought I was gonna die there. And yeah. When I actually it's funny, when I actually went down, you actually get 5 bullets extra of your ammo, which was very beneficial, though I didn't really need it all that much. But you'll tend to notice it more when you're like doing, like, team-based safeguard. And as you can see, I was only able to get 2 kill streaks per wave here, so my shelf life was very low. I'm still surprised that I managed to get to wave 54. But, it was a kill streak challenge, and since I was going to complete it this wave, I had no qualms with using that shit. Because at least it wouldn't have been an equipment challenge on the next wave or something like that. You have to always try to take them out from the window. And from here, I kind of made sure that there weren't a lot of enemies that kind of came from me that way. It had already taken out, like, most of the enemies thus far. Yeah, I was just trying to find the last one. And the last one was kind of being very elusive. And it was forcing me to use more of my explosive ammo and use it for longer when I should have had it, like, for shorter. But, I still had the sentry gun still active, so I used that to kind of hold on to it for a little while longer. It saved me some time. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And, I was in that corner. And, at this point, I said stop. I said to myself, I was going to stop using that fucking LMG. And you see, I was kind of getting tore up there. So had I used my LMG, I would have been in the shits for sure. And, my sentry gun was gone, but I still managed to recover quickly and get back into the spot. I did manage to take out a good amount of these guys before this wave managed to end. But, it is what it is. I would have loved to have gotten to wave 55, but again, like, beggars cannot be choosers, and this was just a blast point. Like, the moment I actually lost the things that kind of gave me a form of security, I actually had more fun trying to survive, even though it was terrifying. It's just the type of player I am. For whatever reason, they were stacked up towards that window more so than taking the doorway. But I still didn't take my eyes off them, you know what I mean?
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
And here, this fucking wave, oh my goodness. You know, I did the same thing that I did when I was on, I believe, wave 50, and I used my vulture. And I actually, like, I held out for longer than I expected. And it wasn't a dog wave. It wasn't a dog wave. And at this point, I just said, fuck it, I'm fucking booking it. But I didn't make the same mistake I did last time where I went into that open area. And here's another thing to note. These enemies will go prone trying to take you out. And I was literally, like, trapped between so many different areas. Like, these guys were firing at me from all angles, bro. And I was just trying to heal up, and they just kept coming, bro. So, like, I had to find every type of cover possible. But, you know, I was booking it. I was really, like, trying to cover between these two areas. And I was doing a really good job, but in the end, the numbers kind of caught up with me. I slipped, like, missing one of my, you know, the vulture was helping me a little bit, but I was still doing the bulk of the work. But again, this was so tough to try to defend. And, you know, it reminded me much of, like, my strategy for Goldrush. But, you know, in the end, I died, you know. That one guy fucked me up in the back. And I think, yeah, there wasn't that many of them left, but he just managed to take me out when my back was turned. But I could have probably passed that wave had, you know, I'd been more attentive. But I hope you guys enjoyed and faced the mountain.
Next map on the list for the strategy. Dynasty is one of those maps that has a spot where you're able to get your enemies to crowd towards one direction. And with 2 shotguns, the strategy is fairly easy. I managed to get to wave 59 on it. So here, check out some of the highlights from the strategy indicated right here.
Anyways, when I played on this map, it was fun, you know. If you hear me cough, like, forgive me. Like, I have no control over when I have to cough or whatnot. I was trying to avoid recording with my gaming headset because, for one, the gaming headset applies pressure to your head, and since I'm not all the way better yet, I didn't want to have to use it because my microphone is so shitty. I was like, well, fuck, I have no other choice. So I'm kind of forced to do this. So, hopefully it registers every sound that I make. Otherwise, I'm going to have to try to use the laptop audio, which, you know, I don't like doing that either, but I might have to. So we'll see what's going on here. All right. Unplug it for a moment. Oh my goodness. I can't say words. For a minute. And, hopefully this will be rectified. Okay. So, you know, this is already 10 times better because it's not, you know, putting pressure on my head. But aside from that, I really don't like using the computer audio because sometimes it can get really, really quiet. And sometimes, I don't know why my voice does not register all that well on audio sets. I don't get why. Because it's not quiet right now. And, like, I don't know if it's the wind patterns of my voice that carries over. I don't know what it is. But sometimes, like, the voice audio just gets choppy. You can see for Dynasty, it's a much different strategy. I had trigger happy, which helped a little bit. You know, you regained a tiny, tiny bit of health after each shot. But, like, without fast health regen, you're a sitting duck. And, like, for me to go so long without fast health regen on that map and get to wave 45, that was just, like, flat out amazing to me, because that map is not designed for you to get high waves on Safeguard, at least when you're playing on solo. When you're playing with 4 people, yeah, you could probably get to wave 100, and I've seen people get to wave 100 on that map with 4 people. But I've never seen a living soul try to play that map by themselves. And there's good reason for that. It sucks. it sucks when you try to play it by yourself. This map, on the other hand, is better to try to play by yourself than the other Nemesis maps. I casually say that as I, almost get overran by the enemies. But there are times when, your equipment will actually work on these guys. There's times where they'll just be able to walk through it. That sucks for a lot of bumps and all these other turns. I loved running out in that, even though I typically hate the idea of being in a forest of any kind. I like that because of the surge and, it's like the be ready for anything type of feel. I just love the rush and exhilaration behind it. And then when you reach a certain point, you then, tag back and then go back to the school. That was so cool to me. And part of me wish I did that more than the pacer test, because I thought I would have done better on that, for time-wise, and then, the pacer test is just an endurance type of test or whatnot, but again, as an asthmatic, barely breathe, and not to mention my shoes. My shoes did not have any grip whatsoever, so when I was running and I crossed the line and then I kind of slipped and then I had to kind of catch back up because my shoes were so slippery. It expended more energy out of me, and then I tried to get shoes with more grip, and this game will fuck you up, and literally there's hardly anything you can do about it other than to adapt. So, for future reference, when I play that map, I know what to do, and I know how to adapt. If I was able to get to wave 53 on freaking Goldrush, then I know that I can get 2 or above wave 50 on any map. And Tremor is just my next target at this point. Fuck, man. I don't even know if y'all can hear me that well. When I play this back, I don't know if y'all can hear me that well. I know you guys can hear the cough because it registers a louder frequency. But my regular voice, I don't know why it doesn't pick up that well on microphones. Maybe I'm a fucking ninja or something, I don't know. As you can see, I'm using my MTS here, because the enemies actually tend to run through here rather fast, and you won't be able to really keep up.
Get ready for the next wave. Team restock. Additional support granted.
Now here I was trying to make sure I found something that could go behind trigger happy, because once you lose that, then your chances of survival drastically go down. It's best to complete it on the wave that it pops up, or it's best to complete it when it's still an active challenge during a current wave. So you can kind of hold off on completing the challenge or whatnot, for a while, but on a certain wave, if you still have that challenge up, it's best to complete it during that wave, and not at the beginning of the wave, I should say. Because if you complete it at the end, it will not give you enough time if it's an equipment challenge for the next wave. There's practically no solution to be able to retain your ammo, aside from, running away from your enemies and trying not to kill them as much as possible. But we all know that's borderline suicide. So complete your field orders at the beginning of your waves, or on the wave that it's called upon, because otherwise it might give you an equipment challenge and fuck you up, and you have to expect it. You have to expect it to fuck you up. That's how I've been able to survive so long on all these different maps by myself, is because I expect the game to fuck me over, and I was well prepared for it, and I managed to adjust. I'm trying to remember, I think I only have one melee left, but for here, I knew I had to place the sentry guns down, and I think I called him a vulture too.
Large hostile force approaching.
Or maybe I didn't call him a vulture. I thought I did, but maybe that's on waves after 50. That kind of, set up those IEDs as a little fortress right there. And they destroyed the sentry gun, but it did help me quite a bit to take out or slow some of the other enemies from coming in. So it wasn't that big of a drop off. But yeah, these enemies will definitely destroy your sentry gun very fast if like the circumstances are, against you enough. I'm trying to remember. I didn't get the 2 crates that are over there, luckily for me. So like I was able to kind of restock my ammo in case of emergency there. And I switched to the FP6, and I knew that, like, oh, would you look at that? There was a team restock, and I wasn't expecting it that late in the wave, but it happened.
Team restock. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
And you
wave.
know what? I managed to complete the equipment challenge. Or not the equipment challenge, but the melee challenge. And I completed it at the end of the wave, though I probably shouldn't have, because, again, it could have given me an equipment challenge right afterwards. And it could have fucked everything up. Fortunately, I don't think it did. But still, having that in the back of my mind, I was like, man, I would get really lucky if this was the case.
Infected incoming.
So it was a headshot challenge, luckily. But if it was an equipment challenge, I likely would have had to call my squad mate here. And luckily for me, it was a dog wave as well. So I was able to just go to town with this minigun on the dogs. And it felt like the most satisfying feeling to fuck over the AI, because they always fucked me over. And it was always a great thing to see karma. But the thing is, the enemies were shooting at you from that window, so you had to keep a close eye on these guys. And as you can see, I completed that wave before the explosive ammo kind of dusted off. And you see, I still don't have a perk behind Trigger Happy, and that's going to be probably the reason why I go down. Or why I end up calling in my squad mate in the mid-50s here. I think it was 53 in which I actually did go down. So yep, the sentry gun was gone. Now I had to get headshots, and again, this spot discourages looking at the head because you have to look at the enemy's feet in order to have a chance. And, I couldn't do it. I couldn't look at the people's heads, but at the same time, they were coming in so freaking fast that I was kind of wasting extra shots because I was paranoid they would actually sneak up on me. And they actually managed to pop a round in me. And they were just about to kill my squad mate, immediately. So I was like, no, I was not going to have that. So yeah, I made sure to, once my squad mate came in, I actually started aiming for the head. Because I had that added layer of assurance that there was someone behind me that was covering me. And yep.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
But you see, I lost Trigger Happy. And you know what that means? It means I'm a sitting duck. It means I practically have little to no chance of survival unless I actually tap into my kill streaks. So that's what I did here.
Hostiles inbound.
And it was a dog wave. So you know what? I called in a Vulture 2 for heavy duty. And you can see the results here. That's why it's imperative that you really pick your spots when using your kill streaks. You gotta know when to use them and knowing which ones to use. Because again, I had to reload, and you cannot afford to reload when you're in wave 50 plus. Unless you're me playing on Showtime and you just had that dumb luck that you did not get trigger happy rounds before when you should have. And then when I actually got trigger happy, that was the round I died. It's such an ironic fucking thing, you know what I mean? But you know, the squad mate actually lasted a very decent amount of time, despite it being high up in the waves. And that was just amazing to see. And don't also, when you're calling your vulture is not only taking care of the enemies in front of you, but they're also taking care of the enemies towards the right of you. Because again, it has the ability to levitate. And I took this time to get to the care packages that were further away from me, because you won't be able to really have that luxury on the higher waves. And from there, I didn't even get it, like, I didn't even call in the sentry gun anymore. Like, I just let it fucking die, and then, just call it again.
Enemy forces inbound.
Yep. I made sure I covered all my bases, in case the game wanted to fuck me up some more. Every time I had to reload, I tossed the stun or threw an IED. And I tried to get as many headshots as I could too. My squad mate, as usual, tried to fucking die. And I don't know how he did not die. The sentry gun definitely slowed down, like, the enemy's approach. And it took out a lot of guys on this wave. You know, despite waves prior, they managed to destroy the sentry gun earlier. Again, it's completely randomized what the enemies will actually try to do. But as you can see, the sentry gun is still kicking. And it helped me out so much here.
Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
Now, at this point, I was like, okay, there's no fucking way I'm gonna probably survive for like that much longer. I only had 2 headshots left, like for the field order, and I made sure to make that a priority, because I couldn't afford to like keep posting that off, because I need the sentry gun and the vulture for the dog waves exclusively, and once I lose that, I'm fucked. So I took a chance here.
Infected incoming.
I took a chance, and I didn't use any of my kill streaks this wave. I exclusively just tried to aim for the head here. And, you know, getting that explosive ammo minigun saved my fucking life. See? Got that, and stayed in the fucking back. Squad mate tried to die. He failed because I had this thing. And, you know, I wasn't gonna let him just take the easy way out, you know what I mean? He was gonna fucking serve me. Yeah. And those guys in the window could get it too. So fucking tired too. Yep, you know, it did its task, and, you know, I think this was the dog wave, wave 58. I thought he was gonna jump off the edge into the water. That would have been fucking hilarious and annoying at the same time. But, you know, I had the sentry gun, I had the vulture out, and, you know, by this point I knew the wave after I was fucking toast, unless there was, like, some type of equipment challenge or something. I knew that if there wasn't an equipment challenge on wave 59, there would be no way I'll be able to survive. And again, like, even when I was getting overwhelmed, the vulture actually kind of really helped me out here. Not having that there would have been, like, detrimental, so, like, again, you just gotta know when to call in certain kill streaks. And the sentry gun really did a lot of work on this wave. Yep.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
At this point, I knew I was gonna die. If there was no freaking equipment challenge or whatnot, I knew that without any more kill streaks and without Trigger Happy, it was only a matter of time. And, you know, I tried to do as much as I could with the squad mates still there, but ultimately it was not to be. But I did originally pass like my other record of 58 for the first, you know, gameplay that I showed on YouTube on solo. So, I mean, that was a good thing, but it was only by one wave. And, you know, I saw that team restock out there. I was like, no, fuck that shit. And then, like, I got fucked up. And that guy actually, like, he snuck around me. I didn't even see him. He just, like, fucking creamed my squad mate, and then he just shot me in the back. But, face the mountain, guys. Hope you guys enjoy.
Next up, I speak for everyone here when I say Goldrush is the hardest map you can play on Call of Duty Ghosts. I managed to get to wave 53 here, but it's only after endless hours of practice. I practiced this map, you know, countless hours on PS3, so you know what time it is.
With this map, the mine carts are going to be a really, really big factor here. And I say this because the mine carts have the ability to destroy any crates that are set on their path. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to get 3 kill streaks, and here I managed to spawn in just the right location so I could get 4. But again, it's not a normal occurrence, but I took advantage of what I received. And I actually took station back here because wherever you're stationed near, it's better if you just stay in that location, even if it's not for the whole game. And on this map, you cannot stay in one location for the whole game. That's a fact. But yeah, this map offers a whole new strategy compared to the one on Showtime. The one on Showtime I had to do because I didn't have the perks I needed. But on this map, I actually did have the perks I needed, albeit I didn't have Marathon, but I still managed to survive past wave 50 without Marathon, and it's very ironic because every gameplay before this, I actually had Marathon, and I haven't been able to get past wave 50. But then when I don't have that, and I'm actually more resilient and actually managed to surpass it, that just goes to show a level of resiliency I didn't know I'd had. But I wouldn't get in the habit of doing this particular map without Marathon. The only reason the only reason I managed to survive is a matter of luck and ingenuity. But on this map, it's completely randomized. And unlike Showtime, you actually have to have a ranged weapon, because the ranged weapons, or not the ranged weapons, but on this map, there's such vast, or if you are so unlucky to get, you know, cornered by a riot shielder, or even if you're damaged and a riot shielder is just right around the corner and he tries to melee you, you could die from that, especially if you get to past wave 40. Like, it is ridiculous how much they are able to be a threat in this game mode, so you really can't write them off. I always say it's ironic because I'm a player who uses the riot shield and throwing knife combo whenever I go online and search and destroy. It's mainly so I'm able to hit my cross map spots, because I don't know where my enemies are going to be, and it's best to have a mini radar to kind of tell me where they're going to be, because I cannot afford to be surprise attacked when I'm planning or when I'm setting up for my spot. I can't afford for any of that to happen. And you see, I hit quite a few of those cross maps, enough to make montages, several montages. As you can see, I got sleight of hand there. Definitely needed that perk. If I didn't have that perk, then I would have been, you know, fucked 6 ways from Sunday. As you can see, we finished that guy off with a headshot, I believe. I do believe it was a headshot challenge. Okay. And with the kill streaks that spawn back here, you're probably better suited to stay back here. I know the previous location had me, you know, not the previous location, but where I was in the very, very beginning, had me get the kill streaks relatively fast, but it doesn't always happen like that, and sometimes the cart does run around at a time where it's inconvenient. So I'm more reliable. My English is faltering, but, you know, everybody has their, you know, coming quips with the English language. Everybody fights that thing sometime. Sometimes they cannot say words to save their life. And if it was up to them, you know, trying to have a spelling bee and their life was on, you know, hangs in the balance, I'm pretty sure a lot of us would have got killed by the end of the 5th word. But aside from that, we're just rolling right now with the minigun. Always kind of, I'd say always pull out the minigun instead of, you know, using your regular weapon with the explosive ammo. Do not use your shotgun with the explosive ammo at all. Do not use it. Because if you hit your enemies head on with the explosive ammo, it will not finish them. You have to shoot the ground that they're walking upon in order for you to get one-hit kills with the shotgun with explosive ammo. It will not help you any other way. You'll see on my future gameplay with on Subzero that I actually use that in order to save my skin, because I actually managed to have a equipment challenge, and it was when I had explosive ammo already. Now if you guys didn't, again, now you guys' goal might be a little bit different from mine, because, you know, anybody who plays this map hardly gets past wave 30 on their own, and then, you know, if anything, when I see teams usually do this, they usually die around like wave 38 or so. Me and Jared kind of practiced the strategy of running around the map, so we were able to survive for longer. And legit, we actually, you know, we actually set the 2-man world record. We actually got to wave 50, I think 54. I think it was 54 together. And we were actually in a different location. We were in the back towards where I originally spawned. But that worked more for 2 players than it did for 1. The only reason I'm doing this one right now is because it works better for singular player. When you're playing on a team, it will also multiply the amount of enemies that you face. Or not multiply, but if it multiplied, that would be insane. But it adds more enemies, you know, the more team members there are. And that can lead to a lot of glitches. It can lead to server crash. It could lead to, you know, increased fire from multiple angles. So, like, again, you got to choose what works. So here, once something actually, you know, spawns there, I get it immediately. I don't waste any time. I just get whatever I see up there and get out, because the cart comes around and it will pick it up in a jiffy if you don't act fast. Yep. Yeah. So I do believe this was a headshot challenge, which is something that can be done completely on my own time. And I took advantage of it. Having trigger happy in the place of marathon, I never would have thought it would be able to work on a map designed so, you know, voracious as this one. I do like the atmosphere of it. I do like Wild West themed maps. It's just, you know, trying to survive on them. That's the tough part. You know what I mean? It's just the tough part. Yep. If you see me kind of tangling with some of the wires, that's kind of what that sound would be. But, you know, as the ammo was running out, made sure to revert my way back here. The enemies were actually taking their sweet-ass time trying to get to me, but I actually managed to finish it off right before the thing went away. Perfect. And, you know, for one, the kill streaks actually spawned further away from me this time around. I was not expecting that. You know, usually they'd spawn back there, but I guess because I completed the wave, like, maybe midway between the hill, and it kind of recognized that I was closer to the hill than further back here, it might have done that. So you can't afford to be trapped, because once you're trapped, there's no getting out. You can throw as many stun grenades or IEDs as you want, it will not trim the deficit. And here, when I found myself getting, you know, shot up from that wall, I made sure I used the tower, getting closer to it or doing whatever I needed to do. That way I would be able to, you know, be able to survive. And as you can see, even with the explosive ammo being, you know, ripping away, these guys are so fucking strong that I still have to take cover with this thing. So don't be bold and jump out of the open, but best believe me, that's gonna lead to your death. And again, you take out the stragglers if you decide to run around the map. Main reason why I didn't run immediately there is because I thought there was a limited amount of enemies left. But there are plenty of enemies to go around, and, you know, keeping running, that's the best option. So as you see, I actually took advantage of, you know, the location of this care package here. I threw some IEDs to cover my tracks, just in case an enemy got close. But you can see here, there might be an enemy back here. Enemy or two. There might not be. You know what, now that I think about it. Oh, yeah, there was. So, you have to finish them off in one shot. Otherwise, they're going to light you up. And I think there was only a couple enemies left. I could be wrong, though. No. So I tried to trim the deficit from over here. And then there was a riot shielder that came from the other side immediately, so it kind of scared me. But, you know, once I started missing my shots, I was like, okay, I gotta regroup and take some cover, which is what I did. And, you know, usually when you see the orange highlighted enemies, it signals the end of the wave is approaching. So it means, like, the final enemies are there. But no, this time, like, there was just so many enemies, and when those orange highlights appeared, it sometimes wants to lure you in. So I recommend just keep running and try to get back to your original position as much as possible. If you feel that you're in your original position after many loops and there's like a couple of guys highlighted in orange, try to take the rest of them out, but don't be dependent on that. Because best believe, they can surprise you at any time. So right here, I made sure I took out the rest of them, kind of bobbing and weaving using the hill for cover. And it seems there's only one guy left. There. So make sure you're at least near this tower before the loot wave starts, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get as many kill streaks. So I called in the vulture there and managed to secure it. I don't know if I actually managed to get that sentry gun in time. I think I did, but just by the skin of my teeth. And after every loot wave ends, you have 5 extra seconds before your wave starts. So again, I did that little jump just to make sure no enemies spawn to my left, because sometimes that does happen. But yeah, I'm on wave 47. And, you know, I haven't went down yet. And I'm glad I didn't go down, because usually when I go down, it, like, trips me up. It's like a choking effect, pause, where I'm so paranoid that I'm going to go down, you know, very, very soon, that I actually do go down. And it's just like a non-stop cycle. So when I don't go down and last for very long in the initial, like, you know, 50 waves or whatnot, it makes me relax a little bit more. Because, you know, my goal is to get wave 50 or more. I don't know for some of the other maps, like some of the other maps where I died on wave 50, I don't know about trying that again. Only because they were so fucking nerve-wracking and tough to beat, and it wasn't fun. Like, you know, these other maps, like Behemoth and Collision, I didn't really enjoy the design all that much. I just wanted to make sure I survived the wave, because those maps practically, under normal circumstances, have no conventional means to get to wave 50 at all, even wave 40 on your own. But of course I managed to find a way for that. The same could be said for Strikezone, for both versions, chemmed and unchemmed. I managed to find ways that actually made you survive above wave 50. But, you know, by conventional means it would not have worked. When my sentry gun was, you know, close to being belly up, I used my vulture, because again, I can't outrun these dogs. There's going to be tons of dogs behind me, and the vulture, again, it will follow you, so it can take out any enemies that are trying to flank you. And that's exactly what I needed here. And I made sure I do not look to the right, because that will distract me and cause the enemies to swarm my backside. So you can see how hard it is to kind of, you know, stay focused on the path. I always go back here, and I try to get some kills along the way. As you can see, some enemies were over here, and I was kind of panicking. I was like, no, 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 please don't get me, please don't get me. I was being so fucking panicked. And whenever there's an enemy at the top of that railing, you see that? I had to jump. I had to literally jump to make sure I didn't die in that setting. Otherwise, I would have went down, and that would have been fucked up. I usually go down right very, very close to my goal. And, you know, that happens as a way to kind of trip me up. Again, but sprinting towards the enemy and kind of shooting them with the shotgun right afterward just clears the path easy. That's why one-hit kill weapons are imperative if you want to survive this map. And the fucking melee challenges, man. I hate the melee challenges. Even though I can complete them on my own time, it doesn't mean I want the challenge. So I kind of use the ability to pick off stragglers whenever they're close by with the melee to kind of help me out. But I prefer not to have that challenge altogether. I mean, maybe 5 melee challenges are enough. But 10 is a bit too much, especially with the enemies being so strong and with the enemies being so numerous. It just goes to show that, like, this map will force you to be resilient regardless of what's placed in front of you. You have to be resilient if you want to survive high waves on this map. No amount of, I mean, you have to have a decent amount of reflexes too and awareness. You have to know what, you know, if those carts are coming, to move around, because sometimes people will not notice the carts coming and they will push them right into the enemies and will fuck you up. It actually happened to me on the first couple of times that I tried this map on PS3. But, you know, ever since, like, the first 5 tries, I've actually managed to, you know, not get pushed by a cart whatsoever, and managed to use the carts to my advantage. You know, the carts are actually very interesting. They can count as equipment or kill streak kills on this map for safeguard, which is very, very much a heaven sent in case you run completely out of ammo. There was some lag there. I apologize for that. This is just a recording of the game, so I didn't know this actually occurred at the time. And since I didn't actually view the lag during, when I actually did the gameplay, that was interesting to see. And it does cut bits and pieces of the gameplay out. I'm sorry about that as well, but, you know, it does happen. But it doesn't cut too far out, you know. There's not, you know, whole wave gaps missing. It's just like, you know, maybe 20-second lapses or something like that, at most. So it's not that bad. And I kind of use my stun grenade to, you know, get the riot shielders slow just enough so I'd be able to melee around them. But as for the rest of these guys, you know, I tried to, you know, do some meleeing on them. And I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, I didn't even really want to chance it. I just kept going around. I know there was plenty of guys still left, I think. And I just wanted to make sure I looped them around. So if I loop them around to where I was originally stationed, then that will help me out. So, you know, I wasn't, you know, precisely very close, but I still was within running distance even without Marathon to get to where I needed to go without the enemies spawning in locations which would otherwise fuck me up. So, place the sentry guns down. And, yeah. Again, for melee challenges, never try to complete them all at once. Never try to do that, because the moment you actually try to confront a group, you're fucked, especially in the higher waves. Like, it only takes maybe 1 or 2 of them to take you out. So, do not confront the group unless you're in a spot where you're stationed, like, in one location and, like, you wouldn't be targeted from behind. I still wouldn't recommend doing it. Unless your enemies are caught in like a jumping animation, and again, that's very rare. And sometimes if they're caught in a jumping animation, they actually might be smart and try to, you know, stand on the outside of where they need to jump and then try to melee you. So again, I do not recommend trying to get all your melee kills at once. If you're on a team, that's a little bit different because you can, you know, have more malleability with your strategy. But if you're playing solo, you cannot afford to do that at all. And with the sentry gun at my side, it made for a very quick wave for wave 49. And as you can see, I used up my second crate here because I was running very low on ammo and I didn't want to depend on finding a team restock. Because there have been rare occasions where one wave does not have a team restock. And, you know, every wave that you have should, but it doesn't always happen. So I always prepare for the, worst possible outcome. And this is wave 50 here. So I just casually was explaining the whole journey through this. And, this is my first mistake. Instead of trying to shoot those guys, I ran away, and that cost me. Just a split second. I ran away, and it cost me to go down. That I actually managed to have my squad mate and kind of bail me out on wave 50 was kind of a heaven sent, because under normal circumstances I would not have the squad mate, because I would have used it at wave 44 or wave 45 or somewhere close to that margin. But because this gameplay was very privy and I had a lot of disadvantages, it caused me to be more careful with a lot of the things I was either using or trying to run around the map. I was paranoid the entire time. This was when this was before I actually got on the call with my good friend Kojo. He usually does, like, whenever I speak to him, it always does help me with my performance in, like, this game. When it comes to Safeguard, literally, I actually was on the phone call with him when I completed Collision on wave 50. I didn't complete, like, wave 50 per se, but I got to wave 50 on Collision just by speaking to them. So, like, a very calming friend. He helps me, he helps me talk out a lot of things. And if you manage to watch this video, man, my heart goes out to you always, man. I always pray for you. Always have love for the brother. I pretty much call him my brother, even though, like, it may not be blood. That's essentially my brother, man. We share, like, share a good bond with each other, and whatever types of turmoil we might be going through, we can always depend on one another. It's always really cool to have a sense of camaraderie and friendship with the bros. And there's something that brotherhood is it's so very sacred, and it's not. You have to be a fool to fuck that up. Sometimes it does happen. Sometimes people fuck it up, but for the most part, we haven't fucked it up. So. Yep. But on this gameplay, I know my squad mate will eventually get eradicated, but I wanted to make sure I passed the wave after wave 50, because I never passed the wave after wave 50. Even if when I got to wave 52 the last time, I immediately died. But when I, got to wave 52 this time, I was fucking prepared. I was like, you know what? I don't care if I use all my kill streaks or not. I'm fucking passing this. Yep. And the last guy was a bombardier, and I was failing my Wild Widow shots so bad. It was another headshot challenge, and I knew by this point I likely wouldn't survive the next wave, but I tried to. I really did. And I managed to get, like, further than I ever thought I would. So, like, despite the disadvantage that I had, I overperformed, and managed to surprise myself. So I placed an IMS right along the side of this hill where a lot of dogs like to go, and then, called in my vulture and tried to see if I could actually survive this mountain of a fucking wave. And I went around the back here, and it was going good. It was actually going relatively well. I managed to successfully go around this part. I didn't get overwhelmed at all. I used the Wild Widow to make sure I was secure. The cart, I was clearing out quite a few of the enemies that came my way, but I still had to kind of keep on the run. But right here is where I got choked up, because I wasn't used to seeing a lot of enemies come from there. And what I probably should have done is tried to still run between them anyway, even though there was 2 riot shielders. I probably could have juked them out with speed. But as the gameplay will show, I was pretty much, I pretty much accepted fate that I wasn't going to survive this wave regardless. I ended up getting cornered by some dogs. Had I actually managed to take out the dog with a Wild Widow, I probably would have, been able to survive for longer. But, make sure to like, comment, subscribe to my channel. I got the world record. Read Savant the First Mountain on ebook for Amazon. Or
last but certainly not least, Showtime is the first map I ever played on Call of Duty Ghosts, and it has a special place in my heart. It gave me the confidence to be able to, get to wave 40 solo, and then wave 50, and so on and so forth with all the other maps. So, as a special little treat, I'm showing you guys the full gameplay. It's very funny.
Let's get down to business.
I'm called Doshanko, otherwise known as He at the Beginning, and welcome to my temple here. As you can see, I played this mode countless times, and this map specifically countless times. In fact, this map I might have played the most out of any, Call of Duty Ghost map for Safeguard. But the reason why I wanted to do something a little bit different here, I wanted to get high waves on Safeguard as like my new PSN, He of the Beginning. I know Wisebank Shots used to be my old PSN. I have a lot of old Safeguard clips on there. But in the same vein, I wanted to do this under this current PSN because after all, it's part of my intro on YouTube. And I might as well as like, well, I'm already a character in my book that's under that name, though you would never know it unless I told you. Oops. And, this is going to be very interesting. Oh boy. God. And I wanted to do the commentary while the gameplay is kind of going on. I didn't want it to, describe the gameplay, because overall that can be a little bit boring, because there's not as much tension there. What the fuck? Don't like that right there. I was trying to, oh my goodness, my controller's having a stroke. What the absolute fuck? What was that?
Hostiles inbound.
Oh boy. Starting off the morning. This is the nighttime. God damn it. Your boy is just over here struggling today. I saw the God of War Ragnarok Valhalla gameplay or whatnot, and I gotta say, it's like, I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but I think it's definitely a very good addition for a DLC, especially since it's free. No, I love it. I love it, what I saw. Alright, so let me just drop this here bomb. Just take a step back. Take a step back. Move somewhat. I'll let you die. I might have to turn my game volume down. Oh wait, that's not the way to do that. My fault. Death. Yes, sir. Alright, now that. But I have sentimental reasons why the sounds of gunshots are, not something I'd prefer to hear, especially on this type of game. I understand it is a game, but still, there's still real life trauma that occurred, and you just gotta make sure you apply yourself well, I guess. Alright, so we got a Vepr and a USR, both completely, I'm not gonna say completely worthless. I mean, the Vepr is more abuse than the latter. Just back up into that bomb. Thank you. I'll remember you in therapy. Yep. Hi. Oh. Feisty. Hi. Here we go. Bro. I could have swore I only killed 25. I ain't complaining though. Shit. Okay. Oh, that's very polite. Thanks for the warning, I guess. Here we go. Again, I'm not gonna jinx anything. I do know that whenever I do talk, I tend to do worse than I do if I'm silent, but we're gonna try to overcome that curse. I know I did that with the Outlast series, and I know I did so with a couple of maps on here. So it's just a work in progress, I suppose. I do love playing Modern Warfare Remastered. Death. Excuse me one moment. Let me just stock up on here packages, and that's something I definitely need. Yoink. Thank you, thank you. I'll remember you in therapy. Now, placing an IMS over here, because there's going to be dogs, and a good bit of them at that. So I want to make sure I have everything in stock. It's not going to get that minigun challenge, but to be honest with you, I'm not in the biggest rush to get that. Please. Yeet. How you doing? Speed is definitely something I need. Bars. Hi. Hello? Death. Speed is definitely what I need. And the FP6. Perfect combo. Okay. Now then. Yoink. And I'm placing my IMS in the middle of the map because every time I have it on the outside somewhere, somehow it just gets like getting destroyed. Even though like the explosions are happening on the outside, it still affects the vulture on the inside. So hopefully, you know, doesn't fuck me over. Thank you very much. Thank you. So many bullets shot, not none of them dying, I guess. Yoink. Alright. No. No, definitely not. It's ironic. Didn't these things just fall down? I'm already near another support drop. I see my daughter over here. Hey, sweetie. You wanna be a good? You're being a good girl, hmm? Yeah, good kitty. Incoming supply drop. Would you look at that? Oh, it's okay. Let me just head my hiney here, and fast health regen is definitely something I need. You know what else I need? I need for these motherfuckers to come a little hella quick, man. It don't matter when. God, Jesus. Still hetero. Oh, we got doggos. Alright. Here we go. Yo, hey, he's about to get waxed. Oh, would you look at that? Thank you. Okay. Oh, I was about to say. Yoink. Okay. So, let's see what this today's special. Absolutely fucking nothing. Okay, well, thank you.
Enemy forces inbound.
Ay, ay, ay. Hey. Take it easy. I only got one asshole. and I'll edit that out.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave. Additional support granted.
Okay. What to do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm sorry, that shit's stuck in my head still.
Large hostile force approaching.
Sir. Sir. Sir.
Incoming supply drop. Vulture expired.
Oh, that's nice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hostiles inbound.
What you gonna do? I forgot my sentry gun was still active. So I'm just, you know, suddenly I'm just turning into Dory. I don't understand. Yo.
Incoming supply drop. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready
Eat.
for the next wave.
Alright, what do we got? Nope. You know what I find very interesting? I do better when I don't actually have the things that I need. And it's fucked up on this game. Like, literally, I'll, like, have sleight of hand, not even have trigger happy or whatever the fuck. And I'll do much better than when I actually have the perk. I guess because, like, there's a form of, like, I'm not going to say complacency, but comfortability in depending on a perk that gives me the advantage. Because I'm so used to always having the disadvantage, and I've adapted my playstyle to having the disadvantage. So, like, it's really, like, I don't know. It goes against that, you know, killer instinct. So here we go. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? But what would really help me here is good old reflex. Fuck. Yeet. Really? Thank you for letting me reload. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is he doing back there? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna let him walk into that, and you know, get this other thing that's over here. Right, I have sprint reload too. Here, just yeah. What you gonna do? I don't like the knife challenge, but I can appreciate that it's a equipment challenge that you can complete on your own time. Because otherwise, like, on higher waves when you're actually depending on those like kill streaks or whatnot, it's good to have that in your back pocket to complete. That way, it can always be left up to you to get the stuff done. Alright, I'm gonna place that over there. Hello. That'll especially help me in the higher waves, and maybe I need to use it. I ain't saying shit.
I ain't saying nothing. I plead the fifth on all accounts. Yeah. Gives tented. I'm tempted. Ish, I have a sentry gun both, like, I don't know.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Thank you.
Hostiles eliminated.
Thank
Get ready for the
you.
next wave.
I pray that I actually don't see trigger happy because it's actually going to force me to, you know, evolve on the fly. And Lord knows, I do better, well, having the complete disadvantage than I do having an actual advantage. Hi.
Hostiles eliminated.
Bitch.
Ready for the next wave.
Nope. Nope. God, geez. Now, there's going to be some maps where I'm actually going to be dependent on the perks because there's no other way aside from those perks. But I just wanted to see how far I'd be able to get here. I'm not going to say it's going to be like one of those casual gameplays where I could die on any wave and I'd pretty much be okay. No, I actually have some expectations to get to a certain, you know, length of wave because I practiced this map enough. I practiced most of the maps enough to be able to get to wave 40 or even 50. No, I've got to wave 50 on every single map, excluding Prison Break simply because I haven't tried it yet solo. At least on PS4. I've tried it on PS3 and I think I did get over that amount, but I didn't have my recording equipment, so I didn't count it. And I'm sure you guys wouldn't count it either. Like, show me the proof, show me the evidence, but if you've seen like me getting wave 50 on the other maps, like, then just by a standard, those maps are 10 times more difficult than Prison Break will ever be, so I gotta give myself some credit there. Even though it feels like, you know, don't really, like, yeah, I need the evidence. Like, the evidence are in the videos, and I'm not taking those down yet. So, want evidence? Go watch them shits. And by the way, I did not call him a squad mate after wave 20. That's something I normally remember to do. I guess it doesn't matter, though, because, like, once you're at this point, protecting your squad mate is not, like, it's not the highest thing that's on, you know, your list of requirements. But just so you know, yeah, you can get a squad mate after wave 20 is completed. Only on solo Safeguard Infinite. If you have teammates with you, it's not going to work. And if you were to join into somebody's game on Safeguard, if you were to come in around like wave 10 or less, then you'd be able to still have a squad mate intact. But if you don't, if you like get called in later, or if you join the game later than wave 10, you're not going to be able to have access to a squad mate. These are things I wish the game would just tell people, but I guess the game's like, well, nobody's going to play this enough, so it's like, why even bother? But that's not true. You know, there's still people that play this almost religiously, almost like I do. And now, granted, I haven't been on this game as much as I would like to because of work and also pursue honing your craft in whatever you do, but especially in an author's case, because you have to, you know, what the fuck was my sentry gun doing? I like how that stun grenade did not even work on the riot shoulder. He was just like, okay. I can't be complacent here. And since I don't have trigger happy, I don't even know why I'm still in this, because I can easily get my booty taken there. So let's let's switch a little bit of the tactics, shall we? I know I'm gonna be running around like hell because of these dogs, and I'm up closer to my TV than I normally would be. I'm usually like, you know, about maybe like 4 feet back, but not this time. I'm like, nope. So right when those IEDs, you know, get to combusting, I start running, and yeah. Now I almost forgot I had marathon because I stopped for like a pace there. But at this point, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just focused on trying to survive in this for as long. I didn't even need that, but I appreciate that. As you can see, the vulture just taking out, you know, most of the enemies that are chasing me. I won't say all because, you know, I still had the, yeah. But up to this point, I can't really afford to get, you know, blindsided, so I tend to just run around the map anyway. And this is kind of the more entertaining route anyway. I know it's going to get really repetitive real fast on the higher waves, but in all honesty, this is the better, albeit the more challenging path. And I think, you know, I wouldn't have that clan tech face the mountain if I did not do the more challenging of the, you know, techniques or strategies or whatever the fuck. I was not going to let that IED destroy that vulture. And I had a little scratch on my, not a little scratch, like I had a freaking itch on my ankle that I could not resist the scratch. So I literally just like, oh man. Now we do have some melee kills to get, and I'm going to try to trim down the deficit a little bit. I'm going to try to stall this guy just so I can see what's in these crates. But they're nothing of use, so I didn't really lose anything there. And it's going to be a loot round. So let's see what we got here. We have, okay, we have an IMS, which I'll take. Take that. We also have a sentry gun that I can take over here as well. A shipment hat. Alright, so it's going to be doggos. Now, I'm not trying to get got, so I'm gonna just keep running here. And look at that.
Weapon level increased. Team restock.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so from then on, I'm just gonna run around the map at the like most inopportune times, simply because I like, again, this is a challenge for me, and you know, when I actually prayed that I didn't get trigger happy. Now on Goldrush, when I was playing on that map, I actually had Goldrush when I made it like to the world record or whatever, and I did gloriously well. However, I wasn't able to take down a lot of those targets there. And I got distracted just that fast. So let's rectify some of those errors, shall we? Now, unless you don't have any other option, always have the shotgun that fires the fastest out first. And use the FP6 as a secondary, because what I found is a lot of these enemies tend to come in a lot of, like, they're very fast approaching. Like, see, like this guy here. I'm gonna knife him. Try to trim down the deficit just a little bit until I at least get to wave 40. If I don't have trigger happy by wave 40, then what I would do is depend more on the field orders, and those will really come in handy. So I'm like, again, I'm trimming down the deficit, but I'm not in any rush to complete it before it's time, you know. Okay, thank you. Yeet. Yeet, yeet. On a map like this, you can't really afford to stop too much, or else you're going to get blindsided, and you know, it's going to happen. You're going to get blindsided on this map. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. It's too claustrophobic for, you know, to try to, you know, have to prepare yourself like that. I was a little bit surprised there, but I really shouldn't have been. Because, again, I played this map too many fucking times. So I want to make sure that I'm not enclosed into any space. I know the packages are about to run out. So I'm just, you know, biding my options here. Perfecto. Let's get this team restock and best be on our way. Now, it might be a dog wave, it might not be. Let's see. Let's see here. Surprisingly not. Okay. I thank you. Oh, that one didn't even kill nobody. Shameful. Now, I think on one of my playthroughs, I accidentally picked up an M27, and like that gun, it was not going to be able to kill a single enemy by the point I actually got it. I think it was like at wave 52 or 3, something around there, where I actually picked that shit up, and it was borderline useless at that point. Oh! And look at that, you know, I'm caught off guard, but you know what? Still pushing. Yeah, no. どうしろいも。ませ。バカれるよ。Oi! So you gotta be mindful of what areas have covers, even if it's subconsciously, because these fuckers will trap you fast. And sometimes they're gonna be shooting at you from multiple different angles that you're not gonna be prepared for. So you gotta make sure wherever you're running to, you need to run to areas that have a decent bit of cover. And that guy, I got lucky that he was just climbing a ladder, and I have no idea how many enemies are left. I guarantee it's not just that guy, because I don't see any more orange, you know, enemies highlighted. Oh fuck no. See, that will happen. That will happen. All right, so now we got the 2 here. I'll just knife the 1. And of my MT5 ammo. So I'm gonna pull out the you know, the FP6 over here. And although it's not dogs, I know it's like I'm still gonna use this thing anyway because I need to. It's no use in me really having those 3 kill streaks. And plus with the vulture around, it should minimize the load of me having to fire as often with the MT5. So I don't know if it's the MT5 or MTS. I can't really tell. Maybe I'll look it up a little bit later. Again, playing like this makes me more cautious, no doubt, because I know there's very little room for error here. Okay. Thank you. Now, do you believe this is... Yeah, it's the last guy. Okay. So there is a sentry gun to be picked up in this area as well. And I will place an IMS in the middle of the map to help out. And get a vulture. Let's watch the magic happen. It's gonna be a dog wave, no doubt, but still. Mm-hmm. Oh, perfect. I was fortunate to be able to get that. Oh, would you look at that. So now without the vulture kind of giving me a steady supply of support, you're going to have to improvise. You're going to have to expect the game to give you a piece of shit. You got, you know, especially with the dogs, like, you have 2 shotguns, like, you're not going to face the onslaught of, like, all of them in once and expecting them to line up according to what you want. No, that's not going to happen. You're just going to pick off the stragglers, of course, and just maintain the rest of the. Yeah. Right. No, there's gonna be, yeah, there's not being comfortable and being, you know, I don't know if it's possible, but imagine doing this on every single map. Imagine doing this run and gun strategy on every single map, no camping or some shit like that. I'm not gonna title it that because in the beginning I was kind of camping, but like the strategy of like, you know, the strategy of running around the map aimlessly, the Wanderer. Maybe I should call it the Wanderer. You know, as opposed for like these strategies or anything like that, just surviving off of not being in a secure hiding spot. I know there's going to be lots of maps where that's not going to be possible, but I want to try. I want to try to see how far I can get with such a strategy, even if I do have all the perks I need. I don't think it's possible, but I'll maybe try it. I don't know. Alright, hostiles inbound. Thank you. Alright, let's see what. Oh, hello, kind sir. Is my dick in a box? Even you see, even the announcer's like, ugh, like you hear that. Okay, nope. Hell, why is this cone upside down? It's like the bottle, like the bottle challenge, but like, bro, you can't match skill like that. I did it. Yeah, yeah. You know, I didn't use my hands, but I did it. You know. You know, now that I think about it, that sounds sus as fuck. We're gonna edit that out. Alright. So here we go. Break them ankles. Gonna dribble between your legs. That's what won't happen. Allen Iverson. I'm just kidding. Hey, hey, hey. Fuck. Are you in favor of law and order? I am in favor of... Oh boy. Now I'm going to use my FP6. Approaching another support drop. Now, it's very, you know, grammatically correct to say these guys are inside of my ass. And, I don't know why I'm saying this. But, yeah, these enemies will fucking be right up your nose, dude. Like, you could go around the corner. Like, I didn't even discuss, like, I know in my other videos I discussed this. There is no mini-map to tell you where the enemies are. And on a map like this, it's going to be hell trying to navigate and, you know, trying to settle in a place. That's why, like, most of the time I don't even settle in a place unless I have trigger happy. But, you know, in recent times, I found that, like, as the more dependent I was on that perk, the more sloppy or the more, you know, again, it makes you lose that killer instinct of having to fend off multiple opponents and not, you know, like, imagine if your defense is overwhelmed. What is trigger happy going to do? It's not going to save you. It might help you a fair bit more than this strategy might in the higher waves, but, you know, imagine having trigger happy and still being overwhelmed. So you literally have to make a gamble here. This strategy, I made that gamble to survive in this map without, you know, the advantage. Now, granted, I still have a lot of the essential things that I need, which is a blessing.
See, that guy just appeared right out that corner. I had no idea where he would. Thank you. Don't allow yourself to get trapped. Is that cone still upside down? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Strange occurrences. See, riot shield are right around the corner. You would never know. You would never know. Edith. I'm gonna keep this guy around for a little bit just to see what's in these crates. Last shield, no. Wow, the Widow is something I do actually need, so I'm gonna take that. But if Trigger Happy comes up, I'm gonna challenge myself. Even if Trigger Happy comes up, I'm not gonna use it. I'm not gonna allow myself to get comfortable in using that perk. I want to be able to do this map. You know, I want to be able to do my best on this map without having any type of advantage, because that's who I am. That's who I've always been. And, you know, I always make a surprise effort. I always do the very best when I'm actually hampered or, you know, hindered or something like that. It makes me like a rabid animal in a cage, just waiting to be let free. Thank you. Again, I'm probably not going to use the melee challenge until wave 40, because the enemies will get insane at that point, and... Oh, they're insane right now. I could have fucked that up just in a minute. Alright. Yep. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I should do like a series like casually getting to wave 40 plus on Safeguard. Maybe I should do that, because pretty much I already made it to wave 50 on every other single map. So like I might not upload this until like, you know, way in the future, I don't know. But, you know, because I might as well upload the times that I got to wave 50 on every other map. That way I'll be able to, you know, give a better... Oh, fuck. See, they'll take you off guard. Just like that. I remember when I was playing on Mutiny, I had some of my homeboys, and specifically, I was screaming like a little bitch because, again, that map is so difficult. It really is. It really is so difficult to get to high waves on there, because it's not designed as well as this one where you're able to do something like that. I don't even have focus. I just realized that. I don't even have focus to keep my sight on target, even if I miss. Good God. You see? See? So, I mean, I am in desperate need of some ammo. I know there's about to be a kill streak, not kill streak challenge. A loot wave shortly after this, but I do need the ammo.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for it, alright.
Additional support granted.
No. I don't have enough time to reach the, what is it, the IMS? I guess I did, but I didn't want to chance it. I just wanted to make sure I had what I needed and then kind of been on my way. It's going to be another dog wave, so I'm just going to be prepared for that. Yeah, just casually getting to wave 40 probably be more like it, with the commentary involved and all that shit. I'm still gonna have the commentary. Oh, fuck. I was not expecting that many dogs to come my way. And when it comes to it, if there's an enemy in front of me and I know that, like, I'm not gonna be able to take him out, it's better, okay. Hi. That was a Hail Mary no-scope there from that. I never am accurate with that. And the reason why I kind of led them to my sentry gun is it can take out more people in, you know, one helping. So, right there, you saw how useful that was. Even though I was, you know, moments away from getting my ass munched. And not in the good way. Even though I'm not even into that type of thing. Self-incrimination.
Yeah. Kind of just gonna leave it at that. Yeah, so 40 plus probably will do for me. Because again, I already made it to wave 50 on this map. There's no need for me to really try to do it again. I mean, if I want to challenge myself, I can, and I guess I always challenge myself by doing Safeguard Infinite solo. But again, it's not on the required list because I've already proved that I'm able to get past, way past wave 50 on this map, and a lot of other maps that you were kind of impossible to do. So it's just a matter of me editing the other videos and making sure this one is straight. I thought there was an IED there. Did it not explode or something? And I gotta make sure I still have room to, you know, use my other weapons. Because that... Whew, whew. Every time I use this, I kind of get, like, stopped. I get stopped because I'm not as proficient as aiming with, like, some single-shot weapons like that. I mean, semi-automatic is alright, but I'm not that well-versed in something like that. I like the shotguns. I can't get trapped. If there's not, like, any... Oh, no, the IED is still there. I don't know why it didn't work, but... I was gonna say, if I get really caught up on a wave, I gotta make sure my ass is clear. But yeah, if I gotta make sure my ass is clear for this shit. Yep. And it's good. And a boost up. Hi. Yeet. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, if I do actually have to use the melee field order on this map, or not on this map, but like melee field order on this round, then I gotta do what I gotta do, because I'm running low on ammo. And the challenging way is often, you know, it depends a lot on your ammo supply instead of depending on kill streaks. So, I actually thank them for that, because I was... I was debating that, and it just, you know, it just helped me right out at the moment of conception. So thank you. Thank you. Hi. How's your sister? May I have this dance? I don't know why I'm sounding like this. This is so not the way I actually sound. I'm just being, I guess, a little bit facetious because I'm actually terrified of the odds that I'm facing up against. Yeet. Yeet. Bring it. Ready to whip some candy ass. See? I really admired... Oh. I really admire the kill streak or challenges that you can... Ooh! Oh, I gotta be careful there. Again, I don't have focus, so if they shoot at me, my aim is gonna go all over the place. Pause. Thank you for waiting up for me. Yeet. Yeet. Running. Running. Spinning. How is somebody gonna fix that? Can cones even do that in real life? I don't know if they can. I guess if the bottom of the cone is wide enough, but like I've never seen that ever. So I'm very curious. Hi. 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 Now, you know what? Actually, on wave 40, I'm probably not going to do it. I'm probably just going to, you know, call in a vulture, because I need to do that. And then, you know, yeah, I'll do that. Fuck it. Because wave 42 is going to be more insane than wave 40. And my chances of surviving on wave 40, not, is it wave 42? Yeah, it is wave 42. Yeah, my chances of surviving on there is like way tougher than like this. So, you know, having the vulture move along with me does help it not be destroyed as easily. Oh, fuck. I'm in favor of law, you fuck. Now, yeah, it's gonna be dog waves, you know, on wave 42, so I know I have to be ready for that. Still. This vulture is actually doing some work here. Oh, thank you! Oh my goodness! You shouldn't have. No, I'm just playing. You really should have. Here, let me get some of these. Thank you. Fuck me in the ass. Fuck. Oh boy. Pick your poison. Bitch. I had to sacrifice that there. At least with the dogs, there's not as many enemies. Like, there's not as many enemies shooting at you on dog waves as there is on the regular waves. Whew! Thank you. Now, I will get, you know, a means to get some IEDs over here. Because I do need it. For a second, I thought I just put that on my vulture. That would have been awful. Alright, now's the time. Fuck that. The team... Holy mother of God. No, thank you. No! Oh my God. I was so close. That was the perfect opportunity, and I just, like, fucked that up. No. No, thank you. No. Oh, boy. Oh! I'm trying, Lord. I'm trying. Oh, boy. Yeah, when they go prone to do that shit, it really grinds my gears. Oh, boy. Bitch! I do not need a rebuttal from you, motherfuckers. Oh, God. Sweet. Bitch! God, Jesus. Every time I turn around, man. Bro! See, every time! Every fucking time. Get. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Yeet. I don't know how many fuckers there are. Too many. Okay. Hi. I'm surprised that actually hit him. Bitch. Hi. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And the fact that I don't have like I don't have reflex is also another severe disadvantage. I desperately need a perk like that.
Hostiles inbound.
But you know, I'm out. I could have knifed him. That was my fault completely. This is so tedious. Oh, why can't you just be a regular guy? Oh boy. Nope. Nope. See, this is the adrenaline rush. You literally cannot sit in one spot for like more than a second or you're gonna get butt fucked. And I wish I could give a better description, but I cannot. It's that bad. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Weapon level increased. Weapon efficiency increased. Hostiles eliminated.
Okay.
Ready for the next wave.
Thank you, Jesus.
Enemy forces inbound.
Thank you. Fuck. That's close.
Efficiency increased. Weapon level increased. Hostiles eliminated.
Thank you,
Ready for the
Jesus.
next wave. Weapons digital support granted.
Okay.
Weapon proficiency.
Let me start off by getting this.
Large hostile force approaching.
9.
They destroyed your sentry gun.
Plan B.
Incoming supply drop.
Thank you. No. Focus is something I do need. Oh, hello. No. Oh. I thought that was it there. I must admit. Oh. Damn. Pity. Here comes a decision I need to make. Is my vulture still out there?
Weapon level increased.
I need to preserve my ammo here. I need to make sure I have those perks at my disposal. I'm not gonna like it, but I need to have those there, just in case I run out of ammo. Lord knows I'm gonna need it.
Vulture expired. Infected incoming.
Knife challenge. Oh, you want me to die? No, thank you. Trim the deficit. Nope. I learned my lesson. Nope. Thank you. Trim the deficit. Oh boy. Sponge boy me bob. You have to have really quick wits to do this shit. I could have knifed that guy. That was my fault. I really could have. Probably could have knifed that guy too, but I didn't want to knife somebody in a wide open space like that. Run! Nope. Okay. Thank you. Nope. Thank you. Run. Yeah, with these knife challenges, you can't dilly-dally now. You gotta complete them as fast as you can. Fuck. What a display. I have no words. I have no words to describe how painful that was. And the thing is, when I do complete that challenge eventually, it's gonna it's gonna be tougher and tougher and tougher. So, Lord have mercy on my soul. Runneth. Oh boy. Run, please! God, Jesus, bro. Again, I do... never mind. Again, I do better when I'm at a disadvantage. Don't know why, don't know how, I just do. I need to be able to complete this wave without completing that field order. Oh, you little dog. Rat bastard. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. And what's fucked up is that's probably not the rest of them. Nope, it was not. I was right. No, thank you. Oh, God. Thank you. Rest in peace.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
No, thank you. Oh, man. Oh, man. Dear Jesus Lord.
Large hostile force approaching.
Fuck. Fuck my anus. Nope. Don't take that literally. Oh my god. Take it through. Allahu Akbar, bitches. Oh my. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Ready for the next wave.
Well, I made it to wave 50 at least. I wasn't expecting to, but I did. Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
Hostiles inbound.
Oh no, I cannot afford to lose that.
Weapon level increased. Weapon proficiency increased.
That was my get out of jail free card.
Weapon proficiency increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next wave.
Oh wow. So not only did I make it like to wave 50 and past it, but I don't know. I don't know how. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ain't. Oh man. That's crazy, bro.
Enemy forces inbound. They destroyed your sentry gun.
Look.
Weapon proficiency increased. Hostiles eliminated. Get ready for the next
Bro,
wave.
how am I doing this? How am I doing this? Jeez. Oh my god.
Large hostile force approaching.
Can you clear? Thank you. Come on, can these things appear while I'm young, please?
Hostiles eliminated.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Team restock.
all I can say to that is thank you, Jesus. All I can say to that is thank you.
Enemy forces inbound.
Fuck my ass. No, thank you. Nope. No, thank you. Holy fuck me. I wanted to get it, but I knew I wasn't.
Weapon proficiency increased.
No, thank you.
Hostiles eliminated. Get ready
Oh,
for the next wave.
oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
Your sentry gun is gone.
Oh,
Vulture expired.
oh, oh, wow.
Infected incoming.
Lord have mercy. He tried. Whoa. Whoa. Nope. It's now gone. It's all up to me. Oh. I ain't gonna lie, that helped me out a lot. A fuck ton. Oh, it does. It does. It does hurt. Oh, no. God have mercy. Nope. Oh, fuck me. Damn. Wave 55. Jeez. It's always that way. Well, I'm not gonna say it's always that way, but I have yet to get past that on, like, playing on PS4. But God, Jesus. Hope you guys enjoyed that maniac level gameplay. I sure the fuck did. And make sure to like, comment, subscribe. And as always, face the fucking mountain. Jesus. And if you don't subscribe, it's on your ass.